Hello everyone and welcome to the second stop ATL of the COVID-19 lab tour. We're so excited that you are joining us today. We are joined by very exciting people, Mr. Edgar Munoz, as well as we're going to hear from Mr. Larry Zeno from Kuraray, Noritake. We're very excited to have you here. We are mentioning, or we are sharing with you that we will be having a few moments for Q&As. We're going to be starting with going a little information, a little bit on Kuraray, a few products, a little bit of the history of the company. I do want to thank Mr. Larry Zeno, Kuraray, and all the team for being part of all this and sponsoring, being sponsors of this episode and this stop here in ATL. Very special people. I want to thank you for being part of this and for giving back. So I would also like to share with you a little message that Mr. Larry Zeno sent out to the community. So just turn up your end. We encourage you to send us messages through what is that? The live chat. We are also going to be having this on Instagram and Facebook. So send us messages through there. If you can hear us okay, I'm looking at it here. We should be fine, but it's always good to hear feedback from you. So Mr. Larry Zeno with us here.
Hi, Larry Zeno of Kuraray, Noritake. Thank you for spending some time with us today. I know we're in a little bit of a holding pattern with everything, but look forward to getting back to work normally and taking care of people, and more importantly, taking care of patients. Look forward to spending some time with you today with the help of Hezekiah Morales of Lab Media Today and Edgar Munoz of Elite Dental Studio, who's going to walk us through the many benefits of Kuraray Noritake. Anyway, kick back, enjoy, relax, and let's do this together. All right? Thanks much, and look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Larry, for that powerful message. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to go over a few things, just as we did when we were in Idaho, Boise, Idaho, with Mr. Dane Barlow. We will be having some giveaways as well. Very exciting things going on the next few days here. We're actually going to be streaming for about 4 or 5 hours today, and we're going to do the same tomorrow, about 4 and 5 hours. We do have Spanish speakers that will be logging on. Sabemos que tenemos algunos personas de hispanohablantes, and so we're going to go back and forth answering questions in English and Spanish. Entonces vamos a ir de español a inglés mientras sea necesario. And so we're very excited about the giveaway, so make sure you tune in today. Tomorrow we are going to give you an opportunity for you to how you can be part of this giveaway. It's going to be everything from pucks to a few products, even an MPF brush. And also I'm going to be announcing the winner, the two winners for the two caps from the previous day in Idaho later on today. So make sure you tune in for that. And on the following stop, we're going to mention the two winners of two more caps for today's episode. We're very excited, ladies and gentlemen. We have a phenomenal program today and tomorrow. Again, we're going to be going in through a few products, a little history of Noritake, a few products of the Noritake line, how they can be of use for you in your lab. And more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to stay positive, stay encouraged. And yes, sure, we're looking at the numbers, and the numbers are not adding up. There are a lot of dental technicians that are receiving zero on the other end, and there are a lot of things that we can certainly see it through a negative lens, because that's reality. But I want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, all you dental professionals out there, let's keep our heads up. I heard a gentleman once, we were in a meeting, and he was sharing with us the two pockets that we all have. And he was telling us that one pocket is money, and we always want to make sure we're putting money in that money pocket. But when there is no money to be had, let's make sure that we're putting something in our learning pocket. That way, that is going to bring us more money later on. And I know that the money issue is definitely something that that we're all talking about now. It's never been about that because it's always about changing lives and helping people. But definitely it takes money to run a business. But we definitely want you to be encouraged. Ask any questions. Again, we're going to be live on Instagram in a few minutes. But we do encourage you to continue to stay here on YouTube, on the YouTube live stream, because it's a better visual experience. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce you, and I want to thank Mr. Edgar Munoz for opening his doors of his awesome laboratory here, Elite Dental Studios. Mr. Edgar Munoz, take it away.
Thank you, Hezekiah. How's everybody doing? Thank you guys for being here today. Just want to tell everybody, first of all, thank you. It's very important for us right now during these times to be together and to share knowledge now that we have some little bit of rest time, because I know everybody was asking for rest time there. It was getting crazy. People working all days, all nights. So let's just take this as a rest. Maybe get some time to actually enjoy it in the laboratory. Practice is what I tell everybody. And hopefully today and tomorrow we can help you guys out, learn one thing. If I can teach you one thing, you know, that's what I want to do during these 2 days. So basically we're going to go over, with me I use a lot of the Noritake brand. Is mainly probably 90% of my workflow right now from start to finish. So that's what we're going to go through these days. But have suggestions, leave it in the comments down below so we can also adjust to whatever you guys want to see. Again, this is going to go from like an intro technician to maybe some advanced techniques, but we're not going to get so confusing to confuse you. My main goal is to go through the materials we have and I use from start to finish, how to use them. So we will be switching from CAD/CAM to my porcelain desk to the grinding. So again, it's important for you guys to let us know what you guys want to see. Today we're probably going to end up, what I'm going to do is start with the katana zirconia, since that's the main foundation for me in selecting shades. So I'll be explaining the actual pucks. We'll go to the porcelain. I also have a case here for ExoCAD. I know there's been a lot of asking about ExoCAD. I do a lot of implant work, so that's what I want to show. I know on the previous podcast they did a little bit of ExoCAD as well. I do have some Zirconia, so if you guys want to see Zirconia stuff, we have Zirconia. So anything you want to know, how to download these files, how to make them into models, how to base them, how to print them. We do have a 3D printer here as well, how to slice them. So again, just keep us with these questions, and Hezekiah will let me know what's going on. I don't see the feed much, so but again, we'll be doing it also screenshot. But hopefully everybody's well. How about if everybody comments down below how you guys are doing? Hello, where are you from? So that way we kind of know. I speak Spanish and English, so I'll be able to kind of answer those questions. I don't know everything, so if I don't know, I do have friends that do. So we'll be able to come back to those questions and answer those. Again, Hezekiah has said as well, we do have some giveaways. So Kuraray, Noritake, and has given us about 5 katana bucks to give away. Sorry, and we have some Panavia cements as well that we'll be giving away, and some for doctors as well. If you're a doctor or you know a doctor, we'll be giving away some Zirconia blocks, the STML blocks. So we have a couple boxes to give away as well. Again, it's time to just give back everything. All this is going to be for you guys to learn. Let me see what else is. Hezekiah, do you have anything we else need to? They'll be on what? You'll be on what social medias as well?
Yes, and I also want to announce that NY000 from Athens, Georgia, will be receiving. She's from Dr. Baker's office. She will be receiving first giveaway, and we'll figure what that is later for being the first one to comment on on the YouTube stream. And then Larry also sends his regards as well. He's on there.
Hey Larry, thank you, Larry, Zeno, Nabu, Noritake, the whole team. Really, I've learned a lot from these guys. These guys are awesome. They're very good at sharing this information. So if you do want to speak or another future one of these live video feeds, vlogs, trainings, just let us know if there's another technician you guys want to see, so that way we can from here on go to the next guy, or because we all specialize, it seems like, on one thing. Some of these guys know everything, but my main thing is not a lot ceramics. It's more CAD CAM, milling, and I do some ceramics, but there's some guys out there that are really good. So if you want to see any of those guys, just let us know so we can pass to the next guy and let them show you what's going on. So let me head straight to, actually, let's go straight to pucks, so we don't, because we won't be able to switch chairs and tables, so I'll kind of stay on this area for now. Once we go off, we can switch to the other side area. So to start off, let's start off with Kuraray Noritake, because a lot of people hear both the names Kuraray and then they hear the name Noritake and they get confused. So Kuraray is really our cement resin company. They are the ones, the more clinical side, again, like Panavia, and then we have some composites to give away too. And Noritake is our ceramic side, which is our zirconia blocks and zirconia discs, porcelains, glazes, and in that area. But they did merge together, so that's why you'll see Kuraray Noritake on them. And we have the logos down there as well, but you'll see them again even on the pucks. So that's a little bit about them. I actually got to go to Japan, what is it, maybe it's already been a year and a half that I went. So I actually got to see these pucks made, and it was amazing how everything and quality checked it was. You could not find, even though there's so much dust, you could not find one speck of dust on any of the filters. I mean, everything was cleaned, QC was perfect. I mean, it was amazing to see how it was actually created, compressed and everything. So I know that whenever, you know, I know some of the questions have been coming in, and give us questions if you're having issues with shade. I can give you also a firing table, which we'll go through that as well. But these things are literally perfect. Like, if there's something going on, it's user error, and this is what I want this to be, for us to learn that there's a user error probably somewhere, then we can catch that so we don't have any issues or stuff going on. Because I know some of the questioning came in is like shade and a little bit of that, so send us over these questions so we know as well, and now I can get over it and go through it. But again, today with the discs, I'll go over them. We'll mill something as well. I'll show you how to cut them out of the puck the way I do it. And everything here is actually what I do, what works in my lab. So everybody has their own style. So remember, whatever I do, it might not work in your laboratory. It might work in your laboratory. So just take what you can or what you can use. The rest you can just, you know, let it go. But in my lab, I do a lot of full contour and then a lot of staining glaze or micro layering. Just because my laboratory is a little bit more, again, it's Atlanta, Georgia, as Zakai has already said. It's Elite Dental Studio. So we're a very small team. There's only me and 2 other guys that will come and help. Then I have an online design presence of guys all over the US, and that helps me get digital files from, say, California, and then have a designer in California to get that done within the 24-hour period. Then that designer will send it to me, and everything is going to be ready. I double check it, make any adjustments, and then mail. So I'm relying more on CAD, even digital files. I do use 3D printers. We will go through the 3D printer that I use. Very economic printer for the intro laboratories. It's about 100 micron of accuracy. So we'll go through that as well, and what I'm printing, what I'm using. And mainly I'm using my ExoCAD to do all my adjustments in the CAD. And if your mill has good burrs, good new burrs, you should not make any adjustments once you have everything set. And we will go through that as well. Since I have the pucks here, I'll kind of go through what the pucks is. And this is one of like the main areas that I love about Noritake, because from start to finish, I really have everything I need. From the start of the actual zirconia to the actual cementation that goes in the cleaner for this katana. product. So that's why I like the system. That's why I fit with my lab. That way I'm not having to change temperatures, trying to guess what this was, what that wasn't. So I'm keeping everything consistent. Also, if there's a big case, maybe a 10 unit case, I can actually remember, I'll write down everything on the script, and that way I can come back years later, know that these pucks are very consistent in shades. I can actually remill it, and I don't have any problems trying to match it. And so I keep everything just logged in, what I'm using, what I'm actually layering on it, and how much cutback I'm doing. So everything I keep in a like a mobile external storage, and that way I can move things around. I keep everything portable. So I just remember, for me, portable is what I want. I want to be able to go into my clinical offices, take my portable oven, my portable glazes, everything, all my kits, and able to do adjustments in the chair. But let's start off with these pucks. So again, we have 4 hours, so there's no rush. I'm known to go a little bit fast, so if I am going a little bit fast, let me know. I'm just boom, boom, boom. It's just, that's just my life. It's just, I have barely any time for anything, so I'm kind of go fast. And in mindset, I'm like thinking I don't have time, I gotta hurry. So again, let me know some feedback. Also, if you can't hear me, we can adjust volume, lighting, anything you need. So let's start off with katanas. And the good thing is with katanas, you really don't have to search for anything else. You have all your translucency, your multi-layers, your strengths, everything in the system. And that's a little bit of what people don't know is when I first started this laboratory this will be 5 years now. I struggled a lot because I came out of a baseball background, which a lot of you already know. I played competitive baseball. Since I was born, my dad put a baseball in my hand, and I ended up playing through up to college, and from there, some injuries came. So really, my whole life was sports. So after sports, I had to look for something else that I liked. I looked at different angles, electronics, installations, real estate. I went really everything until I found ceramics. I was actually going to go into dental school. But as I was waiting dental school, I found a part-time job at dental laboratory. It was an 80-man laboratory, and I started there. And so they put me in the model room. Was the first place, cleaning traps. So I kind of appreciate now where I'm at, is that I was cleaning traps at first. Then I went to the model room. From model room, I actually went to porcelain, and then that's where I knew that's where I wanted to stay. So it was a good thing for me to learn the basics from start to finish. At the time, I didn't know I was going to have my own lab. I thought I was just going to be at an 80-man lab. And I didn't know better of actually aesthetics. I didn't know. It was 80-man production lab. So all we were doing was basically cookie cutter teeth, grinding in, grinding out. And at that lab, we had to do 20 buildups, 20 contours. And I remember, it's 40 units really is what you had to end up having. So if you know, it's like 40 units is a bunch, and we started from 8 to 4 or 8 to 5 or wherever you had time to end. And from there, it was really tough. So I evolved, and I started finding, I found a group called DTG, and you guys have probably seen it before, or Damaged Goods with Von Grow. And at the time it was like other technicians that had started, things like Bill Maris, I'm not sure. So that's how I kind of just started seeing the cosmetic work and how I kind of evolved to where I'm at now. And again, I'm just kind of giving you a little bit of feedback. Some of you haven't seen me. I'm kind of new to speaking world. This wasn't my plan. I'm not much of a speaker. I like my own thing. And you, as you see in my lab, I'm just going to keep it this way, small, where it's just me, a couple guys, and that's it. But because I went to the production lab, I know that I didn't want to go back. Because I saw all these guys out there making these amazing work. Like some of this tissue that I've seen, some of these layerings is amazing. So that's what got me a little bit more into this world of where I'm at now. And so where I'm now is in the 80-man lab. I was telling Hezekiah earlier in the other vlog, you can probably go back and hear it, but I was doing actually nice layering. I was doing only 5 out of 40. So that wasn't working out. And so I quickly knew that I had to look for another channel to like my own stuff, so I could take my time and learn more. And so that's how I created Elite Dental Studio, was in a garage. It was one porcelain oven, and all I had was one brush, a couple of sample porcelains. So I was like from zero. And the oven I got was an old whip mix. I think it was a couple $100 at the time. And so that's how this all started. So I kind of, everything that I do is numbers, and you'll kind of hear that today multiple times, is numbers, and foundation. And even now through these times with this virus, I want everybody to just figure out and rethink everything and get you a good foundation. And I think that's where I see a lot of, when I go to these courses, I see these labs struggling. When they have tech support, they need tech support. Something's going on is because they never created a foundation. It's just they're all over the place. They're grabbing a puck from this brand. They have to grab another puck from another brand. And then porcelain from one brand, porcelain from another brand. And so that's what you're going to see today is like, I had to stop that because I was melting crowns. When you start getting crazy, crowns are melted, wrong shades are milled. But with the system, even though you might not be in control, you can correct all that. And shades you can correct. We'll show you internal staining. We'll show you external staining, internal liners. We'll show how to use these pucks. So that's my goal today, to do that, and tomorrow. Tomorrow, what's the schedule like tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're going to be going a little bit into more of the Spanish. Mostly it's going to be more Spanish, but
Yeah.
definitely today we want to go back and forth as well.
Yeah, so today, again, it's a chill day. Some of you might be working, some of you guys might not be working. So you can come out in and out. Hezekiah was going to leave these online as well. Or are they going to be?
Absolutely.
So you'll be able to come back and view them. But again, send me your questions for real. We need to know because it's going to be a long 2 days, and I want to cover it in these 2 days now that we can. Because I do some courses, but right now my focus is a lot on my lab, so I can't get out that much. Or you've seen, I'm gonna start trying to. Zirconia is gonna teach me how to also do some of these vlogs and setups, so I can start doing work. This is rare. I mean, I really don't do it. We're gonna try to see if I can just start doing a little bit better. Again, we're going on the pucks. Let's go to the pucks. So with the pucks, we have, and I tell everybody, this is why I like this system too. We have everything. Super translucent, which we call it Ultra UTML. And you'll see that it's more of a blue label. You'll see these kind of labeled by color, and you'll see them through the pucks as well. I'll actually open one of these. So all these pucks are color-coded, labeled. Some of them come in certain shades. Some come shade range. I'll go over that as well. Not all shades are available. Usually the darker shades, and we'll get you some graphs. That way you guys can have a key of these, because I know it's a lot to remember. There's also an app for Katana and Noritake. It's on for Apple or Android. You can download it. I'll do a screenshot later of it. But that way, if you're confused of what puck to use at the start, especially at the start, this app will actually give you, say you want like an A1 ultra translucent. You kind of, it's a spin wheel, and you select what you want, and it will actually give you what you need to use porcelain wise, staining glaze wise, and everything. So our most translucent is what we're going to start off today is the UTML, and that's a 550 megapixel puck. Now it's to me it replaces my lithium. This is what I'm using now for veneers, inlays, and onlays. Mainly, again, the translucency is really translucent. You'll be amazed of what this puck can do. I do a lot of veneering with this puck. It's amazing. I'll show you a couple restorations a little bit later as well. But it's our most translucent puck. Again, it's 550 megapixels. It's a blue coated. The next one from there, I'm going to show you from most translucent to the most opacious, low translucencies. After that will come the STML, and that will be the purple puck, the purple colored puck. That one's 750 megapixels, and you'll see 748. I just keep everything even so I don't confuse you. 748 is what, remember Noritake, every number they put is actually, they're very like, for example, there's some materials that say they're like 550, right? 2 years later they say it's like first they start at 400, then 450, then 550. It seems like they change. So what Noritake does is I've seen that their materials are way stronger. I've tested these. Like this is 750. It's more stronger. So they keep everything at a lower level what they actually the strengths are. So these won't change. So the strengths will always stay the same. The actual multi-layers, these are multi-layers. So these are they're 4 layers, and there's just transition layers. You'll see the dent and transitions, and I'll show you a chart a little bit later how they're divided. So these are all multi-layers. We also have mono, and I'll show you that next. This is our second translucent puck right here, STML 750. I use these a lot for single molars, 3-unit bridges, some veneers, depending on the strength I needed. If there's a little lingual area that I need a little bit more strength, then I go to my STML. But this is what our number one. We thought that the biggest seller was going to be our UTML, and actually it was our STML. And because it's so universal the way that you can use it, that's why I think this is selling. And this is why they took this into the clinical, which now we have the katana blocks clinical. So any of you doctors that want to try this, message down below. We are going to give away some boxes of these, but that way we can keep your contacts, and we'll forward it to Noritake, and let's see what they can do with you guys, and we'll have communication with them, because I won't make that decision. That's up to them. But leave us all your info down below. I'll do my best to get these guys to get you some samples, work with you, and even our cements. So
and I will interject here, and I will say the following: for the discs, for the giveaways, what I'm going to need you to do is go to Lab Media TV on Instagram. We know you have your handle and everything, but we need your first, last name, your email, and your address. And what we're going to do is later on we're going to be picking out 2 names for the first 2. Tomorrow we're going to do 3, and we're going to do a combination of products as well. So make sure you send your information over to the Instagram and send it via direct message. Alrighty?
Thank you. Yeah, and it's mainly, we're giving these out. We want you to use them. Like, this is the time to mess up. This is the time to learn right now. Like right now, because we're slow. So like, take these pucks, use them, mess them, try them out, see what you can and cannot do. There's things that I push the limits on mine. It's my lab, so I get to make these decisions. But some of these are not called for, say like, STML implants. Like, I push the limits on things, mainly because I communicate a lot with my dentist. So I explain to them, look, these are the options, and I explain to them the strengths, translucencies, and then finally I let them make that decision, and I do consult with them if I think there's going to be an issue. But try them out, layer them, do cutbacks. A lot of my cutbacks are done in the green state, a little bit, but that's me pushing the limit. Now, I don't want you guys to go, because I know we're going to get some questions on green state. I don't want you guys to go from intro of never using this, trying to do some advanced things, because these will crack. Like any porcelain zirconia like that, when you push them, they will crack. So let's just stay within the means today of what the specifications and instructions are used. But yeah, just try them out. Throw them in your oven. Now, Gene Chia is probably the best guy to do this, to talk to. He's one of our KOLs. I really learned a lot from him, especially on the cleaning side. So if you have any questions, we'll link down his bio below, and then that way he can kind of, but every porcelain oven from, mainly what I learned from, I was lucky because I came into this game and got all new equipment as I was growing. So I haven't had many issues yet, but I've been tech supporting a lot on ovens. And he does a good job of doing cleaning ovens, calibrating ovens, the rings to calibrate ovens. And even my equipment, I do that, but it's still new where it's like I can do it once a month and get away with it. But if you learn anything today, is please learn how to clean these ovens, these centering ovens, and how to calibrate your ovens. Because not every oven is the same. Sometimes insulation is cracked. He will show you how to do, take your cell phone, do a screenshot of the muffle, check the muffle out, rings, how to calibrate them, how to clean them. He's very good with temperatures, cycles. I got my own cycles for the Zirconia Infire. I will share those with y'all. But he's like, man, he's really good. That's what he does. And again, some of these questions, it's not that I don't really care for them, I just don't use them in my lab. So some of these techniques I'm going to forward you guys to these guys that I know. Sean Park, dude, he does a lot of skeleton technique. He's like really good. So anything you may need, I have contact with them. We can send them like messages. I don't have contacts with the bigger guys like Naoki, so just take it easy on those because I don't have those contacts. But like, you know, there's Sean Hahn, Sean Park, Gene Chia. We have, I don't know Alec that well, but he's like awesome. That's the next guy I want to go learn from. There's so many of us guys, so we're like surrounded and we're like a family. So remember, ask us questions. There's no dumb question. Like, this is how I learned. And if I know, it's because I probably made that mistake. I've made every mistake in the book, and you know, I know exactly if something's going on. I kind of will know with a picture. If you send me a picture as well, I'll be able to take a look and kind of just help you out on that. So going on the next puck. So we get UTML 550, STML 750, and the next pucks. You'll see kind of a couple boxes that are still roaming around is HT and ML. So before they were separated, HT is our high translucent. It's our 1100. It's going to be coated in orange, and again, it's mono. So then we have ML, which is also going to be an orange looking box. They kind of look the same. Now this is HTML. They've now went to HTML, so you won't see it the ML anymore. You'll see HT, and so this replaced the ML, which is HTML. It's still multi-layer, very strong 1100. I use that mainly if I need to do full contour and I don't need a lot of layering, but I need strength. Remember, keep your designs on your connectors thick. I'll show you how to do that as well on the ExoCAD a little bit later. And HT is what I'm using on my all-on X, all-on 4, all-on 6, all-on 20 sometimes, since we see all different kind of implant cases, but this is really strong. That's what I'm doing my full arches with, is HT. And I'm going to show you a little bit as well, because I've got questions, how to apply the tissue and how to get that pink. I don't do any infiltration anymore. I've done it before. It was causing me a lot of issues on my shades. So I just quit using it, and now I use a pink liner, and we will apply that on a crown because I don't have a full arch milled. So we'll apply it on a crown, and then we'll apply porcelain. But I want you guys to, because a lot of questions, how do you do the pink? How do you get it so pink? It's the liner, and then the porcelain. And then there's modifiers that we can use. There's internal stains. There's so many options. Again, most of my goal when I start is from getting my color from the inside and then having my translucency on the outside. And so I'll cut back for my translucency only, and I actually use these pucks to get my value, all my values and my chromas. Example, if I'm looking for a higher chroma, there's different ways to choose that. Values as well, you can go to like a lighter shade and get your value and fix the actual chroma with your external glaze or internal glaze. Again, this is why I like this system. It's like you don't have to look anywhere else. It's all in one system for me. It's ultra translucent 550 all the way to 1100. So just remember that it's not just one puck, because when I started I thought it was just like one katana was one disc. No, it's like so many discs. And now we even have LT. So LT is like low translucency, 1100 as well, and it's very, very, very light. In other words, opaque, if you don't understand. So light doesn't transmit through it. It blocks out any dark stump. And like implant titaniums, I use it as well for that, to put it under my frame to block out any black metal or black stump shade. Anterior wise, you use this LT. Some of you have heard of it, some of you haven't, so it's now available LT. And I'll put the sizes of the pucks that's available and the shades a little bit later. I'll give you some graphs. Any questions, because I know I'm going a little bit fast. Just let us know some questions. Hezekiah, do we have any questions?
People are just very grateful that they're able to see this. We have, I'm going to go down the line here.
Cool.
We have Jamie Molina from Florida on. Quint Whipple sends his regards.
Thank you.
Elizabeth 96. Let's see here. Justin is online right now. Justin, good to see you, brother. Elvis Romero, I think he's from Latin America. Then we have Humari Kabievan. Let's see here. Kuraray sends their regards. Ryan is here. I am Al. Oh yeah, Al Matamoros. He's actually from Davie, Florida.
Cool.
Sam from the west coast of Florida. Good to see you here. Francisco Molina from Puerto Rico. Ozamanzine. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your names. Lorenzo. Vexier Valor. Sandra Willems. Hiram Vargas. Let's see here. Luis Gomez. Love Dental Laboratory. Let's see here. Skinhead Kona 69. Love Dental Laboratory. The Pope. Shahu. All right, there we go. Question here. Do you use Cubex?
No, I don't. All my porcelain furnaces I mainly use are these workhorses whip mixes, 100s to 200s. That's what I use mainly, workhorses, mainly because the parts are so easy to get, and I'm able to do all my maintenance here. Again, so I'm small, but those furnaces is really good. I've tried them already; they're really good. Again, everything, in my opinion, like all some of these new porcelain ovens are really good with the sensors and everything, but it's your temperatures. Like, remember your temps. Like, anything you need to do, whether it's you're getting porosity or you're getting bad colors, it's all in that temp, dry times and temps. And we'll go through that through the porcelain. But any porcelain you have, like, don't feel bad. Like, when I first started with like old, I think it wasn't even wet mix at the time. It was like one of those tan ovens, and I was doing fine. So we'll teach you why. Example, like, now before I forget, like, I was having sometimes some pits. A lot of have pits on them, and so you just gotta remember, I was having pits mainly because my dry times were really fast. So I kept now my dry times to about 7 minutes. But little things like that is what I want you to know and ask. Like, ask me why I'm getting cracks or why I might be. Again, if I don't know, we'll find out. But bubbles is a big one. So remember, just dry times on your bubbles.
And also, I just want to say this for those that are on Instagram. If you want to, let's just do this here. For those of you that are on Instagram, if you want to come on live to ask a few questions, that's definitely always an option. Those of you that are on YouTube, just send your questions via live chat, and we will definitely do it that way. I do encourage you, however, to connect through YouTube, because it's a much better visual experience. Obviously, the phone shakes. The audio on the phone is not the best. On YouTube, it's fantastic. But for those of you that are on the go, I did want to do this because sometimes it's a little easier for some of you folks. So we are going to be here a few more minutes, but I do encourage you to go to the YouTube. But again, if you have a question and you're on here and you want to speak directly to Edgar, it's available.
Thank you. Also, Panavia is another one now that I have it here in front of me. Panavia, I use it for my implants, for my titanium to the zirconia bond. And so each of these kits, we have some available for you guys to try here. And then we'll also have doctors. We have the new cleaner that came out for Katana cleaner, and then this Panavia as well. Or we also have, let's see what else we've got. We got the SA Cement Panavia. So anything you guys want to try, again, let us know. We'll try to do our best to get you something. But again, Panavia. And the actual ceramic primer, it's probably better. It's really good as a metal primer. So remember, you can use that ceramic primer on your metal and to the zirconia. Very easy. We'll use that today as well. I'll teach you how to do that. Now that I'm in my CAD, let's start a little bit of some CAD, I guess, because that's what everybody's asking for right now. And I'm going to just scan a case in. Let's do a single unit implant case today. And I'll scan it through and just teach you how, again, a lot of the Spanish community is learning and getting into CAD now. So the ExoCAD is what I use. And we'll go ahead and just teach you how to use a scan body, kind of single unit. And then after that, you guys can take it on and kind of learn, because it does take some time to learn through.
Right, and while you're setting that up, I would like to take the time once again to thank Kuraray and Noritake for joining in this give back project. Because of the whole situation, it can be a little complicated for everyone, but we want you to know that we are with you here, and these companies are just looking to give back even at this time. You heard the message from Larry. Thank you so much, Larry, and your whole team, everyone out there, Steve, and all of you folks that are so interested in making sure that this industry and this community is taken care of. So I would like for you to go out there to Larry Zeno's page, like his page, leave him a comment. Also, Kuraray Noritake's page on Instagram, on Facebook, send them a message thanking them for all the information that's going to be shared here. Also go over to Elite Dental Studio and Elite Munoz and send him a message. Edgar, those are both Edgar's pages, for the time that he's taking here to answer any questions, to share his insight, his experiences with all of these different elements so that you can improve your lab. And also make sure you leave a comment, subscribe to the YouTube channel where you are watching this. If you are on Facebook, make sure that you share with all your friends. Sharing is caring, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best ways that you can support us is by sharing. So the link is there. Just share the link. We would appreciate that. Tell your friends to log on. We're going to be here for a couple of hours. And when we were in Idaho, we went 9 hours straight, or 9 hours straight. We're going to do about 4 or 5 hours today, and we're going to do another 4 or 5 hours tomorrow. So we're here for you. Any questions that you have, send them via live chat on YouTube. Send them here on Instagram. If you'd like to chat a little while with Edgar for a question, we will have you on. Have you ask him the question that you may have personally, and we'll go from there. So we want this to continue to be a very, very interactive experience. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we thank Larry Zeno, all his team, Kuraray Noritake. We appreciate all you folks, and we hope that this is adding value to you. Are you ready for the next step?
Yeah. I think we also got a question from the stream. I thought he said Ibex. He said Cubex.
Cubex, yes.
So he's talking about Zirconia, so I apologize. I don't have the stream on me, so I thought he said Ibex. So Cubex, I don't use that Zirconia. Right now I've switched only to Katana, and that's the only thing, but I haven't even used it in the past. It's been probably a year or two since I've used another Zirconia. It's working right now for me. So I'm more of I don't like changes, so that's why I've kind of found what I like. And I'm always testing things. I always look at things because there's always something better. But again, I apologize. I thought you said Ibex and not Cubex, so I apologize on that. So again, if I can't hear it, I don't have any streams or nothing, so I can't see anything at all. So again, today what we're going to do is we're going to sign in, and today I'm going to use like this case. It's just any scan body. Again, you can use these with your libraries on ExoCAD, and we'll go through ExoCAD. Again, I have an older version on this computer. Since this one's easier to connect, we're going to use this one. And this is going to be a single unit posterior crown.
All right, you ready for me to set that up for you?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you want to show the process of scanning and then we should...
No, scanning is easy. You guys know how to just scan and everything.
Okay.
So my main goal is for you guys to actually see the screen on the ExoCAD side. Cool. Let's see here.
All right, so ladies and gents that are on the Instagram live feed, we will now transition into the YouTube so that you can see everything there. Alrighty, ladies and gents. So we're going to leave you here for a few moments, and we encourage you to go to the YouTube link. It's in the bio. All you have to do is exit out of here, click on the link on the bio. It's going to take you directly to the live feed. All right, here we go.
Cool. Again, I apologize. Anything, guys, let me know. It's like if you also any questions, you can stop me. I'm fine. I'll kind of start, maybe put my cell phone so I can see the questions as well, because I didn't hear those. Again, ExoCAD is just one of the programs that you're able to use. I just like ExoCAD. I also have the Zirconia. But I prefer exocad. To me, it's a little bit, for my production workflow, is a little bit more free. It lets me do a little bit more, especially with implants. I use original OEMs or third parties, whatever. Doctors really, I let my doctor sometimes, I kind of give them options of what to use. So if you've never done an actual implant with scan bodies, it's basically you'll get a scan body. This just happens to be whoever's brand it is, and it's basically a scan marker. It's going to give the information so it actually will know what the implant's position is. So these are just placed in the mouth, and I'll show you how to do that. But here we're in exocad. Again, this is just like a basic breeze through because we don't have a lot of time to kind of get so complicated. So I'm going to give you just the basics. I just start off as a new project. I might just do like, here you'll choose your doctor. I use my doctor's patient name. We'll just use test. And here, it doesn't really matter, but I kind of just keep a track of who's actually designed it. And I'm kind of going through this to show you guys how to use this and how I go through the workflow. Again, most of the time, by the time I'm in this step, I kind of know which material I'm going to use. I started looking at the actual case, how much room I have, if it can be screw retained, if it needs to be cement retained, so I've got everything planned by this time, and how I'm going to go about it, if I'm going to layer it, if I'm not going to layer it, so that way you already know. On this one, we're going to do screw retained full contour crown. That way it's just a little bit easier. It doesn't confuse you. If you haven't ever used this program before, it's very simple. Again, let me turn this on. So this is your main screen. This is where you're putting all your information, your name, your lab's name, or whoever doctor's it is, your patient's name, and then just charting everything here. So on this version here, I don't know the newer versions if it's any different, but on this list of prescription, I'm gonna put that. Let's see what the doctors. Okay, so here we're doing number 30. And again, since we're on this desk, that's why we're doing CAD/CAM first. But later tomorrow, if you want to see more, just let us know. So here's kind of where you have all your actual defaults or anything that you have for anatomical copings, ponics, your inlays, onlays, your wax ups. If you're doing bars or segments or splints or anything like that, this is where the area where you start selecting. So we're doing a number 30. I tend to use a lot of the times copings. Copings just lets me kind of do a cutback. If the last minute I kind of change my mind, I'm able to do a cutback or a full coping or just the facial. So that's why I always choose coping. That way I don't have to go back, change everything. So I keep everything in the coping, but usually it's anatomical. That way it's just full contour. And the rest, we can go through them later. But Zirconia, it's basic. And you just apply, say, screw retained. Now, the manual position you'll see here, that's if you don't have a scan body and you have to actually scan the actual titanium base or the abutment. So it gives you that option here. But today we're just going to do screw retained. You can also do custom abutments, then a cement retained crown on top. Today we're just going to do screw retained. Pre-op model, I don't have one. We'll do gingival separately. And then here's where you can kind of do your options and parameters. I kind of have already something set, but you can change it later on as well, so it's not a big deal. And it gives you just distances and horizontal. All this stuff, I kind of just change it as I'm going, but it's already usually set to what I needed. So everything, I'm going to leave it the way it is. Again, if anything is going on with audio, video, let us know. I have no clue what's going on live.
We're good.
Okay. So 30, and then we're going to do our adjacent teeth. And I just select one. It's just letting the system know that there's adjacent. We're going to scan separately the actual abutment and the scan body. And then I just choose one for antagonist, as opposing. And it's pretty much set. And I'm going to tell it. And this is where you're going to tell it whether it's a stone model or digital impressions. Let's see. So with this case, it's going to be 2 stone models in occlusion. But if you have a digital impression scan already from doctor, you can choose that as well. But today we're just going to do a model. All right, so everything's really set from this point on. And this one we're just gonna start scanning. Since I have a Denico, which is a Medit scanner, it goes me into the collab. It's the software that uses to scan instead of using exocad. So you might see it's a little bit different. Again, some of you have used this. There's different ways to actually go do the scan. There's different ways, different styles. This is the most basic that I just use. So when I first started, I didn't know what I was doing either. Everybody's like, use a scan body. I didn't know what was going on. But basically, this is the same thing. It's just your scan strategy settings here. It's letting you know, switch to the tooth number system US. And we're going to do the model. So we keep it on model, base. And I like to scan my scan body separate. And that's taking off the tissue. It's a more clear. And this is simple, just when you start scanning here. So we'll start scanning and go through the scan. We have a lot of time. We have a couple hours. So we have time to scan everything.
Log me into your Instagram. I'm gonna take a few pictures of you.
Oh, that's great.
Huh?
You want my camera?
Yes. No, your Instagram, so I can take pictures. Everything on your account.
Oh, I can do that later.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, it'll take you to this section here, and this is where you kind of select what information you want to scan on this. So that way, if your base is really huge, you don't need all that info. So I just try to keep it to the start of my base, and it starts scanning. Again, some of you have used this. This is very simple. Some have not. So we're kind of teaching from start to finish for everyone. And if I go too fast again, let me know. Just give me. So digital for me has been kind of a blessing because it's been able to duplicate myself. Like I'm able to take these scans and then send them off somewhere, get them designed if I'm really behind. Or I can take them home on a portable drive, and then I have another dongle at home. Or you can take your current dongle and just take it to the other computer at home. So I'm able to, again, portable, again, or I could be at the park with the kids. I have two daughters, so I can take them to the park and design while I'm there at lunch. So that's why I want you guys to just kind of see the workflow that I'm doing. Again, as we go, everybody will have different ways of doing it. And it's okay to do it either way. I think Dane was using exocad as well. Dane last one was using exocad, so there's a couple more videos there. But you'll see some of the information didn't get scanned, and that's usually high shined areas, glazed areas. If there's any kind of just shiny areas, sometimes they won't capture it. So you can spray it, but now with some of these, like these models, some of them the stone has particles where they're scanning stone. And they scan a lot better. Sometimes you just have to take extra scans, but you just add scans and you'll see. Again, this is opposing, so you don't need every little speck, but you try to grab everything as possible. And I use external storages for all this scan because they are big files. That way, when it does store up, I'm able to just buy another one and just keep them on file. So if these ever come back or I need to remake them, I can come back, grab the scan data. Usually, again, we get new scan data, but if it's the exact same thing you need, you go back to your scans or redesign it, and that way, it's a lot easier. So I just keep them about 5 years. I think now I have them up to 7 years, but just keep them as long as you need them. I know sometimes it does get to be a lot of information.
What kind of drives do you use to store this information?
Right now I have let's see what I have. I use a lot of these little guys here, the W, and they're 1 to 2 terabytes, and just keep them on these little passports, and they're very easy. Just grab them and go. So a lot of them, 2 terabytes, should last you a pretty good while, and I have a couple of these. And right now I'm having issues because I went from Mac, and so it's just hard to get them from one computer to the other. When I need to, especially just the STL files to transfer. So again, you've seen some of it's not picking up. You can use just regular quick checks to scan them. usually don't need to scan them. Sometimes, like say, these models are a little shiny, or they weren't made for scanning the stone. So you just scan them, just quick scan, very lightly. And it picks it up. I've seen people use these or athlete's foot spray. I've seen people use them. I've seen just different cans.
On that camera over there.
Yeah,
That one's the one.
Yeah, this one here is quick check is what I use. Quick check. There's this one here. It's alcohol, which dries a little faster. But let's see here. So we'll leave that one the way it is. It usually will be fine just for a day. Go to mandible, lower. And sometimes you just gotta, there's different of these stands, depending on what scanner you get to connect these with. There's multi-die for doing just copings. You can put, 8 different dies, scan 8 at a time, and then design them all 8 at the same time. So there's just different ways. Today again, we're just doing this case here. ExoCAD, if you guys want to learn, just shoot us some questions on it that you guys may have. Again, all we're doing right now is a single unit screw retained implant with a scan abutment. Any questions?
No, not right
Any
now.
feed? Okay. May need to just put the feed on my phone here. So these scanners as well, they need to be calibrated as well. Everything you got. This one comes with the calibration. So I do it about every 2 weeks, because you'll start seeing, sometimes you'll see like specks where there is no specks, like dust specks. And that's usually what's telling you that it's time to actually calibrate them. So it's an easy way to calibrate them. It's just calibration. And they all come with them. Let's scan this. And this one has a metal articulator. I think it's shining off a bit. Is what's going on. So again, if you guys want to comment, see what you guys are using in your laboratory, what systems, while we scan this through here. Physical, you have anything of what you need, what you're doing next, or anything you can do? I don't have. We're just scanning this here.
Okay. Give me a second here. So we have, so let's see here, give me a second. Consuelo Cordova is watching. She says hi on Facebook.
Hello, how's everybody?
Maybe one of your followers there. Alrighty.
So basically, like I said, we'll take this one through scan. I don't know if it's the feed that's actually cutting off my information. So I'll take another case here, and we'll do another case that's already scanned.
Could be the resources. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Could be the resources.
So we'll load. This is it. So once you got that scan, we'll kind of go through it. Avoid. It's just kind of time consuming. So I'm going to go pretend like we've already scanned that case. I'm going to open another case up. Because it was not scanning correctly. We'll start from scratch. So this is what will kind of come up after you scan this. Let's see what this case was. So here this is what it should look like here. Is everything already scanned? This was a digital model. That's what you see, the actual articulator.
So we have hello, Bill. Good to see you. Brian, good to see you. Annabelle from Dominican Republic is asking, what scanner are you using?
This is the Identico Medit Blue. It probably came out in 2016, I think it was when I got it. So it's still running pretty good.
Oh, by the way, the little plug in there, right?
Yeah, the little hat. So that's the Medit Blue. There's different scanners that use exocad. Just make sure the best advice I can give you is just make sure these scanners have good support, because that's one of the main things that's going on is just the support. They'll you buy one, then you make a phone call and there's nobody to help you get this going, or something's wrong with the actual program. So just find a good support, and there's different ones out there, and I'm not teamed up with anybody, so I'm not going to call anybody, but there's a lot of them. There's so many of them. So again, just ask support. But it's the Medit Identical Blue. Now they look the same, but they're more the lights are different. The projectors are a lot better. But this was a blue light.
Awesome. Thank you for asking. Thank you for answering, says Annabelle. Augustine, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you.
Good. So this case here is what it looked like. Digitally wise, I print everything here. And these were printed actually out because I can't remember who did these. I think Michael Smith did these. So these came in digitally through the Zirconia. So we got the 3D printing with the actual implants already set with the analogs. And be able just to get them different company. If you need to know what analogs we use, just let us know. But they're ready. Scanned it. And I use these little articulators here to actually articulate these models. They're called Enzo articulators. They're very easy. They just have a little glue. You glue these little plastic clips on them and they're ready set. Very easy. You can just articulate them very easy with just turning some knobs, setting everything. So they're very good for digital because you can use them for multiple cases. And you just need one and you can just pop them off, use the next case, and they're ready. So that's why I use these. They have a actual bar for digital models. It's just a little extension, so that's why I use these. So I scanned it already. This case here, and that's the case you see on the screen. So from here, it's going to actually take you to the actual implant positioning. So this is where you take that information on this scan body, this green scan body here. It's going to ask you what kind of system you're using. So this is where you choose who the scan body came from. You can't use these over different people's bases with different scan bodies. So you got to get the scan body and the base from the same company. And so these here come from a certain company. They're third party. Again, today this is a Zimmer TSV. So you go through a library. Each company will have a library which you download. You throw it into exocad. And again, if you have good support, they can do that for you. You can get anatomies and libraries for implants, anatomy, ponics, everything. So today we're using here. You come and find the actual file. once you find the file, it'll give you kind of warning because it is third party. You can just delete that. But if you see here, it will actually show you which one you're using, the height of it as well. So we'll use the longer one today. So it'll give you the height of the actual bases. Some of the bases you can cut, they come longer than usual. And you can cut them so you can select, there's lines and you can select them. And this is where you actually would choose that. And this is your actual fit. So you can choose how you want, how loose and tight you want. So you can choose the actual fits on them. From here you just start selecting, so it's 29, select 29, and even if it's not in place, you select this best fitting match, then it'll actually match it for you, and you can see it just literally matched it. You see how the yellow, so the green is what you scanned, the orange is the actual library. It's gonna actually just combine them, and that's how it knows where the actual implant is, where the analog, where everything is. As you can see, you can take the scan body. It knows exactly where it finds the actual implant, and it gives you digital file of the TI base. So here's like when you make sure you have room for that length, you can actually correct yourself if you need to cut it down. You cut it down, but you have to go back and select the smaller one, which is the 4.0. On this system, there's 5.5 and the 4.0 length, so you're able to actually adjust it from here. So now it's giving me number 30. You go and select 30, very easy. Best fitting match, it will match it, and you're ready to go. So this, exactly where you would actually here select tissue, which on this case I didn't use tissue because tissue it came in bad. So I just kind of scanned it together. It was just tearing apart. As you can see, this little tears were tearing. So I scanned the actual model, the actual upper as is, and then the lower with the tissue together. Because again, there was no removable, so I couldn't scan it separate. Emergence profile, we'll just keep it. This is where you would actually detect your emergence profile. But today we're just going to leave it as is. So here's where you start just placing, tooth placement. You don't need to worry about anatomy, it's just tooth placing. You start just placing the actual crown where you're setting also your occlusion as well. So you want to set it very close to where you actually want it. You can look from the top to see if anything's hitting. There's also the option here where it'll show you if it's too high, but you can leave it as is now, and then we can later on adjust the actual occlusion. So just leave it as it is here. Now what I do, and I just kind of learned is I usually save these as wax ups here at this stage, because when you'll see when you go forward, it will actually shrink the area where the base is at, and it'll give you a very bad distortion. So I save it at this stage always. I come up here and I save this scene as an actual wax up. So we'll just put it on my desktop, test, wax up. And you can just label whatever you want, test, and I just save that scene. Again, you save it as STL, test, wax up. And I save that because I want to save all this area here on the gingival. So when it actually merges together and it comes together, it will actually keep everything similar to this, and it's easier to edit a little bit forward, and you'll see why. Because it will shrink it to the base, and you'll see wrinkles and everything to it. But here's where you can actually play with your angles of the base, and it gives you also angulation options here. So if screw channel wise you want to change the screw channel, this is where you would do it. So again, it will tell you with red when it's too much, but you can change it up to whatever you want, so it's clickable. So you can change the actual. Again, this is fine. We'll just keep it to reset this. I'll just do it to 8 degrees on this one. And just 1. Keep it on there for now. Again, this is, we're just going to fly through this because it's just a basic actual just teaching. My main goal is to get into the ceramics, but I want you guys, because there's been a lot of questions on this. So on this stage, I actually can go to export and import that wax up that I had. And it's going to give me a better idea because it shrank everything down here at the base. So usually it's actually worse than this. It actually didn't come out that bad. But I can come out in here and actually add a mesh. Go here, tools. And you go to add or remove mesh. And then you can load that one you saved to your desktop. So it will give you that wax up, and it will actually line it up with what you have now. So line up the wax up with your current scans. And that way, giving you a better idea. So you can actually take this in the wizard, and I usually just come and build this up here, and it gives me a better idea where I was. Again, it's depending on the case that you're doing, but this is a lot easier. Again, you fill it up as much as you want here, and it's going to match it to the wax up. Again, this time it was really good. It didn't actually shrink it that much, so it's really easy. But again, you want as much as you want to fill, whatever you're trying to fill. If you're trying to do tissue, you can do it at this stage here. If you need to make it more of a teardrop, if you need ridge lap, whatever you need to do, you do it on this stage. And you can just go to the next step, and it'll actually correct the model on this one, and then adapt your tools. And then what this is doing is adapting to your actual wax up. So it's going to shrink it to whatever you had in the wax up. As you can see, the changes already happening. And that's why I save my wax up, because I want, sometimes it's less work for me to try to add it by hand where I was at. And it mainly shrinks because it's trying to fix it to the titanium base. But this way it's adapting itself automatically, and then I make quick changes to keep it how it was. But before I was doing everything by hand, and I just learned how to do this with the wax up. Takes a little bit, and it's done. So see, you saw it before, and now it's adapted to the wax up. So whatever wax up you're using, if it was by hand, you can scan the wax up, or you can do a wax up digitally, but you can save those. And it'll show up as pre-op scans. And here you just come in and just change anatomy, your occlusions, smooth everything out. Just say we'll just smooth it out. Again, this is not going to be perfect. We're just going to go through it. You can take away these layers, whether it's your jaw scans or your abutments. You can select anything here. Gingivas, the opposing, clicking on and off. So again, we'll just move this out. And what you're seeing in color is areas that are actually hitting. So your contacts. So again, this is, you can use this as a color-coded system. So you can make profiles for your doctors. And once you have all your profiles done, you can save them. So that way when you want contacts, doctors want the same contacts, you know whether it changes colors. For example, we'll add this contact. So the blues is the lightest, and then it changed colors as heavier. And here's a scale that will show you the actual scale of how heavy it is and how light. You can also go to this adapt, and you can adapt your anapproximals and tell it how much to adapt it to, and it will automatically adjust your context. So with every doctor you might have adjacents, and say this doctor likes it 0.2, it will actually adjust it to the 0.2, and that's out, out. Or you can go to 1, whatever your doctor's asking for. So just different ways. So it actually adapts it so by itself. So today we're just going to leave it this way. Again, if I'm going too fast, let me know. There's just a lot to cover within these days. We're going today till what, like 3 or 4?
Mm-hmm.
How's it, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Again, I'm only doing ExoCAD because I'm in front of this computer, and then we'll take a break and we'll switch to the ceramic table, and then I'll show you all the ceramics, all the porcelain, and doing the rest here just because we have everything set up here ready, and that's why I'm showing you this first. But there are just a lot of questions that came in. I do like these implants. So again, the same way is going to go for a full arch. You're going to use scan bodies. You're going to type it in single. You're going to tell it what to do. Tissue and everything is the same way. And I know it's kind of fast, but say this is good to go. Say you fixed it up. You changed whatever your contacts you wanted. Check the occlusion. Occlusion will show as a blue mark as well. Same thing with your interproximals, the same theory. It will show your heaviness here. Blue is the lightest. It goes to teal, green, yellow, and then red. And that's how heavy it's getting. And just make sure in between you don't have these weird indications here. Again, this is really fast once you already learn how to use the system. But just say we like the where it is there. And actually we'll take it in the shrinkage phase. And this is where I actually will do facial. This is why I like doing the coping selection. We'll go back to this coping selection. Because if you don't choose this and you go to anatomical later on, it's just a little bit more difficult to go back and do everything. Just pain, especially if you're on a production speed. But this is where you can actually choose a cutback. Like say I want to do a facial cutback because doctor just wants more translucent facially. You can check this where it says excluded selected parts. You can take away your wax up and your anatomical. And you can actually choose what area. So whatever you're choosing in the blue is what's going to shrink. So say we just want, again, we want to take this time, but ideally I would do here and maybe a little bit on my custom cutback. This one, we'll do the same thing. Say we want that whole facial cutback. So we just select it. We'll do all that facial cutback here. We'll do this cusp only on this one. So we just, for some reason, we just want this. So you'll select everything here. There's the cutback. You can tell it how much to shrink. Minimum thickness of the coping, I always 0.5, 0.6. And then depth, how much do you want to shrink? I have it at 0.8. So as you start using this, you kind of learn what your shrinkages are, what you like, how you're layering. We'll just leave it, just say 0.8. You'll actually start shrinking this digitally. And I'll take, so it actually shrunk this way. Well, I chose the wrong one. Let's see here. So I did it backwards. Okay. Okay, so actually we'll shrink it facially. And then after it actually shrinks it, you can actually go in and smooth it out and do the rest of it here. You can just smooth whatever you want, but actually we'll shrink it. Again, we just kind of quickly just selected it. Some of these programs, sometimes it gets confusing because I use different CAD systems. So some of them are opposite. So this way it was actually the blue, you select the rest, and then the red was you select here. But you can just cut it back, and it'll give you a cut back of what you want. That way you have it ready for porcelain, and you can just kind of compare it to what you had on your wax up and how much room you have for porcelain. If it's too much, you'll make your changes in this section here. But you can see, so you can always go back to your wax ups. Again, this is not a perfect scan, but then you can do screw hole designs here, the thickness. So this is why I like it, because it's so open. Your thickness of your screw holes, height. If you're layering, I usually layer, actually have my screw hole a little bit higher, so that way I can manually cut the actual screw hole. But on this one we'll leave it even, flush. And they're just ready to just mill. Again, this is not something that I would cut back like here was the wrong area cut, but we're mainly showing the facial. And these you just save them as STLs. You go save file, you save them in your STLs, and that way they're ready just to mill. And you can always go back to expert mode. And there, like I said, there's so open this system is to make changes. Like if now I just forgot to do something, you can go back into this and actually change everything. You can just select that actual tooth and let you do it bottoms, free forms, reduce the tooth. So it lets you rechange it. It lets you edit the meshes. If you see something that wasn't aligned, like occlusion at the end, it lets you, that's why I usually leave these guides here, and this will show you that it's in the right occlusion, especially with the digital case. But you can always confirm and double check your occlusions to see if they look right with the model and this, everything's aligned. You can change, let's see, again, anything, correct your opposing, edit your opposings, your bases, your edit your mesh. You can cut the meshes if there's extra meshes that you need to cut out. You can just delete it. And you can delete and cut models, whatever you need to do. And that's why I use the system. It just, for me, it's a lot easier. It's a lot faster. Again, it gets a lot more detailed. This is just basics. Kind of give you an idea of what to do and how to do it. Before I close, is there anybody have any questions that I can go more in? Again, this is just kind of quick. It's not an ExoCAD course. It's more giving you an idea of what's going on, scan bodies, and what's my process in my lab.
Anybody on Instagram have any questions? Let's see here. As soon as we get back, we're going to be doing a few more giveaways. Do remember, let me switch this over here. Switch this over here. There we go. So, ladies and gents, remember we are encouraging you to watch on YouTube, because the quality, the video and audio quality is much better. Also, for those of you that have mills and would like to try out one of these pucks or any of these products that that Edgar has been talking about, on Instagram, what you would do is go to Lab Media TV's Instagram, send us your name, email, and address, and we will be doing a few giveaways later on in the day. Alrighty, what we're going to do is we're going to have a few moments of a pause. What we're going to do is I'm going to have Edgar's latest podcast begin to play. Are we going to go on pause right now so we can set up the table?
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go to pause so I can kind of switch over and really get into the Noritake ceramics and internal staining, adjusting the crowns. I'm already going to go adjust the actual coping. But I'll kind of give an overview of how to do it. But yeah, we're going to switch over to the other desk. We just got cameras and everything. We got to switch over. But that's why I want to know if there's any questions now that we're in front of ExoCAD. So when we come back, I won't be able to show it till maybe tomorrow.
Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to place you on a brief intermission here while we set up on the table. We're going to be back with another great demo in just a few moments. Again, you can stay logged on, because we're going to be, those of you that are watching on Instagram, we encourage you to go to YouTube so that you can continue the feed there. And what we're going to do is we're going to begin to play Edgar's latest podcast, alrighty, for the next couple of minutes as we set up for the table clinic. Alrighty, we'll see you there.
here we go. Welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. Thank you for stopping by. This is brought to you by Lab Media TV. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and here we go. Remember to follow us on social media at Lab Media TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and today we have another guest, or a guest who was on the first season. We brought him on the show and we asked him about his process, his past, how he became a dental technician and went from working at a garage into now speaking for Noritake. He was recently featured in West Palm Beach at the Zon Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Mr. Edgar Munoz. Edgar, welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me, man. It's good. I'm always happy to be here.
It's always good to have you. How's your new year shaping up so far?
Man, it started fast, and it's not slowing down, so it's a good thing. Literally, we just got off the lab right now. Got out of the lab, it was what, 7:30-ish, somewhere around there. So it's a blessing to have work, and it's good. I'm happy.
So good to hear that. So good to hear it. We're excited to be able to hear all these things from all around. And we recently saw each other here in, as I just mentioned, at the Zon Expo here in West Palm Beach. You spoke out there for Noritake. How was that?
Oh man, it was fun. Weather was good, everything was good. The setup they did was awesome as well, and we met some new people that we'd never met before, and it was totally awesome, man. I really loved that area as well.
Yeah, then we actually hit the beach after a couple of hours on Saturday, and I did not know that you were a drone aficionado, but apparently you're now you have a YouTube channel dedicated to the shots that you get whenever you travel. What are you going to do with this? Is this a new hobby that you're picking up, or you just did it that one time, or what's the deal with that?
No, so I've been flying drones for a couple of years now, but as I've been doing it, I get some requests if people want to see more or they want me to post a video. So I was posting it on Facebook, but on Facebook they only let you post, I think it's like a 1080p or something. They won't go 4K. So what I did was I went to YouTube and we started to learn the process of posting on there and trying to build a channel up there. So we started at 0 people. We'll see what we can do on this 2020. Like I said, it's a hobby. It's something just to take stress off.
That's cool. That's cool. And so you're going to be in Chicago in February. We're going to be in Chicago in February. It's again LMT Lab Day. It's the biggest trade show for the dental laboratory technology aspect of the business. You're going to be out there with the Zon. But before February, do you have any other engagements going on this month of January, maybe the beginning of next month as well?
Yeah, we do. We started this year off. So we got some custom staining trips we have to do out of state, and then a couple of teaching things I'm doing extra on the side, and and then from there we go to Chicago, and then we got a couple more that are coming up as well.
That's exciting. And you won't only be at the Zon booth, and you're going to be working with Noritake at the Zon booth. Am I correct?
Yeah, we'll be at the Zon ballroom, and then we'll be at the Noritake booth downstairs where all the vendors are. And then on Saturday we'll be at the McCormick Dentist finishing their convention. So we'll be there demoing some of the techniques for them since they're going digital, how to stain and glaze a little bit faster and make it look nicer, and just talking to these doctors, educating them on what Katana can do for them. Again, they have the block, which is the STML block, and a lot of them don't know we have other pucks in the lab, different strengths, different multi-layer translucencies. So that's what we go in there. We educate these doctors.
That's amazing that we're seeing this relationship grow between dental technicians and doctors on another level, really.
Oh yeah.
That you and I, we spoke a while back about you taking time to really explain and go through your process when it comes to these staining and glazing and these simple processes that a doctor can have done in their laboratory. But there is also another side to this. There are some dental technicians that aren't for that because they believe that that can minimize the opportunity for work for them. Yet your point of view, as I understood it, was that you've been having success in terms of gaining more trust from the doctor and even improving your relationship and even not losing accounts but gaining accounts. Can you touch a little bit on that? How is that working for you?
Yeah, man, it's as we all know, the industry is changing, and so that's what I'm trying to do is just keep up with these changes. Plus, I love technology, so what I'm doing is, I know I'm losing some accounts on single units, especially now that they're getting their own milling machines and sintering ovens. And I mean, some of these sintering ovens are even amazing. They're 30 minutes, 20 minutes for a sintering, which we before used to take 10-hour sintering cycles. So again, they're doing their single units, and in return, I'm teaching them how to stain and glaze, how to finish these restoration a little bit more natural. And again, in return, what they're doing is I'm seeing that they're getting a lot more confident in prepping bigger cases and doing implants, and in return, I'm getting those big cases. So it's it's there was a fight there in the single units where it's not worth it for me to do single units anymore. So again, I tell these doctors, look, I want you to do single units, and then we do the complicated cases for you.
That's very interesting. Do you believe there is still a market for these single units?
Yeah, they're always going to be because some doctors aren't, they don't want to invest a couple of $100,000 in equipment. So there's always going to be a market there. I think that the prices are going lower, but it's depending on your laboratory, on your niche. So I've seen people have a niche of single units, and they're getting a good amount of money for them. So again, it's not going to die 100%, but it is changing to a good percentage that it's probably not worth it anymore.
And then we also, as you mentioned before, there are a lot of doctors that are purchasing their own equipment, their own milling
Exactly.
equipment,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the turnaround is has come down so much. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's incredible. I mean, they can put it in one day, in a couple of hours.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. So yeah, even on the katana side, so we've with our material, the block, the zirconia, um, from start to finish, we say in 2 hours is what between the prepping, the designing, the milling, and the sintering. So start to finish 2 hours. So patient get prepped, go eat, and get something to eat, quick buy or take a rest, and then come back in 2 hours and it's ready to go in the mouth. And in the past we've seen these restorations not look so great. So that's why I'm trying to help these doctors, again, educating them and making these look like they're coming out of the laboratory. Again, it's something they're going to do anyways, and so we need to find another angle to have these doctors as a clients instead of losing them. So I think a lot of times we give up and we don't want to, we don't want to do anything about it, and we lose these doctors. But they're not going anywhere. I don't care what any doctor says. You're not going to get rid of a dental technician. We're always going to be there, and they're going to need our help. So we got to be there.
right. I agree with that. I definitely believe that the dental technician is evolving, has always evolved,
Oh
and
yes.
is continuing to evolve into that technological aspect of the business, the digital dentistry. However, I do believe that a lot of the fundamental instruction that was given many years ago and has been passed down, and the developments and everything are still very relevant
Oh yeah,
to
yeah.
this day. And I believe also that there is a need uh, for for the new generation of dental technicians. And when I mean new generation, I'm talking about new technicians, which there aren't a lot, right? We definitely know that, but those young people that are getting into technology and learning how to use softwares, they need these fundamentals so that they can effectively do their work. What has been your experience with new technicians? Or when I mean by new technicians, is somebody that's been in the industry for a very little time and all they know is digital.
Yeah, like again, Bill, again, we talk a lot about digital and how it's evolving, but again, our hands are, what I've seen with the new guys is they come in knowing, they get taught, how to scan and get in scanned impression and make a restoration using a library. The problem is when those systems go down, they don't know what they're doing anymore. It's
Mm,
like they just don't know what to do, how to act. So they never learned how to pour a model. They never knew how to prep, get the impression ready for pouring a model, getting the model ready, and so on and so on. So, again, I think that was a blessing for me. I came in within the times where everybody was doing handmade. And so, I've been blessed to be able to meet some of these big, technicians that are way, way better than me. And, I've learned and just, I was a sponge the last 10 years. So I'm able to do it handmade if I have to, 100%, or digital 100%. Now I'm using probably 50-50 of technology and then 50% of my hands to finish the restorations. But I think that's the lack of the knowledge of occlusion. I mean, some of these guys are just designing stuff without thinking of occlusion, excursion, movement. They're forgetting about these basics. And I do agree with that's one of the bad negative things about it. But at the same time, I'm tech savvy, so I've used it as a positive tool on my side. It's only helped my lab be faster. Again, if you're scanning correctly, it should be a lot more accurate than us pouring models. Again, in the model stone, there is shrinkage, there's expansion, there's so many variables. You didn't add water correctly, so digital, I mean, it is accurate, it's very accurate, but you have to know the basics. You have to know, a lot of these guys never even been in the laboratory getting dirty. So again, we can't forget those old, what we say old techniques, but that's what is the foundation of a dental technician.
and very relevant, still to this day. Very
Yes.
relevant. That's very
Oh yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
You bring that
Yeah,
up.
some of these guys that are doing it all handmade, they're the most beautiful restorations. But again, technology's coming, and what are they going to do when everybody's using digital scanners inside the clinician's office? They got to learn what's going on as well, because that's just like the new side of the lab business. So again, even on digital, sometimes we 3D print a model and we still got to do a refractory. So you got to know how to cut the 3D impression and how to base it and how to do everything and process it. So again, we got to remember those basic foundation techniques that we used to do.
Very interesting. I definitely agree with that very much. I was speaking to a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Bart Cothran, who's on the board of the FDLA, and he was sharing with me that he was teaching a course, and there was a large majority of the people that he was teaching that had never they had no idea.
Yeah, they had no idea.
It's very interesting, very interesting to see how uh, this shift within the dental digital dentistry, let's call it, or technology within dentistry is changing so fast
It is.
that I believe it may be even hard or difficult or complex for the complete shift to happen. And it's all about growing pains right now.
Oh
We're in
yeah,
a
yeah.
very exciting time because, as you shared before, technology gives the smaller lab the ability to compete with the bigger labs. What has been your experience with technology? How has that helped you being a small lab in comparison to the larger labs, now being able to use a milling unit and all these other tools available to you?
Yeah, so on mine, it's been a positive thing. Again, I started being a technician with 19 years ago, but my laboratory is about 5 years old. So I started literally, again, same story, $700, porcelain oven. 5 year later, we technology has helped me get, as far as I have, and now we have, scanners and mills in the lab. But there is a pain to going from hands, because I was used to doing everything by hand and going digital. Luckily, I love technology. I mean, you see me, everything that I use, drones and everything. But there is is some things that are not there yet. Like I did struggle like inlays and onlays. I was 3D printing these models, and my inlays and onlays weren't fitting. There were some adjustments you have to make. No matter how accurate these printers are, they don't get undercuts, or they're not printing exactly to what you need. So there were some changes, there were some pains that we had to make changes, and but now everything's rolling good, and it's made me faster. I now don't have to, before I was outsourcing maybe 6,000 to 10,000 a month on copings and frameworks. So,
Wow.
and I was under, their time frame, their prices, and if they wanted to do it for me or not. So, but when the equipment went down in price, because before mills were a couple $100,000, and now we're seeing mills 20,000, 30,000, $50,000 mills that are 5-axis mills, and they're very good mills for. So it's even the playing field for us smaller labs, 1-man lab, 2-man labs. We're not at some other big labs again time frame or bullying us. So now it's easier for us to buy this equipment and do it ourselves. It's made me faster. There's accuracies in some places. So it's been a positive change for me, but I mean, it wasn't easy. And now that's why I'm here trying to teach people and trying to help them out to anything that I can.
So one of the things that is very interesting when I speak with you is you have been a dental technician for 19 years.
Yes.
However, you weren't in the position that you're in. You haven't been rather in the position that you're in now, speaking for Noritake and being at the Zon expo and people coming and asking you questions and you teaching people and possibly even correcting certain misconceptions about a process or a technique or whatever it is. It hasn't always been like that for you.
No.
So when was it technology, or what was it that took you from being a dental technician that was just doing what he was doing, the simple work, let's call it, just the day in day out, and now you're teaching people. Now they're asking you to come and speak at different places and share that secret or that technology, or rather the use of the technology that's giving you the results that you're getting.
Well, I mean, yeah, again, it wasn't all like this, but I think I spent most of my time being a sponge. Again, I came from a different background of industry before this. I played competitive baseball, and then I was doing real estate on the side, or I even worked, at Best Buy as an install technology. So I was installing, equipment. So when I got into the dental field, I was way behind. I was already, in my 20s, so I had to learn quickly. I had to adapt. I really liked it. When I touched ceramic the first time, I was just like, "This is it. This is what I want to do." But I knew that I was way behind. There was guys that were amazing and still are. They're way ahead of the game. I'm still behind, so I'm still even playing catch up. But I think what it was I was just blessed to meet some of these great techs and sponge and learn from them. Whether there's one thing from each guy, and I've managed to kind of make my own style, because we all have our own style. And the only reason why I started teaching or speaking was I got an opportunity from Noritake with Larry Zeno, and I was asked to go to Puerto Rico and talk to a couple. It was tons of doctors there actually that showed up, and I saw that there was a lack of like we're still not sharing, and the first thing they told me is like, "Why are you sharing all this info with us?" I mean, most of the time everybody's hiding their techniques, and I told them, look, I came the same way, and I was taught everything that I know, so now I'm trying to teach it back to everybody as well. It's like giving it back to people. Again, if I was to disappear or retire from this industry or something happened and I didn't teach anybody, what's the good of it? We gotta give back. There's more than enough work out here, but there was no secret. It was hard work to get here. It's sleepless nights. Sometimes I was getting 2 hours of sleep, learning. I was, whether I was in the garage working or I was learning, I was reading books, I was, teaching myself. There's, I'm even ExoCAD I learned by myself. I just bought it and I started learning it, and then, Just recently, I think it was like 2 years ago, a year ago, I went just to California to one of their ExoCAD courses, but I knew it all really. But again, it's been all trial and error, sponging off other technicians, learning from them, and that's how I really got to this. But again, there was no secret, no nothing. It just happened. I think things happen for a reason, and now I'm out here just trying to teach everybody as much as I know.
Absolutely. I definitely appreciate every time I hear a dental technician that has that passion to give back, really, and to share the different experiences that definitely render that type of result, especially seeing gentlemen as yourself. And I had the opportunity a year ago. We went to Dominican Republic. Lab Media TV went to Dominican Republic, and we set up an event at the Catholic University of Santo Domingo, and we took a great dental technician by the name of John Wesley McMillan, Spitfire. I love that guy, and I remember this guy. He just shared that, and it's a wonderful thing to see dental technicians that have traveled, that have brought back that information, and share it and make it available for people to grow, because it's about growing again, like you mentioned, and I agree with that. Everything is changing. Technology is leading different changes, or inducing different changes, bringing different changes, and a lot of change. And if there are certain things that I'm sure you would have learned, let's say 10 years ago, you would be in another situation today, right?
Yeah.
But it's a progression of learning. That's very exciting. Now, for the rest of the year, what do you have planned for the rest of the year? What are you going to be doing?
I haven't, really looked at too far of the schedule. I know there's stuff lined up already through the year. But mainly, again, I'm kind of restructuring my laboratory as I'm able to now, as I've just grown a little bit too fast. So I'm working on that right now. I grabbed a little bit too much sometimes. I thought I could do it. I was saying yes to everybody. So I'm kind of working on that right now, is just restructuring and just really finding my niche that I would like to do. I was kind of all over the place this last year, really, where I was doing a little bit of everything. And so I've kind of found the things that I really like. Like I love doing implant dentistry, restorations, and I'm loving that area right now. And then like single unit anteriors, I'm loving just to layer, and I want to enjoy that again. So I'm kind of restructuring things, getting rid of some things, and just kind of fixing that. Then we'll be teaching again all through the year. Things just come up last minute as well. So I'm going to start being a little bit more active, also posting of where I'm going to be, what I'm going to be doing. Again, I'm not the best technician, but with the stuff that I know, I'm willing to share with anybody. So if anybody has questions, they can always ask me. I'm always here. You don't need to go to a course to ask me. So, because I know there's younger guys coming behind me, and I remember when I was coming behind, and I used to look up to technicians, and at that time they weren't sharing as much. It was I don't know, most of the time you would ask a technician when I started, and they were hiding. I started a big production lab, so everybody was trying to fight for that extra 10 cent raise. So nobody was sharing their technique. So now I'm able to, so I'm going to do it. But that's our main goal this year. There's nothing really big that I have yet. I actually need to sit down and probably look at the vision board again, and redo that vision board, because it's in the back. I actually just cleared it out. You can see it in the background. It's empty, like literally empty. I just took everything off. So we're gonna sit down and do that this couple of days.
And you mentioned this whole thing with the 10-cent raise and everything. Dental technician, or dental laboratory professionals, dental technician professionals are definitely professional.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a dental technician is a professional. Of course, we all agree that there are different degrees,
right, to the level of results that are achieved or rendered.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with a demo that Edgar is going to be working on in just a moment. I do want to thank once again Kuraray, Noritake, and all the team, Mr. Larry Zeno, for being part of this program and for being part of bringing this program to you. We know that it's a very difficult time. We haven't been in a time like this in a very, very, very long time. But we definitely want to make sure that you are encouraged and you continue to learn. And again, companies like Kuraray, Noritake are the ones that are at the forefront of making sure that even at these moments you have what you need. So, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, Mr. Edgar Munoz, who will begin this demo. I do want to say one more thing, though. We are going to be giving away a brush, an MPF brush. Can you put that on the screen real quick there, Edgar? We're looking at you as well. Can you put that on the screen?
Yeah, let me get that here. Yeah, this looks like it's a size 6 brush MPF. So this is like one of a kind because they don't make this one anymore. It has the actual wood.
Wow.
The wood handle with the silver. So just let us know. Hezekiah will know more how to do this.
So what we are encouraging you to do is go to Lab Media TV on Instagram, and you will be sending us a message with your name, your address, your email, and also brush. If you are interested in the drawings that we're going to do for the pucks, which we actually have back there, you just type in Zirconia puck. And if you're interested in the brush giveaway, your name, your email, your address, and MPF brush. What we're going to do is at the end of the demo, we're going to be choosing a name, and we're going to be doing that giveaway. So again, without any further ado, Mr. Edgar Munoz begins the demo.
Awesome. Thank you, Hezekiah. Cool. So now we're on this little side here. It's just one of the ceramics desk here. We're gonna go through today EX3, a little bit of NP bonder, and going through opaquing process. Now NP bonder, before I just forget this, it's used for the non-precious metals to get a better bond, and also if you're having any kind of like greening, yellowing, this will cure it here. And I'll show you a little bit more on the future as we go on how to apply this, how to put it on. Well, I'm also going to be showing, I'm going to give you kind of an outline. Noritake just came out with some new translucents and some opalescent powders. Our opalescent is what you'll see, the LT, like luster porcelains. So they came out with some new ones, like Teak Clear is one of the translucents, Royal Blue. And you can see how a lot of people were asking for these. Came out with the coral. And I make my own shade tabs. The ones you see on here, I have a shade tab maker, but I kind of like using an actual washer. I just grab a washer and let's see, I think there's one. Just a regular washer. Just apply porcelain in between, just pop it in, put it on a tray, and make some little tabs just like this. So just make the little tabs, but that's how you can just make some tabs. And I keep tabs. I kind of just started, since the start, I didn't go by the name. I kind of just started memorizing color. And so that's the way that when I build up my teeth, I know more by color than by actual name. But these are the new opalescent powders that came out, LT Super Luster. And this is the one that you saw the tooth on one of the pictures. It's probably on my profile, but I made it out of this, and this is the one. Depending on the angle, you get different effects. Whether it's like a pinkish and then a bluish. So it's just depending on how the light hits it. And LTX. So 5 total. They came out for the metal EX3 and the ZZR, both systems. So again, small little kit here, but you can kind of see them. And we'll use those here a little bit here in the future here in the podcast.
The live cast.
So today, also I wanted to go through a little bit more of the katana breakdown of how these layers are done. And so every puck or block is going to be very consistent in the gradation layer. It starts down with like a body dentin 3.5% layer. And I'll show you here, I don't know if you can see it very well on the computer, but all these, I'm going to put these up online for you to download, all these PDFs, and then pictures for you guys to have a little bit later. But basically, it's four layers. It's the 3.5 body layer, then the 15% gradation, the 15% another gradation layer that's in between your enamel, and then the finally in the enamel. And that way it gives it nice, even look instead of like a straight line where the enamel didn't meet. And so they decided to do that way, and I think it's perfect. Sometimes what I do is I buy the thicker pucks, and I'm able in my cam to move them up or down depending on the translucency that I want. So if I want a little bit more enamel, actually we'll push it up inside the cam, up in the disc, and then if I need more dent, and actually we'll lower that in the cam depending on the milling. Again, there's different ways to maneuver how to get these translucencies. But this actually, these multi-layers I like because it gives me my base of my body and my base of my enamel, so I don't have to layer that anymore. What I'm basically doing when I micro layer is I'm putting my, say I need calcification, a fracture line, characterization is what I do internally, so that's why I do my cutback, do my internal staining, and then I just apply my opalescent or my translucent powders on there for the final layer, just to seal everything up. Again, everything that I'm going to talk about today is not to confuse you. I'm going to keep it very simple. Like some of this, for some of you, is going to be very simple. You're like, I already know this. Some people, they've never done this. They've just known. The way that I learned was basically like a 2-portion system. It was dent enamel, and that was it. We didn't do any kind. So I want to just cover, because sometimes we get too excited. We start doing all these, the mamelons and everything. And there's some good techs out there that are putting some videos out there. I know in Mexico there's Oriol de la Mata. He's putting some good videos that are advanced, that are very good. So you guys can go there back and forth. I'll do some today. I'll do some like a fracture layer, maybe some calcification. Just keep it simple again. I don't want to confuse you. This whole thing is for you to learn. And then from now on, I'm going to start doing these a little bit more and then go on to more advanced. But today we're going to keep it basic. Time flies by. It's like we have 2 days, but it seems like it's flying by really quick. So again, that's just the gradation layers on the layers. We went through the UTML, which I kind of want to go again. If you were new coming in right now, we basically have 5 different choices of discs, pucks: UTML, STML, and then there's the HT and HTML. So, and you'll see some HTs and ML separates if there's some still available around. But now they've merged, so it's the HTML in 1100, and then there's also the HT, which is still 1100, but that's mono, that's not multi. And that's again what I'm using for my 4 ultras is my HT. So let's start going through again some of the shades, because I didn't go over earlier. I wasn't in front of my live. Like STML, it comes with like an NW. Some of you haven't heard. That's a Noritake white, and that's our bleach shade. A1, A2, A3, and then A4, and then also B1, B2, B3. So basically, there's 15 shades of the Vita. Basically the darks, the B4, C4, and D4 are not yet available. I don't know if they're coming out. But again, I showed you the process of my scanning. And then from scanning, I usually start, when my impressions come in, I'll actually throw them in the 3D printer. And I use little frozen printers. I'll leave a link down below after this live podcast is over. And we'll leave you links to these stuff. But today my goal is just to show you a lot of these ceramics kind of fast and going. But I show you that that was the same case, similar case, same articulator. So when I first start getting the case, even before I start my ceramics, I start looking at what vector shade and what the target shade is. In my lab, I rarely get anything that's super custom that I need like a 20 powder buildup. That's just my clientele. I know some of you are different. Some of you are production. Some of you are more cosmetic. Some of you. So I'm like kind of in between. So I rarely get too much. What I get mainly is bleach shades, lighter shades, B1s, and small designs like full like 10 units from 6 to 11. So I'm not worried too much. I practice again. You got to practice because they will come up. But I do a lot of character. I don't do a lot of characterization. So mine are very simple. But I kind of will show you if I do get one. Now I learned this from a course that I took in Japan and also in Virginia with Nayat Yausa. I can't really say his name, but I'll leave a link. He's really good, man. He's from Japan, and he's really good at what he does in ceramics. So we'll leave a link to his profile. But he showed me this kind of idea of how to shade analysis. Because usually what we'll get is something like this. We'll get like a shade tab in the mouth, a picture, maybe two if we're lucky. So this one's like 1M1, 1M2. And I do all this in Keynote. I'm kind of transitioning from anything from Windows. Now I'm going just to Mac. I'm just seeing a lot of good things that I can use. But I'm kind of liking Mac, but I'm having a transition right now through it. But I take everything this was taught through Keynote. And again, I'll leave his link. He can probably teach you a lot better. But actually, he taught me how to slice this in Keynote. And there's more to it. You can go deeper with the gray cards, white cards. I mean, you can go as deep as you want, but I keep things simple. Like, I just keep them everyday production work to keep going. So I'll actually slice the shade tabs, and I'll slice the picture from the tooth. And since we had two shades, that's why I have the two. So I'm able to actually look and compare them to like the 1M2 to the actual case, and then 1M2 to the actual case here. These are the both. They're just 1M1, 1M2. And then I actually will switch it over to the 1M12, and we'll kind of just see what value chroma I need. I'm actually looking at much more at chroma shade right here on this specific slide. You can actually go into make it in black and white to see your values, low value, high value. Again, everything's matching up to 1M1 as close as possible. From here, you can actually yourself see what's next, like what else you want to. Again, this is basic photography. I'm not showing you none of this like the white cards. Again, this is for a fast, regular production. But you kind of see it's 1M1. From here, you kind of can look and see where you need to add chroma value, whatever you need to do, and adjust to that. In black and white, it will show you again the value, low value, high value, whatever you need to do. Grayer, again, value is on this black and white. Again, that's where I just kind of just take it through there, and that kind of gives me an idea of where to start, especially looking for the right puck, the right shade, the thickness, how much room I have, and then what kind of strength, and that will get me to choose. And now that I've learned about the different pucks that I know, then I also got to look at the preps, see if I have dark stump or light stump, and all that. That's going to affect. Doctors sometimes will say, I want a zirconia lingual, so that right there is going to play a big factor of what translucency zirconia I'm going to use, especially if I'm going to use a zirconia lingual, which is going to block out some of that light. So I go into maybe find an STML, where it's a little bit stronger. It's a medium, just that medium strength, it's medium translucency, and that's what we have here today. Is we're going to use a STML A1 here today. So it's already been milled, it's already been sintered. What you see is a little bit of, I leave a lingual, kind of like a hinge to actually grab onto. So I actually will add this in ExoCAD, and I'll kind of add just a little place to hold on to this crown, especially as I'm building. I want to just grab some tweezers and hold it that way. One thing I did learn also that I like doing, and again, all this is coming from these guys from Japan that I went from, because before, again, I'm also learning as well as we go, but these guys are doing some great things out there. But I started just keeping everything in water. Like after I mill it and after I clean it, after I do any of my adjustments, I'm using diamond rubber wheels to adjust these. And the reason why is it creates less heat you really don't want to adjust anything in this stage anymore. I mean, obviously you still got some sprue marks you want to smooth out. Maybe you milled it a little bit too high. So I use diamond rubber wheels, and that's why, again, the heat. And after that, I'll sandblast it, rinse it in water, just with a brush. I don't do any alcohol, or I've seen people do ultrasonic. I don't do that, mainly because I'm using different colors, and if I'm ultrasonic, different shades, that does start flying off. So I'm looking for the least problems possible, but at the simplest and easiest way. So all I do is sandblast, and I'm cleaning off with the brush and water, clean water. And if I'm not actually going to layer them, I will actually layer these. I'll actually leave these copings underwater. And actually, what it does is create a barrier. And I didn't believe it until I started looking at it. But especially in my lab, I have compressors in here that are inside my rooms. And so there's air, there's oil in the air, there's contamination in the air. Sometimes I'll leave the door open if it's summer and stuff starts flying in. So I leave it in water, it creates a barrier. And so that way the oil doesn't stick onto your copings. Again, it's small things, but if you're finding that you're having contamination issues, if you're having bubbles or little pits at the last minute, just start from the basics, start from the foundation, and keep everything clean. And stuff like this, I mean, you don't have to do it, but I just do it. I just started having the habit. I leave everything in the water. You can actually test it when it does have water. The water doesn't have retention. It actually will slide right off. And that's how you know there's possible oil. And usually it's from lotion, from us grabbing these things with our hands. Again, some of us use lotion, baby oil, maybe because we're washing our hands so much that we use these products. But that's why I kind of just leave it in the water and don't touch it. And that's why I put these little zirconia notches on the back. Again, I can just hold it, sandblast. So that's how you would start. Before we go into this ZZR, if you see it, is going to be our zirconia, and EX3 is going to be our metal ceramics bottles. I'm kind of going through back and forth with things, but these are the new bottles, so don't get confused. Before we've changed bottles, nothing changed. The porcelain's still the same. The only thing that changed are the bottles. So they used to look something like this, or this is even the old one. And then they went to this. So I have a collection of these EX3s. I have a bunch of it, but it was this bottle with the gold label, Super Porcelains, EX3. But then we got this label. And even in the metal, you'll see some super porcelains that have a little bit higher chroma. So I can explain all that too. But the newer bottles basically don't get mixed up. They're the same porcelain, just newer bottles, that's all. And let's see what else I want to share before I start doing ceramics too. Remember that Zirconia app. This is the one I was telling you guys about. It's on Android and Apple. Again, it just lets you do the prep, light color, dark color, and then it'll shoot you like what kind of target shade you want to go to, and it'll give you what puck to use depending on what you're trying to do. And that's, again, it's a suggestion, and it will help you start memorizing pucks, shades, colors, what kind of internal shades we have, and then later on you won't even use this because you'll remember it all. Some of it I just don't use here, so I don't. If I forget and you know a product that we have and I'm not telling you about it, send us again. I'm looking at this feed here, so give us the questions if there's something that I'm missing here. But again, it'll even give you the paste, FC paste stains. We also do have external high fusing stains and glazes. Today I'm going to use the paste FC. Low fusing ceramic stains, you'll see them paste are coming out. They're actual ceramics. So that's our newest kit there, and I'll go through that at the end. This may go through tomorrow English wise. I'm looking at it because time is just flying. I'm going to actually fire everything and then show you so you guys can see. We have more than enough time today and tomorrow. Again, we're going to go about to a 4 or 5 today. So just if you following us, if you just came in, this will be up for you to rewatch. But again, it gives you shade maps, everything. So just add that to your phone. Very easy. A lot of people didn't know that existed. Again, CAD CAM. I was telling you I do like 90% of my work in the CAD CAM, so I can work less. My main goal is to be faster, and work less as possible. Like I'm not gonna sacrifice things, or like I'm not gonna sacrifice breakage or aesthetics, but I do still want to be doing things faster, especially being a woman. I gotta do a lot of it. I gotta check the work. I gotta make sure everything's designed right. But 90% in CAD, it mills out 0.5 with my mill. I use a Zirconia MCX5. And comment below what mill you guys are using, what software you're using, and then that would give me an idea to go a little bit more to another program or software. But you can do anatomy. You can take your time. You can do lingual fossils, lingual pits. You can do incisal edges, wear, non-wear, lobes. You can do all different kind of things on that CAD. Just takes a little bit longer today. It kind of just flew by, but you can do different things. I do a lot of these anterior work and design implants, and you can do your cutbacks and frame designs. Again, frame designs, please keep them nice and smooth. You'll have less issues. I still to this day have not had any delamination from Zirconia to ZZR, so that's why I'm here, just giving you these tips. I just try to follow the rules as much as possible, try to do everything that's consistent, but it all matters from the milling state, how you cut them out, that you're not fracturing them. Sometimes we use high-speed carbides and we're actually fracturing these, and so we don't see them. So inspect them. I use a carbide but low speed to cut them out of the puck. So again, carbides, I'll show you that when we switch to the grinding desk, but that would probably be tomorrow. But just be careful when you're cutting these out. Also, I'm going to show you here, this is what I use, low speed with a carbide burr, just very slow under a microscope. Again, this is a very important stage. A lot of people don't think it is, but I use gloves usually even then, because again, oil, you don't want oil and water don't mix together. Just remember that. And then watch out with your high speeds. This is an example of, I had to go tech support a lab that was having issues with shade and contamination on my spot. So I couldn't figure out what was going on until I found out their hand speed was spitting out oil and water. They weren't purging the tanks. They weren't taking the water out. So spitting out the lines. And this is a very exaggerated picture, but you still, moisture comes out, stuff that you won't even see. So watch out when you use your, I just tell everybody, don't use the air hoses. Don't use these high speeds. I use just a dry brush and I brush them off. And then when they're sintered, after they're sintered, you know no oil went on it, nothing went on it, and your shades are going to come out good. Again, oil just doesn't do good, so just watch that. I'm not going to show you green shaping. I don't want you to start fracturing. So sintering, I'll give you my sintering cycles here after this. These are the actual calibration rings that we're talking about. And again, I would go more with Gene Chia to give you that information. I do it here, but it's not something that I like doing. It's not, he has more info on that. So again, Gene Chia can give you more info in sintering, cleaning the sintering oven, calibrating your sintering oven, and any issues you may have. Again, he's like real good with that, and how your elements, how long they'll last you, because once they last a certain amount of time, you got to replace it. He will tell you as well. You may even have to just replace the whole thing, but not something you want to hear. But it's just, when these companies came out with these ovens, they never talked about cleaning, and even now they don't talk about cleaning. Some companies will even tell you don't have to clean and calibrate. But I'm telling you, that's a big part. I don't care what Zirconia you're using, you got to do this. You have to clean and calibrate. So I'll show you also, we'll go through polishing, manual polishing. This is for the doctors mainly. I see a lot of doctors manual polishing in the green state. When they're actually straight out of the mill, they'll actually use a rubber wheel. I tell them just stay under 4,000 RPM, because usually you'll get, if you go any higher, you'll start, after sintering, you'll see dark spots. And what that causes is heat. So Zirconia and the color, it all has to do with heat. So when you do this in the green state for everybody that knows, is the raw state, when it's white, when it's milled. and you polish it with the rubber wheel, again you're creating heat, and that will turn and change your colors. That's why sometimes you'll see a dark spot on the sprue area because they'll go and they'll use this rubber wheel at a high speed on where the sprue was, and after sintering it's like dark. That's one of the reasons there, that changes the color. So just stay under 4, I even go lower, but stay under 4,000 RPM one place. If you're polishing in the actual, like after it's sintering, same thing, stay 4,000. In the sintering state, what happens is you'll get like a pearl effect, and that pearl effect is what people are, why do I get a pearl effect? Again, it's heat. Heat has to do a big deal with fractures and colors. Just remember, under 4, slowly, use 3. I like to use 3 different kind of rubber wheels, like a really rough aggressive, a medium aggressive, and a really light thin polished wheel, and just go slow, 4,000 RPM. It takes time. Just take your time with them. Kind of breezing through what we're going through before we start, but I want to just give you some info because I won't remember some of this if I just go straight. FC paste will show that as well. 750 Celsius, 27 shades. Again, paste is awesome. Like where you place it is where it stays. Where you place it and the color, it also stays. I fired one maybe like 8 times, and the color did not change. So I'm just kind of testing, mainly because I'm doing in-office adjustments. Usually in the lab I do like two firings. I'll do my glaze, and then I'll do my stain, and then I'll do my glaze over it, full contours. And then if I have to go to the office, I may have to do another. I'll rough it up a little bit and then just do adjustments and do my glaze. You can't do it together for all these doctors. You can use this stuff too for doctors. FC paste is low fusing, so you don't have to worry about if you have ceramics on there melting it. There's so many benefits. It's faster. Again, I just like the smoothness of it. There will be 2 glazes, and there'll be a clear glaze, a regular glaze. There's a super clear. It's literally like this bottle clear. There's one's a little bit more cloudy, so that way you kind of know why there's 2 glazes. It gives you the option to whatever you're trying to do, playing with the light, whatever. So that we'll go through that. There's 2 kits. There's a basic kit and a regular kit. I'm kind of going through this, and then we'll actually just start going through it again. So they're very intense, so you don't need a lot. And that way, you just use a tiny bit, and I'll show you again. We'll start with, I guess that's probably good, because the rest of it goes into my work, but let me see here. We'll start into, let's do metal. There's a lot of MP bonder, so we'll go through. Find it. We'll just stay again blocks, but we'll just stay there. Just have that as a logo. NP bonder. So we'll start today with metal before we start any ceramics. Any questions before I start? Anything going on? The feed. Let's see here.
No questions.
Okay. So NP bonder again. Explained a little earlier for anybody that's just coming in. Big thing with I was having a lot of issues. With this new metal that's coming out, especially this laser SML metal. My tongue is so this metal was just coming off with different kind of things in it. I wasn't sure what was going on. It's mainly, like I said, when I went digital and I was sending my stuff off, and this laser melted metal was just giving me issues with greening, and then a couple fractures. So this finally came out, this MP bonder, non-precious. It also helped me again with some of this greening to block it out. And the main important is the bond between metal and this opaque and ceramic. So that's the main reason why I use it. I was able to mask it with other, like a thicker opaque layer, but I just started using. So it basically comes in little jars this way, and it comes, I just remix it with the liquid, and we'll just grab this already degassed. Now follow your metal, whoever is casting or milling your metal, their instructions of preparation, because I think sometimes that has to do with it. So I just follow whatever they're saying to whether to degas and sandblast or don't sandblast. Some of these metals are just, some you do have to sandblast, some you don't, especially if you're casting, depending on the gas you're using, how much gas. but that has a big role of what's going on with this greening as well. And that's just too much to get into today. So basically, when I apply this, I try to put some out of the jar. I'm using ceramic spatulas. I make these own spatulas using, well, this one was made out of Katana STML, just old pieces, chunks of Zirconia, and then I would just throw them in the centering oven. And there's different ones in here, but I just kind of just make these. But I use ceramic. The reason why I went away from metal is when you start rubbing it on this palette, some of the metal shavings will come off. It actually will get into your ceramics or opaques as you're actually mixing it through. So I just started using one ceramic spatula for the paste. And I don't even mix them. I just keep everything for what it's worth. And my brushes, I keep them, if they're opaque, I keep them separate just for opaque. So I'm just keeping everything separate. I don't want any contamination or anything coming through. But basically on this NP bonder layer, I'm gonna only cover about 75% of that metal, of the actual covering it, not the actual tooth. But you don't want a thick layer. You kind of want to wash on it. And I'm gonna do two. I do 2 layers. You can do the one like 75-80% of it. So you're gonna see metal coming through. This is your bonding layer. This is the layer that's one of the most important. Very easy to apply, and I kind of just push it off and embed this into the grooves and make sure it's in the metal well. Again, I tell everybody just brush from top to bottom. Again, these are so basic things to follow, but some people, again, they didn't get taught or trained correctly. So the reason why I do from top to bottom is if you go from bottom to top, you're getting stuff inside of your coping. And it's easy, you can sandblast it, but then again, you're wearing out your metal and your fit. So I don't really want to sandblast. I really want to just keep away from as much sandblasting, because again, you're wearing out your metal and your fits. Sometimes you'll even chip your margins and wear them out. So I just go from top to bottom and just apply. Very easy. Again, 75-80% of the coverage. You'll still see some metal, but you want a good wash. I actually will go thinner. In my case, I do one wash. It's really thin and just come blob it, and then I apply my thicker layer. But today we can't do 2 firings of this. I want to keep going, but that's the way I do. I do one wash, and I just do a little wetter wash, and I kind of dab it, and then fire it, and then it comes out, and I put this thicker layer. So we'll go ahead and we'll fire it, but it's very easy to apply. Again, for your greening, yellowing, and non-precious bonding to the metal. If you're having issues with it, like debonding, this is what you want, the NP bonder. All this stuff you can get from Zon. They're the only supplier for Noritake. So Zon. Again, I'm gonna fire it, and while we're firing it, I'm gonna go into the Zirconia. Very easy. Again, I put this NP bonder. It says about 10 minutes. I actually went and actually had it for 8 minutes. I had to go up to from 12 to 15 minutes, depending on how many units you're firing. I saw that drying time is perfect to get that like perfect eggshell look. 12 to 15 minutes. I'd rather go longer, but sometimes I'm in a rush. I need these to keep going, so I'm like 12 minimum. So I keep everything, and again, it's depending on the way you're closing or letting it dry. So my furnace only closes the door. So what I do is I leave the door shut all the way down, and that's how I dry them, and then it starts going up. Some of these furnaces will dry it and then start closing. Some of them will just close. Some of them just will lift up. So because there's lifting ones, there's like the Ivoclar that come down. But you want to dry with nothing going up. Just dry it for 12 to 15 minutes. And that way, again, your goal is to be looking like an eggshell at the end. I don't have a hand, just any questions out there? Very simple materials, just common sense stuff. Just follow the rules and we'll fire this now. There it is. Okay. So while that's firing, I will also explain, let me explain liquids too, before we start. Liquids are very important. We have, in the opaque, there's different opaque liquids too. Like you can use them together, but be very careful. I'll put up a chart of the opaque liquids, the ceramic liquids. We have different modern liquids. I don't use modern liquid. I just use water. Just regular bottled water, cleaned or distilled. But we do have like Meister liquid and buildup liquids that we have. I don't use them. I just use water. So today you'll see me using just water. If you do use any of the other liquids, just put a little bit dry. If you've seen tearing or something, just put a little bit longer dry time on it. Again, every furnace is different. Your idle temps are all different. You'll have to adjust them depending if you have any leaks. So I can't give you like a straight answer of like what. You're just gonna have to take the firing cycles that are given by Noritake and kind of adjust things, especially if you haven't calibrated your oven in a while. But I go up 5 degrees increments. Just go a little bit by little. If you see that it's not eggshell, just go up a little bit. Keep going up. Again, this is gonna take time. There's no magic. I can't just magically tell you put this cycle that Noritake gives you and it's gonna be perfect. No, because a lot of times that's what happens. And yes, they're very close. And ideally, if your oven is calibrated, they work. If you just follow their firing chart. But again, some of us have leaking, cracked muffles. Some of us have different muffles. They give out heat differently. So remember, just adjust 5 degrees difference. And that's why this time is right now to practice, to take these products and get them to specifically what you need them to, what your liking is. Eggshell is what we want this opaque. Liquids. So we're going to go to ZZR right now, which is Zirconia porcelains. We have different liquids. The main two for the stains is the IS and ES. Now the IS is internal stain. Internal stains, you see liquid. It's more oil based. Do not do the mistake of licking your brush with this. Is disgusting. I did it once and I still remember the flavor. So don't lick your brush with this. Don't taste this. I know some of you out there will tell your buddies, hey, lick your brush. This is nasty. But this is internal stain. Separate your brushes. Do not wash your brush with water. You will have some porosity or some issues with your ceramics if you start using these together. So internal stain. Again, some people use internal, external in different ways. I just follow the rules of what they're used for. You see other techniques, it's fine. Follow, try it out, but internal, external, ES, IS. Just follow internal. Anything under your porcelain, internal. Anything out of your porcelain, ES. And I keep things simple in my lab. I don't try to. There's different benefits to these IS. Like you can actually burn out the pigments of your porcelain. Use IS and you can actually see the shade. There's different little tricks, but again, I don't do that. I kind of know if I'm using A1, it's A1. If it's A2, A2. So I just keep things simple. Today I'm not going to use any color in my porcelain, but if you do want to use color in your porcelain, we do have MPF rainbow drops. They are colors, additives to your porcelain. You'll see them in my pictures a lot of where I use them. We have one here. Let's see here. Of my porcelain buildups, and that just kind of helped me when I started layering. Even now, still use them if I'm going to use more than like 4 or 5 powders. I want to know where things are going, so it will kind of look like similar to this picture here. And I'll use like blues, orange, greens, and they start actually bleeding through. So just use a little bit of it, and the drier the better. That way it doesn't bleed. But I use them to know where I'm placing my enamels, my dentons, my opacious, especially if I'm doing a buildup, a 1-fire buildup with 4 or 5 porcelains. I use these. So today we won't use them just to keep things simple, but they're available. MPF, these rainbow drops. When I first started, I actually was using these Bang Fang watercolor brushes. You can use these as well. They're aquarelle. They gotta say non-toxic on them, acid-free. So they'll usually say acid-free. Nondus is the one who taught me. He was using this. I actually messaged him when I first started. I think that's the guy who opened up my eyes. Really, he's a great ceramist. I don't know if you don't know him, you like Cave or something. He's like really good, but gave me this tip of using this. So thank you. Again, I didn't come back from this dental background, so again, this is why I want to do this. Everything that I've learned, just pass it to you guys, and that way you guys know. Getting rainbow drops, good stuff. So we get ISES. Some of the kits that we're going to use what we're going to use first today is internal staining. Actually, what I'm going to use is a shade base. That way you guys can see. So we have shade base and shade stains. This is the shade stain. This was from the press kit. It was kind of a base. I use them to correct my copings. Say, in my lab I control everything, so I'm fine. But even then, I might get a call and the doctor changes the shade. I've already got the coping milled. It might be a small shade change. I use shade bases and shade stains. My favorite is more of a shade stain. I'm more of a shade stain person. Shade bases, we can use that as well. These are higher fusing, so you just do them right on your coping. Let's do it now. We'll just do that now. Again, you're using internal stain for this. Shade stain press. Again, they were used for the press kits. I just love it on my coping, so to correct any kind of shade changes, I use this for it. Again, we'll give you manuals for all these firing cycles. I can give you the ones that I have in my furnace, but they're so adjusted because some of my furnaces are old too. So I've adjusted up to 30 degrees on some of them, so I don't want to give you those cycles. But we'll give you some manuals for these for you guys to use. They also come in the packets and the kits. Again, this is shade stain SSA2. We have an A1 coping, so we can go up a shade with this. They have them A1, A2, A3, the Vita shade. So any corrections? And again, I do all my corrections. I try to do all my corrections in the framework stage. The reason why is I don't want to be correcting anything in my porcelain stage after I'm doing my last final layer and doing everything external, because my wife's at hygiene, so I've kind of seen the instruments that they're using, and some of these cleaning instruments that they use is basically a pressure washer, if you've seen them. And over the years you'll wear a glaze, and after glaze you're going to wear that external stain, and then these crowns are just going to look like monolithic. You're wearing all that glaze and stain. So that's why I like to do everything from the inside. And natural teeth anyways have its color from the inside out. So what I want to do is concentrate myself on the color at this stage, at the framework, and correct everything here. I want everything to be done here. Obviously, after I do my dent and enamel buildup that we'll do, I can correct it with internal staining as well. So you have different options of correcting this as we go, even to external. But again, I want to do everything at this coping stage. So today we'll do all the corrections here. We'll go up from A1, A2, especially if you have a shade that is maybe like A2, A1, then you can mill out, and you need a higher value. You can mill out like a B1 for the higher value, and then correct your chroma and your shade on this stage, and you got your value good and set. Especially if you're just going to do a minor cutback, because again, this is where you want to do you're thinking value too. You're thinking milling value. You're thinking as well as your shade. So again, mentally, I want to stick that in your head. That way, everything's being done here. You're not layering and trying to use like a value stain and trying to. It just looks fake. It looks blotchy. It just looks really bad. So basically, when I start with this, I lay my liquid to the side. I don't apply it right onto it. I apply it to the side. Again, ceramic spatula. No metal spatula. Plastic is fine. Just that everybody. Again, you can use metal if you want, but it causes issues with me. But I slide it into my liquid. That way, it suctions. You get less oxygen in this. No bubbles. It's easier to mix, but you can barely see it. You don't need a lot of this. It uses it's very, very good. And I mix it up to like a syrup consistency. Again, all this stuff is basic. We'll go to advanced. If you need any kind of suggestions anymore, if you have any questions, I may be going too fast. Maybe let's stop a little bit. Do we have anything that anybody's asking?
Everybody's absorbing it.
Okay, let's see. So again, liner, I'm looking at this as a liner. This is not like your old other brand liners where it was really thick. This is very thin. This is why I like it. I can correct it very thin, especially if I don't have room. This tooth I have a pretty good amount of room, but say I don't have that much room, this is corrected at a very thin stage. And you can see how thin it is. You can barely see it, but it's like a syrup boogery kind of consistency. Again, it's up to you what you want to mix. If you want a little bit more liquid consistency, it's fine, but very easy to apply. And we'll go again, I just do from top to bottom or to side. I try to keep away from my margins. I try not to sandblast. At this stage, I got my thicknesses, my fits perfect. I've already tried in and adjusted this coping. I do not want to sandblast it as least as possible. Obviously, if you get some in there, you're gonna have to, but very easy to apply. Some people like this thicker. The thicker you, the more chrome of this and shade you want, is the thicker you want to apply it. I'm not gonna apply it that thick today. You can do it just at the lower 1/3 if you just need it there. If you need more color up to the incisal, just add it up to the incisal. So I'm going to keep a little bit of my value here, so I'm not going to take some of this all the way to the top. So we'll do like an A2, A1 kind of shade. That'll be our target today. It's very easy to apply. And it's very smooth, as you can see. I don't know if you guys can see from there. I'll kind of show it different angles, and that's how easy it is to apply. Again, today I use Shade Stain SS, but we also have Shade Base. So I just like this. For me, I like it's thinner, and my colors are easier. I almost think I like the way that it bonds to my porcelain as well. So after this metal comes out, we'll fire this, and then we'll go to the next step. We're gonna do dentin, enamel. Let's say we'll do like a fracture line, some internal characterization, and then we'll do maybe some like translucent blues, and the final layer of some opalescence. How about that today? Again, there is no I know sometimes people ask what's the best combination to use? It all depends on your funnel shade. If you have like a lower value, you use different translucents, internals. Today there's no set value, there's no actual real case, no real teeth. I'm just kind of showing you how to use them. But again, today you may agree or disagree of how to use it or how to do your mamelons. But again, it's just a basic of how to do it. So if you want to see something else, just let me know. We'll go. But again, today, dentin, enamel. I'll even do some internal staining next after this if we want to. So we'll do shade base, shade stain. We'll do dentin enamel. Again, we'll do some characterization, and I'll layer it over with some translucent and opalescence. Also, before I forget, in the Noritake system, I know in other systems your enamels are translucent. With the Noritake, like E1, E2, E3, which is our enamels, they're dentins. So if you've been applying them like dentin and enamel and thinking you're getting like good translucency, no, it's a dentin. It's like more transparent dentin, and you can fix, like I said, it comes in different values, 1, 2, and 3. 1 is a higher value, it goes down different values. But again, if you don't understand, just make your shade tabs and stick them onto your caps. So mentally you start thinking again. I don't even remember names anymore. I'm thinking like colors, color, because they might say cervical, and you're gonna think like this says cervical. It only goes cervical. No, like you can apply these things to wherever you need to apply. Mix them 50-50. We have a dilution if they're too intense. So there's a bright dilution, do a 50-50 mix. I'll do some today. I'm just trying to remember everything to cover for you guys, but I want to give you as much info as you can. I just love, like, again, the system. As you see, you have every way to correct your restorations, every way to design, every way and translucency. So again, it's good. Remember dentin, transparent dentin. So that way, if you're using these, they're not. You want to use your actual translucence. Translucence will be. Let me get a shade tab to show you guys. So little shade tabs. I have a ring somewhere in here, but we'll show these for today this way. So this is your enamel and translucence. Again, you can see, again, they're dentins. They're just more of a transparent dentin. And then you have your translucents, which is your clears, TX, TO, T1, TO1, and your CCVs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also, there's a low fusing translucent. It's an ADT. That's a low fusing porcelain. You can use for contacts. There's also a dentin AB body, but so you know, just in case I don't use it later, you can also use the FC paste for contacts. You can use that at thick consistency, add minor contacts. Again, I'm just throwing out things. It's gonna be on this for later on, but things that come into my head. I just want to give it to you guys. So I'll go ahead and we'll fire this, and then we'll see what we can do. I'm waiting on this metal to come out, and then this will go up. I just don't want to turn all the furnaces on today. So very easy. This will be up next. Any questions? You want to give out a brush? Do you want to give out some stuff?
Yeah,
right
let's do the. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do the brush. Let's do the brush.
Yeah, let's do the brush, guys. Again, I'll tell you a little quick story about the brushes, why I choose these. When I first started, I've said this already over and over. When I first started, I started nothing. I'll show you the exact brush I used right here. I still keep it. Takanishi. It's the first brush I ever had. And I learned this, and the guy told me, like, it doesn't matter what brush you use. Like, if you learn your basics and everything, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter the brush. And it's true to some point. But then I started noticing, like, moisture control. Like, it's just too wet, and I was having to dry it a lot longer. And then I started seeing guys like Nandes have these brushes, and I didn't know what they were, and I started looking and they were MPF trade caps. And I wanted one, but they were like, to me at the time, they were like, I couldn't get one, I just couldn't afford it. But I didn't know the value of this or why it was. And so I talked to George. George gave me one, started using it. There's a big moisture control to these. And the other thing that I like is because I got taught in the days where I know it's nasty, but I would dip my brush and then lick it to get the point, because the rest you can just do this all day. You had to lick your brush to get the point, if there was any point left. But you can see the wear on this brush here. Literally, this is probably like a 20-year-old brush, but I like these because if you don't have a point, say your point's out of point, this has a flick, so it flicks the actual point, and it actually will give you a new point. You don't have to lick it or nothing. So these are cool brushes, and again, we're gonna give one of these, the wooden handle. I don't even think they exist anymore, so these are cool. So we're giving them that away. But MPF, George is really big support, and again, when I needed it, he was there. So we're giving one away.
We're waiting for a couple more to log in. I'm actually gonna make a post on Instagram.
Okay.
Letting them know, and then we're gonna let's give it a couple minutes.
Let me see what else I can show you while we're waiting.
We're gonna take a picture of you with the brush. That way, we can on the blind. That's perfect, dude. Because it actually has it with the black.
Cool. Again, everything we're doing today is for you guys to just learn and just give your ideas. There's different brushes. There's every company has their brush, and there's advantages, disadvantages. There's synthetics, they're non. This is just what I like. I like that flick. I like that. plus it was like, again, when you start and you get support. I look at everything that I do as like a team, so keep with this, guys, and show you guys what I use. Everybody else has good. They're gonna say it's the best, and they probably are. But for me, I love those things. Let me see what else I can show you guys before we start. I'm waiting on these copings. Any questions? Any questions? Anything? Let's go through salmon pink. I don't have. Okay, so I don't have a full arch here centered, but what I will do is I'll grab a coping and I'm going to show you what I do on the tissue area. Let's grab a coping here. We'll use, no, I got a couple here. Okay, we'll just use a smaller percent, for example. So a lot of people are asking what I'm using on my, as for tissue. Now I'm getting them so pink. We do have some, we do pink porcelains. And again, I do tissue tests on to see color. But on my, I don't do any filtration anymore. I just do this layer, this shade stained salmon pink. So I layer this and lay this on the actual tissue area. I will actually cut back a little bit, maybe a millimeter or less, depending on how much room I have and where the screw holes. So everything just depends. And I'll lay this salmon pink down. I'll lay this salmon pink down. And then I'll layer even internal staining if I have to. But remember, I'm trying to keep as least many firings as possible. And then I'll layer my porcelains. So we do have some awesome porcelains that we have here. But here's some of the modifiers as well. These are modifier. I still have a bunch of this stuff if I'm using. But there's like dark pink, pink, browns, coral pinks. And then there's tissues. I mean, there's so many options to do your pinks. I'm gonna try to get one done maybe by tomorrow. I'll mail one tonight and maybe do it tomorrow. But again, it's very easy, salmon pink. So we'll just pretend we're doing tissue for some reason on this. And let's see here. Same theory, liquid. And it's the powder. Again, this is a high fusing temp, so you want to do most of this on the one firing. Again, it's full arch zirconia, and I try to again do the least amount as possible of firings, just because it's just so dangerous with heat and that much mass of zirconia. But single units, you may be able to have to do this. Maybe a 3-unit bridge, gotta lay some tissue. Same theory, but you'll see how intense it is. That's why, and it's very thin. So same, we'll just apply it on the gingival of this. Again, I just want to show you guys the different things we have available. It's very easy. It's the same system. Temps, you just have to worry about one system's temps, not multi-systems. Again, I here and there I may use like a lithium or something. I mean, because sometimes you got to. I mean, they have their place. Every material has its place. But for 90% of my work here at my lab, I have everything from EX3 metal to katana zirconia. Every kind of option, every choice to do custom work or just do production work. I do both. I have a little line of production, some of super aesthetic, 10, 14 powder buildups. But again, this is your main liner. You see how the intensity is. That's the coping of the A1. And again, that's gonna fire out and fire it, and it's ready for your porcelain. That just gives you a very thin underneath amount. I'm actually gonna apply the whole thing, and we'll just fire it. Might as well. Let's go ahead and put the other one. Again, I'll try to get one. There it goes. I'll try to get one, like a tissue restoration for tomorrow. We can do tissue all day tomorrow if you want. I know we got some Spanish tomorrow as a guy. Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
Okay, so again, it's just because of the language. I want to share it all. Different people. If I spoke 20 languages, I'd probably do it in 20 different languages. But I'll know Spanish and English. But Good thing is that we have Google Translate, so we'll use that. So I'm gonna fire this. Go ahead if you want to give the brush out while I fire these, and or whatever, or some discs. We have a bunch of discs too. We have to give out.
Yeah, when we get back, we're gonna start with the 2 discs.
Okay.
For today.
And when we do the discs, give us maybe two different kinds of possible like STML of the translucency, so that way it gives us options. I don't know what's available. You may get one that you don't want, but we're gonna try to get you what you do. I talked to Larry, as you know, so we'll see what we have available, and just give us an option, say like maybe a B1A1 STML. That way we kind of have an idea of what to kind of send you. Yeah, that's why I like Noritake. They're always willing to get you guys what you need. We want you to be successful. We want you to have a happier and life in the lab. I used to stress out so much because I was using all different things. I was just trying out, cause especially when you're younger tech, you're like, what's the new thing out? What's the cool thing out? What's out? And time again, I was seeing that. I tried every porcelain. Everybody knows I've tried things, other brands. But whenever I had a new doctor, time and time again, I was going to Katana and I was going to ZZR. That's what I wanted. And so that's when I made my decision of actually I was like, why am I stressing out? Why am I working double when I have everything right here? And they've been around for a long time. They actually, Noritake did ceramics, like the pots, the teacups. They do all different kind of materials. They do all different kind of things in Japan. They use like some felt material for like stuffed animals and like screen cleaners. Man, they do so much. But again, with the dental side, they've been so cool. Like anything you guys need, send Stephen Klein as also a big help. Technical, if you need anything, he's there too. Larry Zeno, Manabu, that was so cool. There's so many of them to name. I'm forgetting some, but it's been great. It's been made my life easier because at the end of the day, this is a business. But you also, if you have a family, you got a family. So you got to take like an even approach to these things. Like you can't kill yourself in the lab and then go home and you're in a bad mood with the wife and the kids. This is my goal today, to make your life easier. Some things that I say, throw it out if you don't need it, and some of them take them in and use them and apply them. Again, it's to make your life easier. It's not. I don't sell none of this. I'm not selling anything of this. I just want you to know what I do and what I use and how it makes my life a lot easier. It's made me, I kept my lab from zero to where I'm at. It's not even big, but it's when you start from nothing, it's helped me so much to keep a good foundation, a good product. And again, it's all this. What we're doing is to help out. I'm slow right now as well. My doctors are on vacation, so we're here to help and let us know what we can help as we're going through this. Again, some of you are just coming in to this live feed. So again, we're doing a lot of Noritake ceramics, going through the katana pucks and discs, going through the ceramics from the basics, from the foundation, from the start, and then as we go on, I'll keep on doing this as the year goes on and start doing something more advanced for you guys that are more advanced.
I would like to interrupt here. We have our first winner for the first puck, and it's Miss Nancy Yang from, let's see here, from Magnolia Dental Spa. So she's got the first puck, and she's gonna be sending us her information,
Cool.
The type of puck that she's going to be needing.
Cool.
All right, so that's the first
Congrats. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here again. We want you to try these things. That's why we're giving them away. We want you to know the benefits of it. Sometimes it's good to talk about it, but it's a big difference when you actually have it in your hand and you realize the translucencies, these layers, how gradation, how it makes your life easier. Because ideally, these multi-layers are your dentin and your enamel already there. You don't have to worry about these layers. You should ideally locate these in your cam the way you want dentin and enamel set. So when you're ready, you're just building up the rest. We have monolithic HT pucks if you want to do something else with them. But ideally, it's to make your life easier. That's why we're showing them, is to make your life easier. And it's all here. So just let us know. Congrats on that puck. Send that info, and then Hezekiah will send that over to whoever needs to, Noritake, Larry, or.
All right, so let me come over here a minute. Just,
Again, this is a couple hours long, so we're going to be firing everything. We're just waiting things to cool down. I'm cooling down the opaque coping, non-precious with the NP bonder, and then we're sending up the ZZR Zirconia copings up now. And if we have to keep going a little bit faster, since we have time, I'm not rushing. I want things to cook correctly. We have other furnaces, we'll turn them on if we have to, but I want to keep everything in this area. Let's look at the internal stain kit that we have here.
all right, so just give me a second here, Edgar.
Yeah.
Let me just make
No problem.
check very briefly here. And I'd like to take the time to thank Mr. Larry Zeno, all the Kuraray Noritake team that has supported this community in this time, bringing you valuable information, valuable programs such as this through Lab Media TV. We want to thank you for being so generous with everything that's happening here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will encourage you to send them a message on their Instagram, Facebook, thanking them for their support on this Give Back project that we have going on. And again, Mr. Larry Zeno, phenomenal in the way you've been supporting this project. Mr. Edgar Munoz, we want to thank Edgar as well for taking his time and opening his lab and allowing us to come over and set this up for you. So make sure you definitely save that link, share it with your friends, share it with the colleagues that you work with. We're going to be giving away another puck later today, and we're going to be doing a few more pucks tomorrow, a few more other products. As you already know, we have a few Panavia products here that Edgar was talking about here. Just great products. But again, we want you to ask all the questions that you need to ask. You can do it via the live chat through YouTube, which I just noticed that someone just sent us a message there. Also through, I'm receiving back-to-back messages here on Instagram as well. I have a message from the one and only Janelle Tabakovich, Lab Queen. She has already entered in for the MPF brush. So make sure you send us your name, your email, your address, and the phrase MPF brush as well for the giveaway of the brush. We're going to go on a break in a few minutes. When we come back from the break, we're going to give you time so that you can everyone can send all their information. Again, we're going to need your name, your email, your address, and the phrase MPF brush. And when we get back from that break, we're going to be announcing that winner. So this is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. We are very glad that this program, that this live cast, brought to you by Lab Media TV and Kuraray Noritake, as well as Elite Dental Studio, is bringing you value. But we also want you to have something, a tool or products that you can begin to use now. Ladies and gentlemen, be encouraged wherever you are, and be encouraged. This community is a very resilient community and just continues to move forward. So again, we appreciate you tuning in. Your support is, you can support us again by sharing this link, commenting, and continuing to be part of this community. All right, you want to take that away there, Edgar?
Yeah. Thank you so much again for coming. I know it's hard times. Some of us are stressing about the situation. Some of them think it's baked, and some others don't. But again, we just got to be precautious and stay inside if we can. Let's just get this over with and get back to work, because I know a lot of us are missing the lab life and the clinical side and in office dental. I mean, we're missing everything really. Again, just stay inside. I know it's probably too late to go get toilet paper and stuff, but just be just calm, and we'll see where this takes us. I mean, as long as you got a, again, foundation today is what I want everybody to know is maybe, now we can think about things we could have done to prepare ourselves a little bit better, in lab or in also in live. So again, just keep us posted how you guys are doing. Actually, let us know how you guys are doing. Again, let us know where you're from, what country you're from. If you're from wherever you're from, how you guys are doing. We want to know. It matters to us. That's why we're doing this, to give out. Again, it's not about just teeth. It's about life too. So anything you guys want us to know, let us know here, and we'll go through it again. Again, today is mainly Noritake products, katana, zirconia, porcelains, stains, and that today. So we'll be on and off today. If you miss some of this stuff, it will be, Izakai is going to leave it on so you can go back and review things. Again, just let us know. I'm just waiting right now on these copings to come out. Again, none of this is not really like a course that was planned. It's more of, I want to give you guys a little bit of everything. It's not like just zirconia or no, just metal. It's everything that will help you guys out.
And also ask your questions. Send us your questions through the live chat on YouTube, through Instagram, through Facebook. Send your questions over, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me look here, there's some more. Just in case you guys have it here, when we start, for this more for doctors. So I'm not going to show you now how to actually manual polish till we go tomorrow, probably to the other desk in the other area. But again, remember, some of you guys are wet milling too, and if there's any kind of issues on color, just remember to dry those very well. Keep them dry under your oven, let them dry, and just watch out, clean your tanks. Again, this is we're going to cover for doctors and lab technicians, because we both have both materials, we have both sides. Again, Kuraray is clinical, again more cements, more of the composites, and Noritake is more ceramics, and zirconia. So remember, if you're wet milling, if you have any issues, just keep them dry, get those nice and dry, and change your water tanks too. That's a big issue if there's having any kind of issues in your zirconias. So get those tanks clean, those new water. And if you're doing any kind of hand polishing, just remember, use a regular paste. It's very simple. We have this pearl surface or any kind of paste. Keep them 4,000 RPM below, and you won't get any silky effect. If it does get a silky effect, just go back, sandblast it. If you don't have a sandblaster, use a little small diamond, slow speed, and just rough it up again and start all over. But those are any doctors in here, we're here to help you too. Now that we've gone digital and you guys have seen the actual blocks, which Zerk blocks, just came off here. So now again, a lot of us are using, let me get this situated.
I got you.
Okay. So some of you have seen this, some of you have not. Zirconia blocks, STML, super translucent blocks for clinical side. Some of you are using them. Who's using these out there already? Anybody? Say hey, if you're using them. But so these come in two sizes. Again, doctors are getting these with the CEREC, and then they have a sintering oven from Zirconia. They keep changing the actual sintering time. I think they're like not 15 minutes, and I gotta double check. But they're really fast sintering. They look exactly the same when they're sintered that fast. I've tried it, I've seen it. They don't lose strength or translucent at all much. So good blocks. Try these. Labs, I know that doctors are getting their single units done in office, and I know you guys are losing single units sometimes. I was upset, or I didn't want to lose that as well. You know what I found? I'll give you guys a tip. Help your offices learn how to stain and glaze. Help your assistants how to stain and glaze, and help them through these changes. It's just changes that are happening. In return, what you will see is your doctors will get a lot more confident. They will prep bigger cases, and they will start sending you these bigger cases Um, it's just a matter of things are changing. So look at it as a positive side. That's the way that I am. Instead of just being like, oh, we're losing this, we're like, just help you. It's about helping each other, have good communication with your doctors, and you will see that you will get more work in return. Actually, they'll have more trust in you, and the patients are going to be happier, because in the end, it's all about the patients, right? You know, your happy patient, you know, your doctor's happy, and your lab should be happy. So remember, but we have STML blocks for clinical side. Again, we're giving out some of these boxes. Some of them, I think we've given out one maybe. And remember Panavia, Panavia cements we have as well. So our Panavia V5, I use it a lot. Again, titanium to zirconia for my implants. Let's see what came out. So here is the NP bonder, 70-75% coverage. Again, you'll see some of it come through. But our main goal is we're getting that foundation for the bonding, and then the greening to stop and the yellowing. So that will help you out. You can mix it. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll mix my opaque 50-50 with NP bonder, do one more thinner layer. But again, you can just go straight with your shade that you want to use. So we'll opaque this one here. I know metal is not used a lot, but some are in some countries. Let's see what we have. Let's just use this one. So we'll use A2. On some of these on some of these you'll find the N on some of these caps. And at first I didn't know what it was. N is like the new color. They have more chroma. So if you guys ever see like A2, especially on like porcelain bottles, I didn't know what it was either. But I'll show you here so you guys can see. Like you'll have your regular green. This is EX3 green metal ceramic porcelain. So you might see NP or N. That's not a good example. I'll find one here. Let's see here. Oh, let's have N on them. I don't think I have those anymore. Let's see. N. Here they are. And C3 body. So new color body. So this has a little bit more chroma. EX3. If you're having issues with chroma, you want a higher chroma and new color, just remember that. Again, these are just tips for you guys to know, but usually they'll have maybe just like just a D2 body, those are your regular, and then an NC body, which is a new color, more chroma. Just a little thing for you guys to know. Again, there's so much. I know sometimes it might be overwhelming of all this stuff, but again, it's just options, more options, more options. Makes your life easier. Let's go ahead and finish this opaquing this single unit coping. With this one, I'm going to go straight with just the shade A2. And I don't have a model for this coping, but we can just layer it so you guys can see that porcelain bonding and how no green and no yellowing is coming through. We'll do it in dentin and enamel, just a regular buildup. Again, ask questions. Sometimes I don't remember. Some of these things I don't even use anymore. So if I'm missing anything, or you still know a product that you're missing, because like today or tomorrow we probably won't use the low fusing. We do also have low fusing ceramic kits. Lower temperature. I only use those if I'm layering like a full arch. I'm done with my tissue and I need a touch up, something like that, where I want a low fusing porcelain temperature. But there's a lot of benefits. People are using them for other materials. I just, like I said, if it's metal, I keep it for metal. If it's zirconia, I keep it for zirconia. But again, they're good options. So remember, opaque. If you're having any bubbling, cracking, dry time, raise your dry time. That's going to help you out get a bigger, nice sheen eggshell. Dry time is important. In porcelain, bubbles, one of the issues is as well dry time. Just imagine you got particles of oxygen and water, and basically you're throwing them up to dry, and these particles, or let's just say these bottles are particles right here. Again, these are basics that I want you guys to see, but so this is porcelain. There's oxygen in between, and what you're doing is if you have a very high temperature and a very fast dry time, you're basically shocking these like to bond together really quickly. What that's causing is having air still trapped in between the ceramic. So usually you'll see that air come back out in the glaze and or in your last firing. The reason why is the air is kind of just raising up as you're remelting and refiring until they pop out. So yeah, sometimes it's gas in the metal, but if you're not getting the black spot, it's not gas. It's usually oxygen. If you're getting pitting, use a longer dry time. I use minimum 7 to 8 minutes. If I have time, I do 10. Again, depending on how your door is closing, how you're really drying, because there's a dry time and then there's a door closing time. So that's sometimes separate in different furnaces. But remember, if you're having any kind of bubbling like that, longer dry. If not, send me a picture. I can usually see what they are. Anything today that I don't cover later on, you have issues or have any questions, send me on Facebook, Instagram, whatever. I am the one who answers them, so I can answer you. Send me a picture if it's better. That way I can actually look at it. Sometimes it is gas, sometimes it's contamination, sometimes it's using the wrong liquid that you have issues. So again, I'm here just to help, man. There's more than enough work in this world for us to just share, live happy, and just be dental technicians. There's no time right now for competition. So let's get through this together and just moving forward. Let's see. How about everybody comment? What was their panic buy? What did they panic buy? Like toilet paper? Or let's see what kind of things everybody panic buy. So here's the opaque. We're gonna put 10-12 drying time. That way we can get a nice sheen eggshell, but very easy to opaque. Very easy. Just tap, tap, tap. And ready to roll. So we're waiting right now for the ZZR shade stain to come out. It's a coping, and then we'll build up that, and we'll wait on this.
Ladies and gents, if you're listening, we're gonna give you till 2:30, and we're going to announce the winner for the MPF brush. I see that there have been a couple of people that have been sending us in the last 5 minutes. So we're gonna give you till 2:30, and at 2:30 we will announce, or a few minutes after 2:30 we will announce the winner. Alrighty?
Again, we have a lot of resources. Reach out to these guys. It's not about brand, or it's not about anything. We're here to help. Everybody here that I've known from Noritake, that's why they've always given me support, because I was one of the newer guys and I really needed to learn. I've asked so many questions to these guys and they're always happy to answer all of them, from the Nandas to Naoki. I've bugged them, they know that. Naoki, Hayashi, Nandas, Gene Chia, Sean Park. I bugged everybody, Sean Han, I bugged all these guys. And you'll see a list on our website of instructors as well. There's a Katana and Noritake website for you guys to see anything. But again, we're here to help during these times.
Ladies and gents, you've got 10 minutes.
Again, luster porcelains, you'll see them opalescent. Luster porcelains are opalescent, so just remember that. Try the new, I'll show you the bottle too. I actually gave away my tooth to Steve Klein, so we'll make some more with the coral, we'll make some other things, but my favorite is the Super Luster LT. This is what's gives you that bluish and orangey effect. Again, opalescence is the last last layer that I do, depending on what kind of translucency you want. There's different kind of lusters, so just look into them. They're very good. Again, remember, dentons enamels are transparent dentins, they're dentins, so you're not going to get translucency out of these. They're used for transition layer from dentin enamel to your translucent, so you don't get that line effect. It's a nice smooth transition into your translucencies. So that's the main one, because I know a lot of people, they say my E1s are not looking any clear. They're not. Again, dentins. Questions while we wait. Again, today we're going to grind these in. We're going to go into all of it. We're going to build them up, grind them in, glaze them, hand polish them if we have time. But again, it just depends on what you guys want to see. We'll keep on questions if you guys want them. We did a little bit of exocad in the morning, so you can go back in the video. Again, these are just basics for you guys. And we'll leave some charts up for you guys for the firing cycles, for centering cycles. Who needs centering cycle firing charts? And then that way, send your name of what you need, and I'll directly send you pictures. I have all mine are for centering on the Infire, Sirconia Infire, but they will be basics. If you're having a little issue, let us know. Remember, it's all about temperature. Same thing with centering ovens. If you check your muffles, grab your cell phone, put it on the selfie mode where it's looking at you, and then take a picture in the muffle. Just take a picture, and then you can see how your muffle's doing. You'll see cracks, you'll see everything. So that's where temperature is leaking. If you're having unfired zirconia restorations, that's a big issue, is leaking of those in the muffles. Remember how you touched it, if you put your hands on it with oil. So just keep an eye on those things. But I want to know if you're having any issues or any tips that you want to know. Let us know. Again, we're repeating ourselves a lot because we're having people coming in and out. We're into the feed, so some things we're repeating.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you still have a few more minutes. Let me turn this over here. Let's see. You still have a few more minutes to send in your name, your email, your address, and the phrase MPF brush to be included into the drawing to receive that MPF brush. And if you want to see, you haven't seen the post, this is the one right here. Look at that. That is a rare MPF brush. Still has this is very, very rare with the wood handle. That one's used, but this is the new one right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have a few more minutes. Send it in. Send it in. Send in your information, and we will get into that. Make sure you also follow Lab Media TV. Make sure you follow Kuraray Noritake. Make sure you follow Edgar Munoz. Actually, it's Elite Munoz and Elite Dental Studios. So follow us there. Make sure that you continue to become educated on all these points, and we're excited to do that to inform you of. Oh, I've got some stuff going on there as well. All right. So we'll see you back on the YouTube feed. All right, folks.
I think they said also we got clicking or recording. All right.
Ooh, that feels kind of hot. Let me move this over. It doesn't mess up your phone. It's not that hot.
So,
yeah,
we're still going, right?
Yep.
Cool. So today I kind of drew a quick map of our basic buildup we're going to do today too. This is just the way I build up, the way that I do a lot of my basic buildups. Using maybe 4 powders at the most on a basic buildup. Again, it's depending on your fee, your time. Remember, everything you do, you need to not give it away. Like, just be fair with doctors and explain to them what you're doing to these. But again, your time is valuable, so get compensated with it, and just teach your doctor the different options that your laboratory has. You can do 20 powder bills. Again, we're in the U.S., especially in my area. I'm in Atlanta, so I have a different clientele. We have a lot of, in my town, we have a lot of Latin, like from Mexico, from South America. We have Latinos, so they have, because of the water, they come here with a lot of calcification, a lot of like orange and brown shades, and I get a lot of like fractures. So those are probably the biggest characterizations that I do, but that's rare because most of the time here we have a lot of preventive dentistry, so a lot of that stuff gets taken care of with either a filling, fractures prepped, and they get a whole new crown. But here and there we do need to match the existing. But mainly my lab gets a lot of like bleach shades. We do a lot of anterior restorations, like from say cuspid to cuspid, and they want a one-on-one. So that's what mainly I'm doing. I do a lot of characterization. So I keep things simple. I just drew this. I'm pretty sure you guys can see it. This is also the way that Noritake will teach as your basic as well. If you see in the graphs, it's just at a different angle. So basically what I have here is your framework in this area here. And a lot of time we are scared of opacious body, opacious dentin. But I use it a lot, even on my liner actually. This one doesn't show, but I use opacious dentin a lot. And the reason I do that is I put a thin liner on my whole coping, especially if I milled the wrong, like an STML, have too much translucency. So I use opacious to reflect the light. When you have opacious, the light will come in, reflect out, and come out. So I use that a lot to play with light, depending on where and what tooth it is. If there's just different situations. Again, I don't want to just tell you it's just for this, but I use it a lot to reflect light back out. And that's how you get depth in your teeth, not only translucency, but opacious and dentin. By placing it in the right areas, you have a lot of more depth into your tooth instead of just like a translucent crown. Because when you have like a translucent material, light just comes through, right? And that's what you want. But since some situations you want that light to come back and reflect. So in some of my crowns, that's what I use it for. Again, we'll go into more advanced stuff in the future vlogs. We'll keep it simple. Dentin, opacious body. I use a lot of it in this area here on the lower half of my teeth. Again, to reflect light. Natural teeth has a lot. Ideally, the value is a lot higher in the middle sometimes of these natural teeth. So again, I'm using just dentin. This blue area here is going to be our enamel or E1, and it's just like, again, from half I use it all the way to my sizzle edge. Again, you're gonna have to build these about, I don't know the exact shrinkage depending on your water, but 15% of a little bit longer, because they're gonna shrink about 15%, depending on how much water, a little bit less, but they will shrink. So you want to keep your incisal edges a little bit longer. Again, you don't want that line in the future when you're building up your translucent, just to show that line. So you want to keep that edge to where you need to. It's better to cut back with the grind, with the burr, than having to refart it again. So remember, as we do that, now we'll explain too. And as you're placing it, when we're placing these, you want to place it far lingually as possible, because remember, we got to keep space always for the opalescent or translucent powders we're going to use and the end. So think space, space, space when you're layering these, especially if you still got to do characterization, you got to leave space. So remember, just that's why you use your Zirconia framework for your dentin enamel. That's why I'm telling you, use it that way, so that you don't have to layer dentin enamel and you have it on there. Again, that's ideal for a regular production crown. Everybody layers differently. Enamel wise, today I'm going to use this. I learned this theory more in Japan, of layering like enamel, T-blue, enamel, T-blue, enamel, T-blue, and that's after my dentin. And I'll show you how I'm going to cut back, and I'm going to apply that in some aqua blue, that's probably all we're gonna do for this one. We're not gonna take it too fancy. Again, I don't want to confuse you of that. And then we'll go through actually our CZR paste stain kits, 700, and so these are 750 Celsius temperature, high temp, and we'll actually have them right here. We'll show them to you. Again, some of these kits I don't use on every restoration. Some of them I just have for certain ones, but these are all paste, external paste stain, low fusing ceramic paste stains, and you'll see them as FC paste stains. It comes with the color guide. Again, they have anywhere from black, grays to blues to greens to oranges to yellows, and they also have regular A shade range, so A plus, B plus, C plus, D. Depending on how much you need, you just apply it a little bit thicker. You can see blue here. Again, I like them. They're very intense, and we'll apply them on a full contour if we have time. Again, I'm just showing you these before either I forget, we don't have time. So, and we're waiting for these to come out anyways.
All right, so give me a second here. See. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have got our winner for the MPF brush, the giveaway for the brush, and it is going to, the handle is Jamie Mullen 10. That's Jamie Mullen 10. That's Jamie Mullen 10. Yes, I'm not seeing much on your. Here we go. Alrighty, and I see here, what flag is this? Is this a Colombian flag? I believe it's a Colombian flag. But his address, let's see where you are. And you are actually in Leesburg, Florida. Alright, so congratulations, Jamie Molinares. That's what it is. Perfect. And I'm going to go live now and announce that live. Let's see here.
Congrats, enjoy that brush, it's really good. Again.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the brush is Mr. Jamie Molinares from Leesburg, Florida. Congratulations, Jamie. We're going to be getting that out to you very soon, all righty? So we already have your address, we have everything set up there, so congratulations. And all those who also put in their name and all their information, we're going to include you in the next one. We're probably going to, if you don't have a mill, if you don't use a block or whatever it is, I'm gonna do another one of these. We're going to do 2 more for today, but we're going to be announcing them on tomorrow at the end of the day, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, fantastic. And once again, Jamie Molinares, congratulations.
Congrats, guys. Enjoy that. And again, we're giving this away. We want you to have it. We're not trying to get you to use it. We want you just to see it, try it, and enjoy it. Use it however you want to. Just learn it. So right now it's time to make mistakes, learn a new system, new product. We got the time now. Again, if we can help you with anything, if you want to start using the system, we'll put Larry Zeno's email or Stephen Klein's email, and then that way you guys can talk to them about maybe trying getting the system somehow. I don't know. Like I said, I don't make those decisions, but I know they'll help you. Whatever you guys need. If you want to try or switch systems, talk to them, see what they can do, especially right now, and we can give you some. Again, Steven and Larry are the main guys in the USA for these sales, and they are big help. Manabu is also a cool guy. He's a big help, but that's boss man right there. If you don't have them, add them on Facebook. I think they have Instagram, but I know Facebook they have them. Okay, we're waiting for these copings. Let's just grab another coping till we wait, because again, this is one negative thing about doing these lives is this takes so long to fire these things. So I'm gonna pretend this already has its liner. We'll go to the dentin and enamel so we can start that way. The other one's coming out, it's cooling down. Again, don't rush them. Let them cool You don't want them to microfracture. Heat, remember, is a big issue. So again, that's what we're going to start off with. And I'm going to layer dentin, and then we'll use, let's say, A2, since it's a B1 coping, and some dentin. We'll use E1 today. Again, there's no wrong way to combine these. Learn your colors, and that way you know what to layer. There's no real, I mean, I can show you the shade map of what I use today, but it's not in every person's tooth that way. Again, it all depends if the patient's been bleaching, they've been over bleaching, they'll start having a gray, lower value. You'll see things like that. A younger patient, again, you'll see higher value. And again, this varies. Sometimes you have people of older age that have high values. It depends. It's all custom to the patient. So, and there's different ways to achieve that. But again, value starts from your coping and your framework. Big thing. Go check out Oriol Mata's. I know he talks in Spanish, but go check his vlogs too. He does a lot of the advanced stuff. He's been doing a lot of these lives, and he's showing a lot more of the mixtures. Again, I want to cover the basics, the guys with the basics, because we have enough guys doing these advanced. Go over to his Facebook. His name is Oriol de la Mata. He's in Mexico. He'll talk in Spanish, but you can see the what he's doing by hand. Again, big source there. There's a lot of guys out there, but these are the guys that right now are out there doing these lives. There's another guy in Chile, but I don't know him well, but I'll get you his name too, for you guys to be checking those out. Again, time to learn right now. Practice, mess up, crack them, fracture them, see the limits to these things. So I have a bad habit of laying my porcelain brush in my container. Don't do that. Just get a little spatula and scoop it out. You don't want to contaminate your whole bottle, just in case you accidentally might have some wrong liquid. You don't want to contaminate it, so just use a spatula. I just have a bad habit of that. So again, we're using CZR Zirconia porcelain on an A1 Katana STML. Again, we fired the liner. We're waiting on that, and then we're firing the metal framework as well. So I just use water, regular water, to mix these. Again, we have Meister liquid, we have forming liquid. I might even have some forming liquid in. And here I just don't use it. I give it away. I actually got a couple bottles. I'll give them away too, because they're just gonna try out. What do we have here? We have 2 or 3 bottles of this. Maybe 5 bottles or so. We have forming liquid right here. Just a little bit longer dry time, maybe 8 minutes. If you see you still having it, just go to 10 minutes. But it's not that thick. But I just don't like using forming liquid. I've always used water. So we'll add that to give away. Again, stuff that I don't use, let's give it away to people who can use it, who want to try it. If you want to try that forming liquid, send the Hezekiah message on here. Again, mix this porcelain very well. You want to, it's a very fine porcelain. That's what I like too. Small grain, so you don't have a lot of issues anyways. But mix it well. Take your time. Mix these things. I think sometimes we just get into the speed and we actually just add water and don't mix these well. Sometimes they've been in that bottle for a long time. Just mix them, fine grain. Again, I usually apply my liquid to the side and then I drag my porcelain in it. It helps with suctioning and avoiding some of that air bubbles and oxygen. And it makes it a lot better. You'll see I use small amounts of everything, just cheap, and I just like that. I just use what I need. And also, not only that, but I throw it away after I'm done. I don't want to come back like 5 or 10 days later and then add water. You'll have some issues sometimes with that, especially if it's just sitting there in the air. But again, when I place this, I'm already thinking about, I usually cut my mamelons and stuff with my dentins anyways on this stage, so you'll see my cut bag, but I'll do an ideal cut bag. and also you're placing this lingually as far as you can, because we still got, remember, we're gonna place dentin enamel, we're gonna do some internal staining, and then we still gotta place our translucents. I always say like 0.5, 0.6 of translucency is what I use. You know, I want to make room for that. And we'll still get shrinkage, but it's not enough. So most of the time, if you do like a lingual cutback, facial cutback, you already have your lingual up to your sizel edge anyways. So you really have your chroma and your shade already there. But since we just have a plain coping, we're gonna apply this to this. Ideally, again, we would use opacious. I could use opacious first, especially if my coping is too short, I'll use opacious. But today we're just gonna keep it simple. Use a dentin, regular dentin. Again, ask questions, guys. Ask questions, whatever you want. If you can't see it, if you need focus, let us know. You got a light right on top of me too. If you can't see well,
Actually, you know what? I think it may overexpose, but let's attempt. Let's
try it
attempt.
out.
And if it's a little overexposed, it is. So just give me a second while I adjust it. It's a little overexposed, but we could definitely do something about this.
So the main thing, again, I want you guys to learn today and see as much as possible. Again, sometimes we'll do, if you want, we got guys that travel. Right now, well, obviously with this virus, we can't, but if you...
Except Hezekiah.
Yes, Hezekiah, he's Superman. he's anywhere. But yeah, if you guys want, if you're managers or owners of a lab and you want training, again, Larry Zeno, Stephen Klein, they can get one of the guys. There's multiple guys out there that do it. Remember, we're making them a little longer than the ideal length that you want, because they're going to shrink. Again, there's no exact percentage. It's depending on how much water you use, but it's around 15%. I'm not more of a scientific kind of guy. I kind of use like more of my common sense and mistakes that I've made in layering this. Especially, I try to get photographs from doctors to see how these restorations are looking, what ceramics are looking a little bit more natural in my area. Again, in my area, we use a lot of fluorescence because we have a lot of nightclubs in Atlanta. So we have a lot of young kids here. When they get these crowns, they go to these nightclubs, and then when we don't put any kind of fluorescence in these, which porcelain has, but say it's a full contour zirconia, we have in our FC paste fluorescence that you can add to these full contours, and when they hit with the black light, it looks like they're missing a tooth if you don't put it on there. So again, it's just depending on where you live, things change, things vary. So if I'm using something that you don't need, just learn it, because you never know when you're going to move to a different area, different part of the world. There's also a chart in these, if you're a little confused of what enamel to use, we do have a chart where your firing charts are in every kit, and it will show you an ideal of what to use per shade. So we got all the help that you need. So you'll get something like, say like this right here. This is a CZR, and it'll actually tell you, you'll have your baking schedules. You'll also have color combination table. This is what I'm talking about. So we also do have 3D master powders. They're value powders. So if you're struggling with like the 3D, like 1M1 and 1M2, we do have powders for that. Oh, and I'll show you a kit. Now they don't come in specifically like 1M1, 1M2. They'll come numeral, like.
Can you hold that just still real quick so
Yeah.
that I can focus on that?
So they'll come like this, like 1120, and I convert them already, which it's almost the same. You can kind of guess, you know, it's 1M2 because of the 1, and then you skip that 1. So you kind of get an idea of how these work. Kind of skip that middle number is almost like a period, kind of like dot. But then the 2015 is 2L 1.5. So you kind of learn, but we do have values. So if you're struggling to match them, you go to Katana, you get your closest shade, you maybe even go one shade lower, and then you go with your Denton value if you're struggling with these 3D master shades. I know we struggle a lot with the 4s, the 4M2s, 5M1s, 5M3s. They're available, so we got them. A lot of people didn't know that, so big help there. It helps me a lot. I don't have to start masking, and again, you can do it with internal modifiers and everything to match them, but I don't like working that hard. I'm getting too old. Doing all that. But yeah. Yeah, so we got those. But basically this will tell you what to use, what shade base, what margin, what body, what opacious body, what enamel, and translucent or luster. So it'll give you an idea and option. So when you start, that way you're not lost. Because I felt lost, man. I'll be honest. When I first started this, I didn't get a lot of help. In that 80-man lab that I was, everybody was hiding their techniques. Everybody was just hiding them, and I was trying to like peek around to figure out what they were doing. So I lost like 10 years of just guessing and stuff because I was just a little lost. So I know some of you might feel lost. You don't understand when we say mamelons or we say like value. Don't feel bad. Like this is the time to learn. Like I know we got some really good ceramists in here, but then again we have some that are just coming from removables to ceramics because especially. The suns are changing, right? I mean,
Yep, we are actually having the winner of the MPF brush. He's going to come on in a few minutes to ask you a few questions. He's going to come on Instagram Live, and that's exactly where he's at.
Yeah.
He's coming from removables, and he's looking to get into ceramics. Absolutely. Also, JT Lab Queen is also interested in getting into ceramics.
Yeah, and that's why I want to cover this, guys, for you guys to learn is just to teach you whatever you need to learn because I know you're coming from. Like I started doing stuff like in removable. I've never done indenture, so now I'm looking to look for help with you guys in the removables because I started doing a lot of full arches and I started having to do like provisionals and having to modify these dentures and conversions and to me it's like it's all new too. But don't feel bad. You're learning. Even if somebody tells you like your work is horrible, start posting it like. At the point when you start posting and you really don't care what anybody says, you're gonna see your own work like improve. Like there's gonna be some good comments and some bad comments. I can care less what people say about my work. Like I can care less. Like, and you gotta get to the point where you do your work and you post it, and there will be some good people out there that's gonna help you and tell you, look, I would suggest like next time do a little bit of this and do a little bit of that. There's good people out there. It's not all bad. That's why we're here. I know there's always going to be that one guy like, oh, I'm like the best, but look, this is not a competition thing. This is just helping each other. I know you guys are transitioning, so the best thing, like I said, is there's still that group, that DTG group. Von Grow, I think manages it. Go post your stuff. There's affiliates, and those guys right there, no matter what system that they use, all different. They use this brand, that brand. They use all different brands. They use all different techniques. Some are all by hand. Some of them are all combination of digital. And just go over there, post it. Go look on Facebook. It's on Facebook. Post your work and start posting, taking pictures. Use your iPhone. Then when you can, you upgrade to a digital camera. All my photos are done with like a Costco camera because I had a very expensive one, and my daughter came in here and she dropped it. So I was like, I'm not spending that much anymore. I just went to Costco, bought a cheap one. The most important is that lens. I'm telling you, the lens is what matters. Get you a good macro lens, 100 millimeter lens, or even lower. But I chose a 100. Start taking your pictures and learning, and then you yourself can critique yourself and other people and just post it. And who cares what people say? It's all about learning. again, we're going to apply a little bit of this enamel. Again, the enamel is dentin in a transparent kind of value shade. It's not your translucency. So look at it as a transition layer. It's a dentin. So ideally, I'm going to do my lingual right now. And then I'll do a cutback. Because I now build up my dentin as where as I want it. I don't do cutback much. And I'll do a cutback today just to show you. But again, I just learned to build up what I need and what I want. Because no tooth is perfectly even, or lines in nature don't exist. It's all, there's curves, it's just crazy. There's no such thing as a perfect like line in nature. So that's why I kind of stagger my lobes and I stagger where I'm going to lay my translucency. But I'm going to do a cutback today. Hey, Hezekiah, can you pass me those MPF cutback instruments? I think it's one of those two. Yeah, it's one of those two. Yeah. So we'll use these. Yeah, we'll use some of these here. Got an MPF. Now, all these instruments are not needed. Like, you don't need to have them. You can have a simple, like, carver. You can use your brush. You can use one of these. Don't feel bad. You don't need the exact thing. Just, you can even have a piece of, like, there's other kind of carvers or different tools. So, just anything that's thin and metal we'll use to carve out. Today we're going to use some of these fancier ones. They're MPF. Now, I don't have any of these to give away. Maybe in the future we'll have a couple. Hezekiah might get some. We'll figure it out. But they have everything. That company has everything. Same with Noritake. This two of my main. So I'm not sure if you can see, but I'm just building my lingual. And again, and today, like I said, I usually would do my zirconia with no lingual cutback, ideally, because I'm using that as already my enamel, my dent in the multi-layer. But today I used it as a coping because I wanted to show you the full buildup. Again, a lot of the time I'm doing just micro layering facially, and then I'm applying just translucency, maybe some characterizations. And when you start learning to do ceramics, try to start learning how to use small amounts and use smaller brushes. Maybe like a 4 or a 6. Sometimes we get like a number 8. And that's when we start getting a little lazy and we just throw dentin on the coping, on the framework. And it gets you a bad habit. It's a bad habit to learn because later on when you need to start really micro layering, you struggle with the smaller brushes. So start with looks like 6 or 4, and that's still even kind of big. I like 4 and 6, and then I stain with double zeros or zeros. Again, the main thing from your removables is you're dealing with a lot of acrylic and a lot of like acrylic type materials, even Duro. What is that? Acrylic. I can't remember what it's, the red. And so there's a big difference between that and also wax. So just have patience with ceramic and start learning the water, how to control your water. That's the biggest deal, is just controlling water. But this is what, right, that and build up, and then we'll cut back here in a second. Again, tissue. There's different kind of tissues to blot. I don't use a lot of water, so I don't have to keep blotting. But once you see a shine come out of your dentin, it's water coming out, so just blot it. When you start seeing a shine of water, just blot it before it starts, like, literally melting is what it's doing. Again, basic buildups. We're not doing anything fancy. We want to teach you guys. If you're really learning, there's different forming liquids. Again, we have Meister and we have forming liquids. There's other brands that are literally like glue. You can look for different products, just whatever you like to use. But those ones that are like glue, literally where you put it, it sticks. Like you can layer all day, and if it's too dry, I don't use it anymore, but grab a spray bottle. If you see it's too dry, don't add water straight onto it. Just get a spray bottle and just spray it and keep it moist. Not too watery, but just enough to moisture up the porcelain. Just any little spray bottle. One of those like bottles you buy at Walgreens is fine. Again, that's going to be my deal. I'm going to make a little bit longer because I'm going to cut back right now anyways. And then do my transition layer. Again, we're only going to use about 4 powders on this build-up. We're not going to go too fancy, just dent enamel. I didn't even use opacious. Probably should have used it. And again, remember, I'm pushing stuff lingually because I still need room for my translucency. So I'm going to cut back. There's not a lot of room. There's also a cut back graph in the, actually we'll post it, but there's a cut back graph of how to cut back, how you want to cut back. But basically I'm just cutting enough back where I'm going to lay my transition layer and in my inner proximals to get some translucency in that. Any questions? I'm not even looking over there.
I got it.
This is a very thick tool. No question, no question?
Yes, I have one back here. Give me a second.
No problem.
All right, ladies and gentlemen that are on Instagram, we definitely encourage you to go to the YouTube stream because it's a lot better when it comes to the visuals and the audio. All right, we'll see you in a little bit. All right, so we have. Do you use any gold or silver powder for contouring after bake? If so, what brand? Do you like wet ceramic trays?
I used ceramic before, and I just don't like them. I started using just these stones. I actually have some trays. I might even, let's see here. No, I don't. I'll find it and we'll give that away, but I don't even use it. There's one that's in here. No, I don't. I just control water a lot better this way with these slabs. And I have them, they're agate slabs. You can just buy them on eBay. Just regular agate, they're called slabs. I just like controlling it this way. I've done buildup. I know some of you probably built up the old dry buildup where you place your water in the wet and then you place it in the dry porcelain and you pick it up. I didn't like that either. But also color. Yeah, we have some MPF texture. I don't use it unless I'm doing a very enantiomer that has a lot of anatomy, like a lot of the lobes are the characterization is very deep, or I'm trying to match something, especially 8, 9, something that way, but we have texture eyes. That gold one, I think it's really hard to get right now, and I haven't found it anymore, but I have used that one. I think you can find it like Latin America, you can see it. I think there's a couple people that have it, but it's really good. It's very good for, again, it's just a brush, you kind of just spray it. If anybody's never used it, it's to see your lobes and your anatomy on the front when you're grinding. You can actually match everything to whatever the gold. You kind of can see if you have it there or not. But I do use it. So with this one, it's gonna have a little shrinkage, and this is about what I'm gonna cut back only.
You have another question there. What brush brand do you use? That's MPF brush.
Yeah, these are MPF brushes. Is Dental Depot still? I think the U.S. Dental Depot is still their distributor.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
About one maybe last year, and that was it. So I don't know if they're still.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I take a lot of time when I do these cutbacks. So right now I'm kind of speeding through it, but I gotta make sure you have enough space. It's gonna shrink, and you have enough. If you're looking for translucency in your inner proximals, you're cutting back enough. So if you mess up, just build it again, recut it, and keep on going. And sometimes dentin will help you with translucency. If you're placing it correctly, using enough dentin, it helps you with your depth and translucency of your crown. So just make sure you have enough. But again, you're building it up a little bit taller because it is going to shrink. So I'm going to actually fire this one here. And that's about it. I'm going to let it leave it right here. I don't want too much translucency on this one, especially on the proximals. So we're going to fire this one. If y'all want, actually, let's do, it's already cut back. Let me do enamel, and then we'll take a break. We'll fire everything. We'll come back and fire it. And again, this is going through tomorrow. Hezekiah is here in Atlanta till tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll go again till you have to fly out.
We're gonna do from 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m. something like that.
Yeah. Today we just had to make sure all the camera equipment was set up, sound was good. So we start a little bit, and we start at 11, but tomorrow we'll have a lot more time.
And also we do that because the people on the West Coast
Exactly.
are ready around that time. You know.
Yeah, so we're thinking West Coast as well, and we're setting up everything. So today we can go a little bit 5, 6, whatever we need to. My lab is basically closed, so. Again, enamel. If you weren't here earlier, dentin. It's a dentin transition layer. Your E1, E2, E3s. I don't want you guys going and applying dentin and enamel and then looking for translucency. If you want more translucency, use our translucent and opalescent powders. Different shades. There's some that are shaded in the blue. Some are lower value gray, higher value. They're super clear now, which super clear is really clear. I love it. It's one of the new ones that came out. So now that's available. It used to be TX. Now it's this one here. And I'll show you the bottles. I want you to see the bottles, not me just tell you. So T-Clear, it used to be TX, now it's T-Clear. This is your super clear.
You see it?
And what I do actually, when I calibrate my oven, sometimes what I do is, especially if it's a new oven or acting up, I'll throw in I used to be TX, I used to throw TX, but now I'm going to start throwing T-Clears. So you throw these in a shade tab, and until it gets, if it's not clear, that means it's not calibrated. You got to raise your temp. You raise it 5 to 10 degrees up until you start seeing it really clear. And that's how I kind of calibrate my oven, an easy, cheap way instead of buying the system and connecting the wires. And if I need something really quick, I use a shade tab of T-Clear. Again, the most translucent one. It used to be TX. This is the new one. It's out. So that way, just make you a shade tab of clear in your oven. And that way, or even in any other portion systems, grab the clearest one, fire it. If it still looks milky, grab another shade tab, refire it, go up 10-15 degrees until it's clear. Again, IS liquid is magical. If you were to, like, again, I've told you guys this tip already. If you put your porcelain in the oven with to burn out the pigment, the pink, and then you really want to see your dentins, you can apply the IS liquid into that burnt out unpigmented porcelain, and it will actually show the actual dentin shade instead of this pink. So if you haven't tried, you can try that.
We have Jamie here. And let's see here. Jamie has a few questions here. So let me try to get Jamie here on. Try to get Jamie here. Jamie, where are you, brother? Ah, there you are.
Here's a question, you said?
Yep, Jamie's connecting right now.
What's
Jamie,
what's going on?
how you doing, champion? How's everything going?
What's up? What's up?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We have Edgar on the line right now, so give me a second while we get this thing here, so you can connect with him. All right? Give me a second here.
Okay.
What's going on, Jamie? How's it going, bud?
Hey, girl, how are you, man?
Doing good, doing good.
No, that I was listening to you earlier, and I have I think we have the same oven.
Yeah.
And when you mentioned that you used to do the maintenance yourself, what kind of maintenance you do to the oven, and how often?
Mainly, I've been changing like thermocouples. If I start seeing that I'm not getting my shades are not correct, if I'm having to change, if I have to like raise my temps a lot, I will get. The only thing is with the ProPress 100s, I think they start even making the parts, but I have some parts that I pre-bought because I knew they were gonna stop selling them. So thermocouple, like I said, the thermocouple and the actual muffle. But I just, like I said, as long as you keep them clean, I use carbon blocks to decast them, especially when I'm doing a lot of metal. And again, just clean around them, because I know a lot of people just let them, get dirty, especially on the table. And then you just do like a regular carbon firing, and you'll see stuff dropping from like old opaque, that stuff. You'll see it drop at the bottom, and then I just use a vacuum and vacuum it all out, and it's ready to roll. Just clean that table with a wet, damp towel.
Sounds good, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, because like I just bought it like not long ago. No, we just started like 6 months ago.
Yeah, like I said, these things are workhorses. That's why I like them. I had an Avoclar end up, and it's just a lot of sensors. So these things just go, like I said, just make sure your vacuums are good. Yeah, the 200s are the exact same thing. They just got 200 cycles, but yeah, 200 programs. But again, it's the same thing. They're really good workhorses. Again, they're good.
Yeah, we're gonna see if now that like we're gonna be really slow and stuff, we're gonna set up the furnace, and to do the press.
Oh yeah, they're good. The press, and again, some of them are presses, some of them are not, just regular. Again, if they're pro presses, they press. Again, it's all about your temperatures. Once you learn temperatures, you're fine, and you can just set them. And again, this is the time that we need to set them to whatever we're doing.
Yeah, I talked to you in Chicago, and we bought the glaze kit.
Yeah.
And, and it's been working like really nice for us.
Yeah, like I said, it's really good. It's really easy. I tell people all the time, and I'm glad you bought it out there. So again, everything I tell is like, again, I battled with all these issues, and I was spending a lot of time in the lab. So I mean, we have our products here. There's other companies that make wonderful products, but the ones that we make, I'll tell you right away, and hopefully they're working well. If you have any issues, let me know.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Kaya.
Hey, pleasure, Jamie. Pleasure, my brother. Be safe out there in Florida.
You too, man. You have to be safe.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Munoz is taking all your questions. Oh, Mrs. Fantastic just joined too. It's my wife.
Cool. So we'll fire this. If you want to take a break and then fire everything and then come back, maybe in an hour we'll go through like from 4 to whatever we need to.
Sounds good.
Because I still got to fire a bunch of stuff, and then that way we can, we can take questions as well. So if you have any more questions. before we go.
Right here on Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to put this to fire. We're going to give it a few minutes, close to an hour, and then we're going to come back. Make sure that you are still tuned in. We are going to be having the podcast with Mr. Munoz's previous or most recent interview with us. He talks about a few experiences with doctors and how he's been able to work with doctors and turn things around. So make sure you're still logged into the YouTube. Let me go over here as well, so I can face the other camera. Here we go. Let's do this here. Lake capture. No, well, there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to take a pause here. We're gonna. Edgar is putting those elements into the furnace. We're going to be playing Mr. Munoz's Edgar's. We're going to be playing Edgar's latest interview with us on the podcast. Make sure you follow that, you subscribe. Also, if you are on Android, if you use Android, you can tune in to the podcast every Monday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time through Spreaker, Stitcher, Spotify, Google Podcasts. If you have Apple, obviously you'll be able to find it on the podcast app. Just look up the Dental Today podcast. It's all under the umbrella of Lab Media TV. And what we're doing these last couple of days, we just came from Idaho, Boise, Idaho. It was a fantastic experience there with Mr. Dane Barlow. We thank those that partnered in this give back project. We were talking about GC. We had it was a GC, Harvest, DTG, White Peaks, Smiles by Dane, obviously Mr. Dane Barlow, and Lab Media TV putting it all together. So we appreciate the support. Today we have Kuraray Noritake that is sponsoring this episode, this entire day, today and tomorrow. So that's going to be very, very exciting. Hello, Jonathan Mora, right there on Instagram. Hello, Lidiaso. Hope you're doing well there on Instagram. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you continue to be tuned in again. Within the next hour or so, we're going to be playing that podcast episode, but via video, via YouTube. So you'll be able to experience the visual interview as well. And then in about an hour, we will be back. We have a few more giveaways. We have one more puck to give out. So make sure you're tuned in for that. And remember, tomorrow we will be live from 9 to about 1-ish, 12, 1. We'll see how the day goes. If you'd like to see something, just let us know. If you'd like for Edgar to work on something specific. Remember, any questions that you may have, Edgar is answering them live. So make sure you are either typing those questions in through the live chat on YouTube, or you're sending us messages here on Instagram when we're live. Now, obviously, all those that are on Instagram now, we are encouraging you to go on to YouTube, because that's where you're going to have the much better visual experience. Alrighty, so ladies and gentlemen, we will see you very shortly, but we will continue for a little longer here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Raul J there, great having you with us.
Stopping by. This is brought to you by Lab Media TV. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and here we go. Remember to follow us on social media at Lab Media TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and today we have another guest, or a guest who was on the first season. We brought him on the show, and we asked him about his process, his past, how he became a dental technician and went from working at a garage into now speaking for Noritake. He was recently featured in West Palm Beach at the Zon Expo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Mr. Edgar Munoz. Edgar, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, thank you for having me, man. It's good. Always happy to be here.
It's always good to have you. How's your new year shaping up so far?
Man, it started fast, and it's not slowing down, so it's a good thing. Literally, we just got off the lab right now. Got out of the lab, it was what, 7:30-ish, somewhere around there. So it's a blessing to have work, and it's good. I'm happy.
So good to hear that. So good to hear it. We're excited to be able to hear all these things from all around. And we recently saw each other here in, as I just mentioned, at the Zon Expo here in West Palm Beach. You spoke out there for Noritake. How was that?
Oh man, it was fun. We weather was good, everything was good.
It
The
was.
setup they did was awesome as well, and we met some new people that we'd never met before, and it was totally awesome, man. I really loved that area as well.
Yeah, then we actually hit the beach
Yeah,
after
yeah.
a couple of hours on Saturday, and I did not know that you were a drone aficionado, but apparently you're now you have a YouTube channel dedicated to the shots that you get whenever you travel. How's what are you going to do with this? Is this a new hobby that you're picking up, or you just did it that one time, or what's the deal with that?
No, so I've been flying drones for a couple of years now, but as I've been doing it, I get some requests if people want to see more or they want me to post a video. So I was posting it on Facebook, but on Facebook they only let you post, I think it's like a 1080p or something. They won't go 4K. So what I did was I went to YouTube, and we started to learn the process of posting on there and trying to build a channel up there. So we started at 0 people. We'll see what we can do on this 2020. Like I said, it's a hobby. It's something just to take stress off.
That's cool. That's cool. And so you're going to be in Chicago in February. We're going to be in Chicago in February. It's again LMT Lab Day. It's the biggest trade show for the dental laboratory technology aspect of the business. You're going to be out there with the Zon, but before February, do you have any other engagements going on this month of January, maybe the beginning of next month as well?
Yeah, we do. We started this year off. So we got some custom staining trips we have to do out of state, and then a couple of teaching things I'm doing extra on the side, and yeah, and then from there we go to Chicago, and then we got a couple more that are coming up as well.
That's exciting. And you won't only be at the Zon booth, and you're going to be working with Noritake at the Zon booth. Am I correct?
Yeah, we'll be at the Zon ballroom, and then we'll be at the Noritake booth downstairs where all the vendors are. And then on Saturday, we'll be at the McCormick Dentist finishing their convention. So we'll be there demoing some of the techniques for them since they're going digital, how to stain and glaze a little bit faster and make it look nicer. And just talking to these doctors, educating them on what Katana can do for them. Again, they have the block, which is the STML block, and a lot of them don't know we have other pucks in the lab, different
Right.
strengths, different multi-layer translucencies. So that's what we go in there. We educate these doctors.
That's amazing that we're seeing this relationship grow between dental technicians and doctors on another level, really.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
that you and I, we spoke a while back about you taking time to really explain and go through your process when it comes to these staining and glazing and these simple processes that a doctor can have done in their laboratory. But there is also another side to this. There are some dental technicians that aren't for that because they believe that can minimize the opportunity for work for them. Yet your point of view, as I understood it, was that you've been having success in terms of gaining more trust from the doctor and even improving your relationship and even not losing accounts gaining accounts. Can you touch a little bit on that? How is that working for you?
Yeah, man, it's as we all know, the industry is changing, and so that's what I'm trying to do is just keep up with these changes. Plus, I love technology, so what I'm doing is, I know it's, I'm losing some accounts on single units, especially now that they're getting their own milling machines and sintering ovens. And I mean, some of these sinterings are even amazing. They're, 30 minutes, 20 minutes for a sintering, which we before used to take 10-hour sintering cycles. So again, they're doing their single units, and in return, I'm teaching them how to stain and glaze, how to finish these restoration a little bit more natural. And again, in return, what they're doing is I'm seeing that they're getting a lot more confident in prepping bigger cases and doing implants. And in return, I'm getting those big cases. So it's, it's, you know, there was a fight there in the single units where it's not worth it for me to do single units anymore. So again, I tell these doctors, look, I want you to do single units, and then we do the complicated cases for you.
That's very interesting. Do you believe there is still a market for these single units?
Yeah, they're always going to be because some doctors aren't, they don't want to invest a couple $100,000 in equipment. So there's always going to be a market there. I think that the prices are going lower, but it's depending on your laboratory, on your niche. So I've seen people have a niche of single units, and they're getting a good amount of money for them. So again, it's not going to die 100%, but it is changing to a good percentage that it's probably not worth it anymore.
And then we also, as you mentioned before, there are a lot of doctors that are purchasing their own equipment, their own milling
Exactly.
equipment,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the turnaround is has come down so much. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's incredible. I mean, they can put it in one day, in a couple of hours.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. So yeah, even on the katana side, so we've with our material, the block, the zirconia, um, from start to finish, we say in 2 hours is what between the prepping, the designing, the milling, and the sintering. So start to finish 2 hours. So a patient get prepped, go eat and get something to eat, quick buy or take a rest, and then come back in 2 hours and it's ready to go in the mouth. And in the past we've seen these restorations not look so great. So that's why I'm trying to help these doctors, again, educating them and making these look like they're coming out of the laboratory. Again, it's something they're going to do anyways, and so we need to find another angle to have these doctors as a clients instead of losing them. So I think a lot of times we give up and we don't want to, you know we don't want to do anything about it, and we lose these doctors. But they're not going anywhere. I don't care what any doctor says. You're not going to get rid of a dental technician. We're always going to be there, and they're going to need our help. So we got to be there.
right. I agree with that. I definitely believe that the dental technician is evolving, has always evolved, and
Oh
is
yes.
continuing to evolve into that technological aspect of the business, the digital dentistry. However, I do believe that a lot of the fundamental instruction that was given many years ago and has been passed down, and the developments and everything are still very relevant
Oh
in
yeah.
this day. And I believe also that there is a need for the new generation of dental technicians. And when I mean new generation, I'm talking about new technicians, which there aren't a lot, right?
Mhm.
We definitely know that, but those young people that are getting into technology and learning how to use softwares, they need these fundamentals so that they can effectively do their work. What has been your experience with new technicians? Or when I mean by new technicians, is somebody that's been in the industry for a very little time and all they know is digital.
Yeah, like again, again, we talk a lot about digital and how it's evolving, but again, our hands are, what I've seen with the new guys is they come in knowing, they get taught, how to scan and get a scanned impression and make a restoration using a library. The problem is when those systems go down, they don't know what they're doing anymore. It's
Mm,
like they just don't know what to do, how to act. So they never learned how to pour a model. They never knew how to prep, get a depression ready for pouring a model, getting the model ready, and so on and so on. So, again, I think that was a blessing for me. I came in within the times where everybody was doing handmade. And so, I've been blessed to be able to meet some of these big, technicians that are way, way better than me. And, I've learned and I was a sponge the last 10 years. So I'm able to do it handmade if I have to, 100%, or digital 100%. Now I'm using probably 50-50 of technology and then 50% of my hands to finish the restorations. But I think that's the lack of the knowledge of occlusion. I mean, some of these guys are just designing stuff without thinking of occlusion, excursion, movement. They're forgetting about these basics. And I do agree with that's one of the bad negative things about it. But at the same time, I'm tech savvy, so I've used it as a positive tool on my side. It's only helped my lab be faster. Again, if you're scanning correctly, it should be a lot more accurate than us pouring models. Again, in the model stone, there is shrinkage, there's expansion, there's so many variables. You didn't add water correctly, so digital, I mean, it is accurate, it's very accurate, but you have to know the basics. You have to know, you know, a lot of these guys never even been in the laboratory getting dirty. So again, we can't forget those old, what we say old techniques, but that's what is the foundation of a dental technician.
And very relevant, still to this day. Very
Yes.
relevant. That's very
Oh yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
You bring that
Yeah,
up.
some of these guys that are doing it all handmade, they're the most beautiful restorations. But again, technology's coming, and what are they going to do when everybody's using digital scanners inside the clinician's office? They got to learn what's going on as well, because that's just like the new side of the lab business. So again, even on digital, sometimes we 3D print a model and we still got to do a refractory. So you got to know how to cut the 3D impression and how to base it and how to do everything and process it. So again, we got to remember those basic foundation techniques that we used to do.
Very interesting. I definitely agree with that very much. I was speaking to a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Bart Cawthorn, who's on the board of the FDLA, and he was sharing with me that he was teaching a course, and there was a large majority of the people that he was teaching that had never they had no idea.
Yeah, they had no idea.
It's very interesting, very interesting to see how uh, this shift within the digital dentistry, let's call it, or technology within dentistry is changing so fast
It is.
that I believe it may be even hard or difficult or complex for the complete shift to happen. And it's all about growing pains right now.
Oh
We're at
yeah,
a very exciting time because, as you shared before, technology gives the smaller lab the ability to compete with the bigger labs. What has been your experience with technology? How has that helped you being a small lab in comparison to the larger labs, now being able to use a milling unit and all these other tools available to you?
yeah. So on mine, it's been a positive thing. Again, I started being a technician with 19 years ago, but my laboratory is about 5 years old. So I started literally, again, same story, $700, porcelain oven. 5 year later, we technology has helped me get, as far as I have, and now we have, scanners and mills in the lab. But there is a pain to going from hands, because I was used to doing everything by hand and going digital. Luckily, I love technology. I mean, you see me, everything that I use, drones and everything. But there is some things that are not there yet. Like I did struggle, like inlays and onlays. I was 3D printing these models, and my inlays and onlays weren't fitting. There were some adjustments you have to make. No matter how accurate these printers are, they don't get undercuts, or they're not printing exactly to what you need. So there were some changes, there were some pains that we had to make changes, and but now everything's rolling good, and it's made me faster. I now don't have to, before I was outsourcing maybe 6,000 to 10,000 a month on copings and frameworks. So
Wow.
and I was under their time frame, their prices and if they wanted to do it for me or not. So when the equipment went down in price, because before mills were a couple $100,000, and now we're seeing mills 20,000, 30,000, $50,000 mills that are 5-axis mills, and they're very good mills for. So it's even the playing field for us smaller labs, 1-man lab, 2-man labs. We're not at some other big labs, again, time frame or bullying us. So now it's easier for us to buy this equipment and do it ourselves. It's made me faster. There's accuracies in some places. So it's been a positive change for me, but I mean, it wasn't easy. And now that's why I'm here trying to teach people and trying to help them out to anything that I can.
So one of the things that is very interesting when I speak with you is you have been a dental technician for 19 years.
Yes.
However, you weren't in the position that you're in. You haven't been rather in the position that you're in now, speaking for Noritake and being at the Zon Expo and people coming and asking you questions and you teaching people and possibly even correcting certain misconceptions about a process or a technique or whatever it is. It hasn't always been like that for you.
No.
So when was it technology, or what was it that took you from being a dental technician that was just doing what he was doing, the simple work, let's call it, just the day in, day out, and now you're teaching people. Now they're asking you to come and speak at different places and share that secret or that technology, or rather the use of the technology that's giving you the results that you're getting.
Well, I mean, yeah, again, it wasn't all like this, but I think I spent most of my time being a sponge. Again, I came from a different background of industry before this. I played competitive baseball, and then I was doing real estate on the side, or I even worked, at Best Buy as an install technology. So I was installing, equipment. So when I got into the dental field, I was way behind. I was already, in my 20s. So I had to learn quickly. I had to adapt. I really liked it. When I touched ceramic the first time, I was just like, this is it. This is what I want to do. But I knew that I was way behind. There was guys that were amazing and still are. They're way ahead of the game. I'm still behind, so I'm still even playing catch up. But I think what it was I was just blessed to meet some of these great techs and sponge and learn from them. Whether there's one thing from each guy, and I've managed to kind of make my own style, because we all have our own style. And the only reason why I started teaching or speaking was I got an opportunity from Noritake with Larry Zeno, and I was asked to go to Puerto Rico and talk to a couple. It was a tons of doctors there actually that showed up, and I saw that there was a lack of like, we're still not sharing, and the first thing they told me is like, why are you sharing all this info with us? I mean, most of the time everybody's hiding their techniques, and I told them, look, I came the same way, and I was taught everything that I know. So now I'm trying to teach it back to everybody as well. It's like giving it back to people. Again, if I was to disappear or retire from this industry or something happened, and I didn't teach anybody, what's the good of it? We gotta give back. There's more than enough work out here, but there was no secret. It was hard work to get here. It's sleepless nights. Sometimes I was getting 2 hours of sleep. Learning. I was, whether I was in the garage working or I was learning, I was reading books, I was, teaching myself. There's, I'm even ExoCAD I learned by myself. I just bought it and I started learning it, and then, just recently, I think it was like 2 years ago, a year ago, I went just to California to one of their ExoCAD courses, but I knew it all really. But again, it's been all trial and error, sponging off other technicians, learning from them, and that's how I really got to this. But again, there was no secret, no nothing. It just happened. I think things happen for a reason, and now I'm out here just trying to teach everybody as much as I know.
Absolutely. I definitely appreciate every time I hear a dental technician that has that passion to give back, really, and to share the different experiences that definitely render that type of result, especially seeing gentlemen as yourself. And I had the opportunity a year ago. We went to Dominican Republic. Lab Media TV went to Dominican Republic, and we set up an event at the Catholic University of Santo Domingo, and we took a great dental technician by the name of John Wesley McMillan, Spitfire. I love that guy, and I remember this guy. Uh, he just shared that, and it's a wonderful thing to see dental technicians that have traveled, that have brought back that information, and share it and make it available for people to grow, because it's about growing again, like you mentioned, and I agree with that. Everything is changing. Technology is leading different changes, or inducing different changes, bringing different changes, and a lot of change. And if there are certain things that I'm sure you would have learned, let's say 10 years ago, you would be in another situation today, right? But it's a progression of learning. That's very exciting. Now, for the rest of the year, what do you have planned for the rest of the year? What are you going to be doing?
I haven't, really looked at too far of the schedule. I know there's stuff lined up already through the year. But mainly, again, I'm kind of restructuring my laboratory as I'm able to now, as I've just grown a little bit too fast. So I'm working on that right now. I grabbed a little bit too much sometimes. I thought I could do it. I was saying yes to everybody. So I'm kind of working on that right now, is just restructuring and just really finding my niche that I would like to do. I was kind of all over the place this last year, really, where I was doing a little bit of everything. And so I've kind of found the things that I really like. Like, I love doing implant dentistry, restorations, and I'm loving that area right now. And then, like, single unit anteriors, I'm loving just to layer, and I want to enjoy that again. So I'm kind of restructuring things, getting rid of some things, and just kind of fixing that. Then we'll be teaching again all through the year. Things just come up last minute as well. So I'm going to start being a little bit more active, also posting of where I'm going to be, what I'm going to be doing. Again, I'm not the best technician, but with the stuff that I know, I'm willing to share with anybody. So if anybody has questions, they can always ask me. I'm always here. You don't need to go to a course to ask me. So, because I know there's younger guys coming behind me, and I remember when I was coming behind, and I used to look up to technicians, and at that time they weren't sharing as much. It was I don't know, most of the time you would ask a technician when I started, and they were hiding. I started a big production lab, so everybody was trying to fight for that extra 10 cent raise. So nobody was sharing their technique. So now I'm able to, so I'm going to do it. But that's our main goal this year. There's nothing really big that I have yet. I actually need to sit down and probably look at the vision board again, and redo that vision board, because it's in the back. I actually just cleared it out. You can see it in the background. It's empty, like literally empty. I just took everything off. So we're gonna sit down and do that this couple of days.
And you mentioned this whole thing with the 10-cent raise and everything. Dental dental technician, or dental laboratory professionals, dental technician professionals are definitely professional.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a dental technician is a professional. Of course, we all agree that there are different degrees, right, to the level of results that are achieved or rendered. But however, I do believe that the dental technician is a dental professional. Um, what took you from fighting for that, let's say that 10 cents raise, as you mentioned a second ago, and now where you're owning your own lab, and you're having these types of conversations with doctors? What took you there?
Yeah, man, it was a big change. I was for the first 10 years or so, I was just in production labs, and I had never seen the other side of things, like, you know, how to layer and how to do these beautiful restorations. I was just, we were production work, so we had to do 20 units build up, 20 units contour, and that's all I knew. And then until one day, through Facebook, I started seeing the DTG group, which was Von Groh. I don't know who the actual real creators were. I know Von Groh and Bill Maris, and there's a couple other technicians. They were sharing. They were showing these awesome restorations. So that opened my eyes. I was like, whoa, there's like this whole new world out there. And so I started trying to layer things in the production lab, and it didn't work out. Um, they didn't, there's because I mean, you totally see, you're like, they were wowing on the restorations, but I was only making like 2 or 3 of them when I was supposed to making 20. So it didn't work out, and I literally got fired from doing that. And I had never been fired. Their excuse was like I was making them too nice and taking too long. So I was kind of lost, but I was seeing everybody. These guys were like had 1-man labs and everything. So my wife was pregnant at the time. The last time that happened, and I was put. My back was on the wall, and I was like, man, I don't want to go back to that. I actually went to this local lab, man. It starts with the G. So, and they're like maybe a 60 to 80 man lab, and they stuffed my desk with, I'm serious, like with 60 pans. And like I worked maybe like 2 hours. I was like, well, I'm just gonna try this. And then I asked them to go to the bathroom, and like I ran out. Like I didn't come back. I just ran out of the lab. I acted like I was going to the bathroom, and I just disappeared. I was like, I'm out of here. I can't do this. But that really like that hit me right there. I was like, I'm not going back to that. So that's how I started the lab. I was like, look, I'll just start doing piecework, and that's how I started. Just like I bought this furnace, and then man, dude, it brings back so many memories. This is probably another different podcast that we can do, but man, I didn't have anything. All I had was a porcelain furnace and this old brush that I had, and I had seen these brushes from like MPF, but at the time I couldn't afford them. They're like $100, right? And so I had this old brush. I had things that I wanted, but I couldn't get. Then had samples of porcelain. So that's how I started. And so I was doing like piecework, which was you get work from other labs. You do like a buildup, like a two like dent enamel buildup, simple. And that would be like say $10 to $20, whatever I was charging at the time. And then contours another $10 to $20. So that's what I was doing for the labs, and I was getting a lot of work. And then later I started buying a little bit. But man, it's been a long journey. It wasn't easy, and it was just like I said, it's been hard work to get here. But it's that's how I started the lab. It really wasn't because I just had to. I was put in that position. Either I could have just sit there and cried about it, or again, I just said, look, I'm selling this, and this, and we're gonna start this journey, and that's how it happened.
And who, how, or what, when, where, who, how, your first brush, nice, decent brush.
Dude, man, that the one guy I gotta always give thanks to because he gave me a big push. He doesn't know how much he gave me just confidence and so it was George Paps from MPF is at the time. I don't know how we started talking. I think I was just telling him how awesome his brushes were. Then I seen him one day, and the first lab day I ever attended, dude, I barely got there. Like literally, I scrapped up enough money just to get the plane ticket, my hotel, and everything. And my goal was like I was gonna go see these great technicians, and I did. I was able to see a bunch of them, and then I hit at the time it was George Paps, and they were kind of meshed with Harvest Dental, and so I started talking to Sasha and George gave me one of these brushes, man, and just these MPF little brushes here, and he's like, try it out. It's like, how much do I owe? He's like, don't worry, just try it out. And somebody like me that got that, I went straight home and started using that thing. I still have my old like things like 17, 18-year-old brush, but now I use these MPFs, and I've been blessed now to be able to get these. And George has really also he given me so much support, and I gotta give you big thanks to him because he's one of the ones that really helped me out, and he doesn't know how much it really helped me out. But we're gonna do a little bit of some product show here soon. I'm gonna do some videos because we got some stuff here that I haven't been able to use this year that I got. There's some instruments from MPF, some just a new palette tray, um, some texture paint as well, and some MPF rainbow drops, which everybody knows I use that a lot. I use food coloring now, but no, I got these rainbow drops, so we'll use these. These are just additive colors that you add into the porcelain, and you're able to see what you're layering and how much you're layering. So again, yeah, MPF, man, they're awesome. They're great. George is a cool guy.
And that's amazing how you shared how something that maybe did wasn't a big deal definitely uh, made a big deal of an impact in your life. I used to be a musician, and I remember when I had a new snare. I started on the drums, and then I moved on to other instruments. But I remember when I got a brand new snare, right? After playing on this old beat up snare, right? And you put a new skin on it, and you hear it sound differently, and it inspires you.
Oh
And
yeah.
I assume that it would be the exact same, if not similar, to you as a gentleman who, you looking at where you were coming from, and you were using this brush that was an old brush, and then you get the opportunity to use an MPF brush, which obviously we know the construct is a
Yeah.
phenomenal construct, very ergonomic. The humidity it holds, and all that. It's a phenomenal tool. I'm sure it also brought out a different element in you.
Yeah, because it gives you confidence. You're like, the big guys are using it. At the end, it's not really the brush, but you give a kid confidence. And I tell a lot of two of these companies that I meet, I'm like, sometimes we're giving these things to technicians maybe that are into their career. They might not really even appreciate it. But this dude, George, took a chance and gave me something, that I was like, wow. And it gives you confidence because you go back in the lab and you're like, mentally, like, it's just like any other sport. You got high end tools. This thing flicks water. It makes you faster. It's in the end. I mean, it just makes you confident and want to learn more. It just gives you a little boost of like, man, there's like possibilities. I could maybe become a little bit better in the future. Now I got the things. I don't have an excuse, and it put me to work. And but again, I think that you got to start off with the the regular brushes that you can't always have fancy ones. I think you still got to learn just using any brush, whatever you got at the end. But something like that just really helps a kid that is that growing up in this industry. It really helped me.
That's amazing. And but you're not only with the brushes and everything, you're also into technology, which we were talking about recently. But also, you mentioned something about building something and posting that on YouTube. Tell me a little bit about that because that sounds very exciting.
Oh yeah, I was talking to you. I got so many projects. Those are projects too that I got to do. Just right now with the whole New Year, Christmas, I haven't been able to do it. But so again, remember I come from nothing. So even now, just because I may have the money or the opportunity to buy something, and I don't, if I can build it. Before I was building things, man. I was building just my own palettes. I was building my own little something with glass or my own spatulas out of old zirconia. So I was showing everybody I've been purchasing. I'm in the 3D printing, but my curing lights are just dying like crazy. And I started like rebuilding them and breaking them up and trying to learn them. And so I started learning of what's in the components. And so I started like just buying stuff on Amazon, and I built two of them already, two curing light units. So I'm going to show people how to do it. And they're about maybe 50. I'll post the links up so people can have the exact items. But it cost me like $50, $60 to build these things. And I was paying $500 for them. So they're curing my models exactly. I looked at the lighting. It's the exact same lighting that they're putting in these systems. And everything is going good. I'm kind of working on the curing times and stuff. But it's just little stuff that people can do at home. Not everybody has the opportunity to buy everything. And so things like that I'm going to start doing is just teaching people how I got through. Sometimes people say it's I guess they look down onto it, but remember, not everybody has the opportunity to buy everything. So if I can help anybody get into this industry at a cheaper price, let's do it. And so I'll get that done here soon as well. There's other projects that I have too again, it's just time. It's like I apologize too because I know I posted that maybe a month ago. So once I can get that going, I'll get it up.
That's fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing those videos. And we have a collaboration pending as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because we have a collaboration with Elite Dental Laboratory or Elite Dental Studios, excuse me, and Mr. Edgar Munoz. Edgar, it's always a pleasure having you on the show. I'm always inspired by hearing your story, hearing how you continue to push forward and have a hunger to learn. And it's very inspiring to me. I'm not a dental technician, but it's very inspiring. And I look forward to seeing you in Chicago, brother.
Yeah, and we'll be there. Everybody, I'll post our schedule and also my colleagues' schedules. There's going to be a lot of us, our Noritake guys, Sean Pond, Sean Park, Gene, Chia, and then there's going to be a couple more guys that are coming as well. I'll be there. I haven't looked at the schedule 100%, but that's kind of what I saw. And then just remember, just go out there and just meet people and learn. I mean, just learn one thing from everybody. I mean, we'll show you something and we'll get it going. And again, just go learn, meet people, and have fun. And I'm happy we'll be there.
That's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. We will see you next time. Once again, Edgar, thank you for coming on the show. We will see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, till next time.
I'm out.
Welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. Thank you for stopping by. This is brought to you by Lab Media TV. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and here we go. Welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. Thank you for stopping by. This is brought to you by Lab Media TV. My name is Hezekiah Morales, and here we go. Remember to follow us on social media at Lab Media TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of the Dental Today podcast. We are excited to have Mr. Michael Smith on the show. You've seen him in the LMT magazine. You've seen him in the Dentsply Sirona booth out in Chicago and West Palm Beach and Tennessee. And you were in Vegas as well, correct?
I was in Vegas a few years ago, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
at the Sarah World. I think it was Sirona, Dentsply Sirona World at that point. I mean, it's kind of hard to keep up with how many times they've changed the name of that event.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have him here today. Michael, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
We appreciate you we appreciate you coming on the show, and we tried to set this up a little sooner, but we've all been playing phone tag with everybody in the industry because we're at the last 2 months of the year, and it gets a little crazy. But it was definitely a pleasure meeting you, Michael. We met out in West Palm Beach at Zon Expo out in October. It was a pleasure meeting you. You were there working with the CAM, the milling side of Sirona, and it was a pleasure meeting you. I'd like to get into a little bit of your background. Obviously, here at the Dental Today podcast, we like to know the history behind the people that we follow, the people that we look up to, those that are instructing us and sharing all this information. And I see here your father was a dentist, so you were around the dental industry ever since you were a baby. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so my dad was he was a dentist in the Air Force, and I was 6 months old, and at at 6 months old, he moved. He was actually stationed at Offutt Air Force Base in, near Omaha, Nebraska. And he wanted to move back home. He's originally from East Tennessee, him and my mom. And so moved back, and he started his private practice in a little town north of Chattanooga. It's called Dayton, Tennessee. And pretty much been here ever since. I grew up in a dentist office. Every vacation I ever took was, for the most part, wrapped around continuing education for him. And if there was at Disney World or at Six Flags or something, if there was any type of dental event, that was our vacations. But yeah, I mean, he's still in practice. He's 69 now, still in practice. And I guess I told him one day, I said, hey, you probably need to think about retiring. And he says, well, you don't spend your entire life getting good at something and then quit when you're good. So he's pretty passionate about dentistry. So who knows how long he'll keep on turning them.
That is exciting. That is exciting. And so obviously being in a dental family, because your father was a dentist, I'm sure you got your hands on a few things. But I see here that you recorded here that at 11 you trimmed your first model. How did that come about?
So we were in his old office was located in a strip mall, and whether I was riding a bus to the office or having other parents drop me off after school, I mean, my mom worked in the office as a receptionist. And so, every single day, me and my sister have to go to the office and wait for mom and dad to get done working. So while I was there, I mean, I started off when I was a little bit younger, just kind of helping my mom out with, at the time you had to lick stamps. You didn't have self-adhesive stamps, so I was the kid over in the corner once a month having to lick those stinking stamps on every daggone statement and getting a pasty mouth. So I just kind of eventually graduated up to cleaning out impression trays, because I thought it was cool when you're 6, 7, 8 years old. You kind of think it's cool to put on a pair of latex gloves and feel like you're somebody. So I did that, and I started showing a little bit of interest because my dad, to be honest with you, he kind of jumped around different laboratories, and he just got to the point that he just didn't like what he was getting. So he started doing his own lab work. And that means doing his own lab work means he comes down on the weekends and his days off, and he works in the lab at the office to create crowns, partials, dentures, whatever he needed to create. And I just hang out with my dad. So come down, and just finally one day he's just like, hey, let me show you how to trim a model. And then so I think I was 11 years old when that happened, trim my first model.
Wow. Trimmed your first model at 11. And then fast forward, 1988 is pretty much when you seriously started working in the lab. Is that correct?
Well, seriously is probably a relative term. Seriously would be, I kind of showed interest, and I started kind of doing a couple other things, helping my dad kind of along the way. Nothing major. I wasn't casting copings or processing dentures or anything else, but I was doing remedial things, stuff like maybe pouring a model or polishing a rim of a denture from a reline, or just all sorts of little things, stuff that I couldn't screw up too bad, so to speak, that wasn't pretty much fixable pretty quick. But when I was in high school, I started working in the lab a little bit more. I mean, I did play sports as well. Those of you that know me know that I'm a pretty big guy. So I ended up, kind of falling into some football and doing that. I played baseball most of my life as well, and just decided to put forth an effort and be productive and kind of get a job and make a little bit of side cash. So when I started driving, I'd have a little bit of running around money, so to speak.
Right. And
Yeah,
that's
so
right.
that's kind of where I was exposed to, first exposed to it.
That's very, very interesting. Now, my question, the next question I'm gonna ask you is more philosophical rather than having anything to do with dental, or more into the philosophy of the transference of knowledge and immersion and all that. So I have an 8-month-old, and for the past, I would say, for the past 10 years, I've made a point to pray for my son even before I was married. Right, I pray for my children actually, before I even knew my wife, and now that I have an 8-month-old, it's real, the impact that as parents we have on our children. So you were into sports, and being in sports, obviously, the camaraderie that comes along with all the guys on the team and all this. Obviously, these guys were talking to you about what they were doing and all this, but what really brought you back to working with your father, and what really brought you back to develop yourself in this profession when there were probably 10, 20, 30 other options that you were hearing around you?
So there was a point in my younger years that I really didn't understand. I didn't understand dentistry. Now, when I say that, I'm talking like I'm real young. So one vivid memory that I have, and it's kind of aside from dentistry, so to speak, but one memory that I have that I kind of use all the time is about once a month we would load up in an old K5 Blazer that my dad owned, and we would drive to Chattanooga and go to me and my dad would get our hair cut, and we'd go to my dad's childhood barber. It's really like the old school glass bottle coat machine. It's got the little I can't even think of what the little thing outside a barbershop is, little white and red spinny thing, whatever it's called. It was old school, and we're driving down the road, and I can remember exactly where it was. We're driving down the road halfway between Dayton and Chattanooga, and I told my dad, I said, "Hey, Dad," I said, "How much money do you have?" And he kind of looked at me funny, like, what type of question's that? And I told him, I said, "Well, my friends have been talking, and that you're a doctor and / dentist or whatever, and so you're a doctor, so you got a lot of money, so that means we're rich, right?" And he just kind of chuckled, and he pulled over to the side of the road and put it in park, and he looked at me and he says, "Do you think I do what I do for money?" And as a probably 5-6-year-old at the time, I said, "Yeah," because I don't know any better.
Right.
And he says, "No," he says, "I do what I do because I get to help people. I help people in a way that they can't help themselves." And that statement that ingrained into me, and it's held true to this point. And I feel we all have a unique ability, a God-given ability, a gift to help our fellow human in some shape, form, or fashion. My dad's is teeth. Mine, I feel, is teeth. And my kids have their own abilities. You have your own ability. Your son will grow up with his own ability, and it's just discovering that gift that we have. It's one of my lectures. I've got a statement that kind of rings true as well. It says, if you want to discover your gift is what you. Let me try to quote it exactly, but your gift is what you do best with the least amount of effort, meaning you really enjoy what you do. And like for me in dentistry, I absolutely love coming to work. I love talking about teeth, talking about different patients. I love talking about issues and trying to come up with solutions and working together with different doctors or different laboratories to rectify a situation. And it's really, it's rang true in my entire life. Like, that's just what I thrive off of. And it could be maybe a little bit of an obsession to a little bit of an extent, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. I won't kind of dive too deep into it about how I kind of balance everything, but
we are going to get it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then but just kind of going back and what the team aspect of what we do is key. I think sports are great in that. I did something a little bit different with my children. We kind of started off with doing some sports at a really, really young age, and then I quickly got to looking kind of around with other people that live at the ball field and kind of their family dynamic, and it just seemed like there was a big disconnect. So our kids didn't play sports until they got into middle school, and that's our me and my wife, we have a rule. The rule is you play one sport, you dedicate yourself to that one sport, regardless of what you want to do, whether it's basketball, soccer, football, baseball, whatever. But you need to pick something, and then you need to put all your effort toward that one thing. Me or my wife, we're both good at sports, but we're not great, so to speak. So we just have to work hard at anything that we do to be good at it. So.
Right. But I think it's very powerful how your father decided to answer that question in the manner that he did, although you were 5 years old. And I personally can remember a time I was about 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old, that I was riding with my father. It's very interesting. I was riding with my father. We were in one of his trucks, and I asked him, or I told him something. I told him something along the lines of, my father had just come back from counseling with the family or whatever, and I realized that the impact that the meeting had on these people was astronomical. And to me, I was a young boy, obviously, but I could perceive that the change was, or the impact was huge. And I turned around to my father while we were driving, and I told him, Dad, I want to be like you when I grow up. And my father turned around and he said, Hezekiah, if you grow up to be like me, then I haven't succeeded in being a father, because you have to go further than the things than where I've gotten to, and you've got to accomplish much more than what I have. And that changed my perspective about my father, and I perceive that what he told you changed your perspective about a profession in general, because I do see here that you're not only you don't only own Sierra Dental Arts, you also own Sierra Milling, and you are also a stakeholder in Sierra Imaging. So talk to me a little bit about your journey from going from an 11-year-old boy who's trimming a model to going through school and opening up your own laboratory.
Well, it's I kind of thought I'd be a dentist, to be honest with you.
The natural profession.
I got really big hands, so being a dentist or a proctologist is probably not in the cards for me. I wouldn't be very successful. But
maybe working on Tony Robbins' mouth, but other than that, maybe.
Yeah, there you go. You know what? I kind of, as I worked in the lab through high school, I really wanted to do more than just teeth. I really, I thought it was cool what we were doing, but I wanted to take it to the next level. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'd love to make like prosthetic limbs, like
Mhm.
arms, legs. Um, and so I did a little bit of research in that. And what I did was I found out that I need to go into physical therapy
Mm.
and then get a degree in physical therapy. And then I could kind of specialize and go into prosthetics and kind of merge over into the medical side. And that was kind of the track that I needed to take from talking to a few different people that did it. And I was not I guess I was trying to work on my life more than I was my studies in college. So, what, I mean, I wasn't a partier or anything like that, but I just didn't really care about school that much. And I mean, I was getting decent grades, but at that time in the mid 90s, when you're trying to get into PT school, you pretty much had to have a 4.0 or it was a no go.
Mm.
And I didn't have a 4.0. I had something like a 3.4, 3.5, something like that after my first year. And then my advisor said, well, pick something else because you're out. And I was like, well, okay. So I had some discussions, and kind of my fallback was dental lab. And you know, I kind of feel that was kind of God directing me into what He felt that was you know, where I needed to be. And you know, you got to make the best of it. So I had that discussion, and my dad always asked me, he's like, you know, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Like any good father would. Um, and you know, mom as well. But the I really just, I think deep down inside, I just wanted to help people. And so my dad taught to me a lot about the lab side of the business. And like he told me, he's like, listen, Michael, if you can create some predictable results each and every time, and it's proprietary and it's good work, it looks natural. He says, you would be a millionaire if it's money that you're worried about. But he said, you can, it's hard to find good dental labs out there. He says they exist, but they're just hard to find. But when you find them, they do charge a premium, which they ought to. And so that kind of rang true with me. And then, so I think it was I'm pretty sure it was my freshman year of college. I decided, you know what, maybe this dental lab thing is something I should pursue. So that summer when I was home, what my dad did is he called around to a few different labs of people he had used in the past, people he respected, and he basically allowed me to go down and you know, spend a few days just kind of sitting in the lab and talking to different people. And so, you know, I'm not going to mention any names, but you know, I visited a lab in Georgia, visited a lab in Alabama, another one in Tennessee, and then I think one in North Carolina. And I just kind of went around, and they were kind of different size labs, different variances of work. Some were boutique, some were, you know, big multi-station laboratories that, you know, probably had 15, 20, 30 employees to try to get my feel of what I wanted to do. And I came out of that summer kind of feeling of like, you know, I'd kind of like a little boutique lab.
Hmm.
I'm in control, easy to kind of keep everything in check as far as quality. Um, but the desire to serve and to help more people overtook my ability to stay small. Now,
Mm.
I am no means big at all. Um, you know, we're basically just a 3-man lab at this point in milling center, but the availability of technology and my diving into the technology was kind of a staple in that. So, you know, we kind of jump ahead a little bit. I graduate college. I graduated in 98. Um, ended up getting married January 1 of 99. Now, in doing so, when I got married, I knew what I was going to do. I was going to start a lab. I was going to come back to this small town of Dayton, Tennessee, and raise a family, and just kind of see what God had in store for me. But that was kind of the vision that I had. My wife she's a dental hygienist. She actually does work for my father, but she was still in school. She had a year and a half left of school. So this was in Johnson City, Tennessee, at East Tennessee State University. I got my degree there. That's where she got her degree as well. But so she continued to go through her dental hygiene program. She graduated in 2000. I think it was early of 2001, maybe the end of 2000. I can't remember exactly, but so we pretty much had a couple of years up there, or a year and a half at least. Then we moved back, and then that's kind of when I started. And hire some people, fire some people, trying to
get right.
my way through it. But I would say one of the biggest life-changing moments was in 2001 when I come back and I first opened my lab. And when I first opened my lab, what happens was you and I were discussing it here just a little bit earlier about the long hours this profession demands. It's so hands-on. It's so labor-intensive. I was working 14, 16, 18 hours a day. I was basically getting up, going to work, working all day, typically working all night, and then coming home. And my wife came to me not long. It didn't take very long for this to kind of conspire, or transform into this. But trying to gather my thoughts here, but so I can kind of hold it together. But my wife came to me and she said, "You know what?" She's like, "You just do nothing but work. Like, you get up before I get up. You come home after I've already gone to sleep." She's like, we talked about starting a family. If we're going to start a family, like I didn't sign up for this. Like, I married you because I wanted a husband, not because I wanted somebody just to throw money at me. And I definitely was not throwing money at her at the time either. I mean, it was hard to build
Hello, everyone. We are back. We are back. We are live. Mr. Munoz, Mr. Edgar Munoz, is going to continue his process and in explaining a few things there. I would like to let you know that we are going to be live for the next hour and a half. And then tomorrow between 9 and 12, we will be live again. We will do a couple more giveaways. Very, very excited about that as well. And between 12 and 1, 12 and 2, what we're going to do is we're going to be doing the Spanish, right?
Yes.
That's what we mentioned. Yes, that's what we agreed on. We're going to be having a moment for the Spanish speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to thank Kuraray Noritake for being phenomenal people and wanting to give back in this time and joining Lab Media TV in this Give Back project and this COVID-19 lab tour. So make sure you go out to their websites, to their Instagram, Facebook, leave a comment. Thank them for supporting this project here. We also want to thank Mr. Edgar Munoz. Elite Munoz is his tag, and Elite Dental Studios is his tag as well or his handle, on Instagram. Make sure you follow Lab Media TV on YouTube, Facebook, and on Instagram. And also, we have a podcast that goes live every Monday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have phenomenal episodes coming up with the likes of
Bob Work, who I call Mr. Crozat. Also, we have Mr. Bobby Williams. That's going to be on the podcast. We're going to have Mr. Bill Atkinson. We're going to have Mr. Danny Vesmar. That was a fantastic interview. Also with the Heaslips, beautiful people as well. Just a plethora of phenomenal people and great professionals. So make sure you're tuned in to that. All right, we're seeing that more people are joining here. Make sure you're okay. There it is. So make sure you're leaving comments there. That way, you any question that you may have, we'll answer those questions. All right, Mr. Edgar Munoz, take it away.
Thank you, Hezekiah. So we're back, and basically earlier we went over the katana pucks, the blocks, some of the products we have, and then that we use here with Noritake. We did we opaqued the non-precious coping using the bonder, and then I actually did one layer of the regular opaque on it, so it should be coming down. We also did a Zirconia dentin enamel buildup, and this is what it is, just straight out of the furnace. I didn't touch it yet. So after this, I'm going to go smooth it out because we're going to do a little internal staining. So I need to rough it up to apply that so it doesn't just like slide off. So basically, once that would come out, you can use a diamond. If it's some areas is too thick or too tall, you would make an adjustment. This length is pretty good for me, so I'll stick with it. I'm just going to go rough it up, and then we're going to apply our internal staining. Then from our internal staining, we'll use our luster porcelains with our translucent porcelains to do the final translucent layer, just to close and seal everything. And if we have time, we'll do some external staining and glazing on this one. Tomorrow we can, whatever you guys want to do, tomorrow we can change and swap out things. We're going on the next step. Let me see what else. So let me go smooth this out. I'll leave you here for a second with Hezekiah. I'm going to smooth it. I just want you to see it out of the furnace. I just wanted you to look at it, and you can see how I actually pushed the actual dentin enamel back, making me room for future porcelain that is coming up. You can probably see it better this way and see how it's actually legal. Again, I'm leaving space for that final shape and anatomy porcelain layer. But again, right now we're going to do a little internal staining. We'll do a fracture line, some calcification, maybe add some more chroma to this, and we'll see what else we can do. But I'll show you the kit. Let me go soften this up, and meanwhile maybe Hezekiah will give away a disc or something.
Yes. Oh yeah, the microphone. Yeah. Let's just set this over here for a little bit. Okay. All right. So let me get back to my phone here. All right, let's see here. So let's pull this up here on. Let's see, I have. All right, so Magnolia, yes, that's Nancy. We have a couple of. All right, we have a few people that came in a bit too late for that, but it's okay. So there was a let's see here.
On your
there it is. Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and I just want to make that very, very clear. Kuraray Noritake has been very gracious in joining forces with Lab Media TV to make this happen. So we're very, very, very excited about this. All right, we're going to do the giveaway for one more of these discs today. Actually,
Earlier today, we didn't give a it wasn't a puck. It was for one of the like the Seric blocks that we gave away. That was to Nancy, all right, from Magnolia, yes, from Magnolia. So, yes, Nancy, if you're watching, that's definitely what you're going to be getting, not the block. But we definitely want to give out one more block today. So if you have if you mill, send us your name, your email, your address, and the puck that you're interested in receiving. That way we can try to send that out to you as soon as possible. And what we're going to do is this. We're going to be live until 6 p.m. today. So how about in 35 minutes at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard, we announce the next winner of a puck. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you send out your name, your email address, your physical address, and the phrase puck or Zirconia puck. That way we can definitely have you included in the drawing, and then as soon as 5 comes along, we will definitely go with that. Alrighty, now we're going back to Mr. Munoz on the table.
Cool. So, thank you, everybody who's just started again. We are at the internal characterization stage of this restoration. Again, it was a Katana A1, and we used the A2 body with E2 dentin transition, and that's where we left off. We just fired it. I just smoothed it out just to get the glaze off of it, so when we apply these, there's no sliding of this stain. It's easier to apply this way. So here's my stain palette, but I'm going to show you the kit as well before we get started. I don't use all the kit. Some of them I do have here. So it will come in a kit similar to this. Again, this is internal staining kit. This is what you would use underneath your final layer. Characterization, fracture lines, chroma, value. You can do white. You can do all different kinds of things with this. It's a really good kit. Again, it comes in the shade range, so A+, B+, C+, D+. There is fluorescence to add 50-50. You can add that. There's bright dilution, so if it's too intense, you can use bright dilution to dilute that, like a 50-50 mix. I'll use that today a little bit. White, all your cervicals and your mamelons. Today we won't do more mamelons, we'll do more of like fracture lines and calcifications. Your incisals, in this stage, if you didn't layer it in your enamel stage, you could use this right now to add some incisal blues, wherever mesial distal, wherever you need, depending on the case. We'll use it today. I'm going to do a 50-50 mix incisal blue 1 and 2, just to show you. We won't use gray, but there's gray. There's also red, pink, and reddish brown. Again, these are a little bit better look of the actual stains. So they're very, very good and intense, so you don't have to use so much on it. But again, also the salmon pink and the red. When, like I said, I explained earlier, I use like a base layer on my coat on my zirconia when I have a full arch. I use salmon pink. So I'll layer this. I'll actually apply this to the tissue area, fire it, and then apply my porcelain. Or I need to use modifiers, I'll add modifiers. Or even internal stain. So you can do this internal stain, add more pink if you need pink, if it really needs that much. Some of the pink porcelains we do carry. So our tissues come from tissue 1 to tissue 7, and they come in just different intensities and different values of these pinks. As you can see, you have all different. They're very good and intense. So you don't need that much. You can do a minor cutback on your tissue area of your full arches, and then apply these tissues. I'll try maybe tomorrow. Like I said, I'm gonna try to see if I can do something to get you some more pink. So again, we're at this stage here. It's internal, and we're needing, say, we need to correct the actual shade, the chroma. And so we're going to do a little bit of that. We're going to just pretend. And we're going to add some incisal blues to mesial and distal. Lingually, we can add a little bit of stain on the lingual fossa, but just for show. Again, this is, I'm going to post, after this is done, I'll take some pictures with the, well, probably 100 macro lens, so you know the results of what we're having. So you can see it a little bit better, because I know it's a little hard to see it this far. But yeah, I'll take a macro picture after we're done tomorrow and post that, so you can see a little bit closer what we did. So again, I just roughed it up after it was fired, dentin enamel. Just roughed it up.
Keep it right there for a second.
Okay. And I'm actually going to wet it for you to see probably a little bit better. Again, when you're going to apply this, you want to wet this crown anyways, and then you're going to dry it off with the tissue, but that way you can kind of see where we're at now.
Perfect.
So again, you're going to apply the IS liquid again. So there's two liquids. I explained this earlier. IS, ES, you're going to use internal stain liquid. There's other techniques where you can use these different ways, but right now let's keep this to internal stain liquid inside, underneath porcelain, external outside after you're done. So just keep these liquids separated. Oil based, ES is water based. You don't want to mix them, or the brushes. You'll have some porosity or issues, some chalkiness if you do. So again, it's depending on how you might misapply it. So if you are having issues, double check your liquids. Again, I just barely applied it, and I'm actually gonna take, it looks like I'm taking it off, but it's still there because it's oil, so it's still there. Perfect. I'm gonna use this now. This is easier. This would be easier. Okay. Again, on this I'm going to use some of this. From here on my palette I have A, B, C, and D. From there I've done all my whites and my blues on the top with grays, my reddish browns and browns here. So I don't keep everything that we have in the kit in my palette, but it's just mainly because it dries out and I don't use it. I'll leave this here for you guys to look at. Again, this is all my cervicals on this side, and I really have Mamelon 1 and 2, but we're not going to use Mamelon. It's just too much for today. So I try to mix some of my bright illusion when I do think it's too intense. Today I'm just going to go straight with it, and we're going to use A+. Again, you can once you get a little bit more advanced and you know about like mixing the actual colors, like red, yellow, browns, you can actually make these yourself. But right now, because sometimes I've seen people say they're grayish, so you can mix them again. But I like them straight the way they are. Again, they're really tints. You can use bright dilution today. We're not. This is going to be just correcting shade, chroma. I use this brush is just a 00 brush. Any little brush works. Synthetic or whatever material you're currently, sable or whatever you're using. Tomorrow what I'll do is I'll also focus a little bit more on fracture lines, what the theory how I was taught of fracture lines, how the theory of them work, how to apply them a little bit better. I'll kind of give you an overview today, just kind of apply them quickly, and then tomorrow I'll get a little bit more into it. I'll bring some drawings and stuff too, because I know it's right now we can't really see that close. So tomorrow we'll dry them out. I may draw them here in a second too. We have till about an hour and a half, so for a day. So it's a little bit, it's not too intense. I don't want to go too dark with it. I want to keep still in the A2 range. Again, we don't have a set shade to go to, but I want to keep everything close to an A2, A3. So we do have shade guides for if you want to order shade guides to actually see the porcelains. Earlier I showed everybody to use just a washer. You fill it up with porcelain and you pop it out on one of the trays, you fire it, and they'll come out looking like this. So that way you have a little bit more knowledge of your I think that's the easiest way that I learned how to layer and what my colors what available I had. Get some bright dilution. Again, we're answering questions. If you have any questions, write them below. Hezekiah can give you right now details where to send those.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, we would definitely encourage you to send your questions on that live chat. If you are on Instagram, you can ask any questions there, but and Facebook as well.
Again, this is some simple internal staining techniques, showing you how to really apply these. You can get really advanced in these, and then you can start looking at values and how really natural teeth. Today my goal is not to confuse you again, it's just to show you how to use these products. There's different technicians that are doing live feeds with really advanced techniques. I keep things simple. I want you guys just to learn and use them, and then again, as we go on, we'll keep on doing these and get a little bit more advanced and really focus on value, chroma value, again, and the main color issues in teeth and how to achieve them. Okay, nothing here was planned or is planned, so if you have any questions, just give it to us. We can switch topics too.
It's not scripted.
Yeah, it's not scripted, so we can switch. There's no and questions, anything you need, just let us know. So I'm gonna mix a little bit. I already have some bright dilution, which I use to dilute some of these colors. It's just too strong. Again, I mean, actually, most of my restorations that I've matched more that are actually straight from the jar instead of mixing them. But again, it's just depending on where you live, what you want to do. So on this, we're going to do 1-to-1 on the blues, 1 and 2, and then I'm going to use probably 50-50 of the bright dilution to mix these. Again, it's blue 1, Incisal blue 1, and Incisal blue 2.
Okay, give me a second. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, we're using Incisal 1 and Incisal 2 with 1-to-1 of bright dilution. So I'm mixing that to dilute some of this. We're going to use it on mesial and distal lobes, just to give it a little bit of incisal characterization. Again, blue, you got to watch out, it will lower your value. So just watch out what you do with it. Again, basics right now. We'll get into this maybe tomorrow. I'll even do some more detailed more theories that I use. I'm just creating a little bit of translucency. Again, you can do this with this internal stain, or you can do it with porcelain. With porcelain, it's just so with us, the way that I looked at this and the way I was trained with this, we create like with this dentin and enamel, we're creating more of a canvas technique. So exactly just like you would think of drawing or painting. When you start painting, you want a canvas, correct? So you want the background, and that's what we're creating with the dentin and enamel. And then we're actually drawing our characterizations and translucencies, whatever we need, calcification, fracture lines. And again, then we layered it with our translucent to seal that and enclose that. Instead of layering, which you could do it still with the system, but That way you're not layering so many different porcelains and things are moving everywhere. This way you place it, and we're gonna fire this, and then your incisals are set, and then we're just gonna seal it. So let me see. We did some A plus, and then we did the mixture 1-to-1 of incisal blue 1 and incisal blue 2. I'm gonna draw a little fracture line here now that I just have some time. What I do use is white. Today we're gonna use just white and it's a little dry. I want to use a little earth brown today just to use it, but again, it's up to you what you want to use, but I'm going to use a little white and earth brown today for this fracture, crack line, whatever. I'm going to grab a piece of paper and kind of draw what I'm going to do so you kind of have an idea. Alright, so you'll see me, I already have the mixture, we'll say that's right here, the tooth. Okay.
A little close up here.
You want to close up right there? That's good.
Right there's perfect.
So, ideally what I want to do is want to place it in, I do it this way. When I place the brush down, I'm actually placing the heaviest amount of the actual stain on my brush, which is going to be the thickest, and I will pull it so it becomes the thinnest on the incisal. Distally, what we're going to add to give it a shadow is we're going to add a blue here, and I'm going to use that same mixture of 1-to-1 today that I use on the incisal. What that does is give it a little shadow on the distal, and it creates a better, like a shadow of the actual crack line. So I'm just going to actually apply and slide it. Again, if you slide it at first, it's going to be hard. That's why you want to smooth it out with the diamond, so it's not slick. So the retention will actually grab, and as you're pulling down, it will thin out. If you apply too much, you can actually use the brush and kind of move it and pull it off. So no worries. Or if you mess up, you can wipe it off as well. But remember, we already have A+ on there, so I'm going to try to just move it with my brush instead of my actual crack lines incisally. So if this is lingual, you got to imagine crack lines as you're looking at them like directly, they're a lot thinner because you're literally looking at them directly in the middle, right? But as you start looking at them from the side, they look a lot thicker, and the only reason why is because the light and the way that it transmits, the light actually looks more, it makes it look a lot thicker. It's where it's actually separated and it's lifted, and the way the light works, when it hits, it looks like it's cracked, and underneath it almost turns like a higher value. So ideally you want, this is incisal and this is lingual, looking from the incisal edge. So if you were looking at it like this, so as further you go out to the sides, it's going to look a lot thicker, and this again just because of the way of the fracture and light it is, the thinner as you're looking at it facially. As you're moving to distally and mesially, it starts going at an angle. So ideally, like I said, it's a little hard to explain on this piece of paper. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring up something a little better. But you're looking at it with the actual separation of the two sides. So it looks a lot thicker. Again, it's thinner directly, and as you get out, it's going to look a lot thicker. So that's why we give it the shadow of the actual blue to make that look like a separation fracture. Again, it cracks and it lifts. So that's what we're trying to kind of mimic. Again, I don't do a lot of these. I just don't get the cases. So I don't do, but I want y'all just again, it's just a learning for you. I get a lot more calcification cases than crack lines. Again, you won't see it on here, but I'll take a picture of this with the macro lens. So maybe even tonight I'll take one and then I'll post it so you guys can have it before we start tomorrow. And then you guys can get a better idea of what we actually look like, because it's very, very thin. Again, it's IIS liquid is what we're using for the actual liquid. Is there any question? Because I know I'm probably going fast.
No, you're good,
okay. I've also used endo files, which sometimes it's a lot better. Also, the metal, I'll grind these down and actually apply it. Sometimes it's a lot easier than a brush. So it's just again practice. I haven't done these in a while. I haven't had a case like this, but it's good. This will work. Yeah, and if there's anything you guys want to see a molar tomorrow, I do have a molar here. We can do a molar. So you won't be able to see it again. I'll take a picture of this later today.
Give me a second. Let me pull that up. Over here. Give me a second. There it is.
I'm gonna add a little bit in size, or maybe some characterization, some calcification or something on one side. It's on right here, but you can't really see it. Again, we'll show you. And I'm gonna add the blue now for the actual shadow of where it lifted. And again, it's on the distal side. Again, some of we're taking a long time on these, and because we have to sit and fire it, and then we're starting all over. Once you get doing this, it's really easy. It doesn't take this long. Again, I'm just stopping to teach you and letting you look at it, but there we go. It's just a slight blue, and it's just to make the effect of the shadow of where it actually fractured and separated. Again, earth brown. It depends on if the patient had this fracture line and it's leaking, or they're smoking, or they're drinking coffee, depending on what is going into this, their mouth is gonna tell you what kind of shade you use. Again, smoking is a different color than like food stain or green tea stains. So again, it's mainly where it's leaking is what's creating also the decay of this. So there's different variables of crack lines. Some people have had them longer, some people are brand new. So right now today I only used a little bit of earth brown and white 1-to-1, then the 1-to-1 blue in size of blue 1 and in size of blue 2. Again, these are basics. You choose whatever you want to choose to use. It's your style, it's your way, it's where you live at. So again, I'm gonna set this fire. I'm gonna add a little bit maybe in size of blue, some characterization white here, and we'll keep on going. If you have any questions, again, let us know. Are you guys using this system? Are you not? Who we have on here? Anybody?
Yes.
Say hello.
Absolutely.
Actually, I'm gonna add one more crack line. Also, check out the last live that Hezekiah did. He can give you more info, and then I've only watched an hour about it, of it. Okay, so go ahead and I'm gonna fire this. Again, I'll take a picture of with the macro lens, and we'll post it. That's good. Where maybe we can find out where they're from, or see where.
How you doing, Justin?
I'm going to fire this.
That's good to hear, brother. You have any questions? Edgar's here. We can do a live video as well with you on it. If you have any questions, you can definitely ask him that way.
Cool. So again, internal staining. Here's the earlier we didn't show the results on the opaque. It's just like an eggshell sheen to it with the NP bonder. So the NP bonder again is to help you with the non-precious bond metal to ceramic, and also greening. Any greening or yellowing that's happening with non-precious, that'll help you out as well. Again,
Justin has a question. He's asking how long, what's the bake time for this?
so this one that I have here is 18 minutes, and that's including. Let me look at it for you. So all mine are just custom now. I had to raise temps and then also dry times. But now I go by the actual chart, and then after the chart I kind of adjust to that and get you some.
Wow, fast. How many at 18 minutes? Hey Justin, you want to come live? We'll bring you in live.
So I'll post all these here.
Uncle Bill, how are you?
Any other questions, Sid? I'm just looking at this. Sorry. Yeah, let me know what questions they have and everything.
How you doing? Zonart is in. What's going on, champion? We got to get together. We've got to bring you in for a podcast, man. We've been all this craziness here, but we got to bring you. We have to bring you.
in for a podcast. Actually, I have to put my glasses back on. But so I was looking to reach you as soon as I got back from Chicago. Unfortunately, we had a passing in the family. My mother-in-law passed, and so that was crazy. And then right after that, that weekend, this whole coronavirus thing really hit us here. But we definitely have to get together. How you doing, Luca? Luca Carvalho, how are you? Yeah, it was rough. Thank you, Justin. It was rough, especially on my wife, as you can imagine. And she was a phenomenal woman. She was a truly phenomenal woman.
Yeah, so
how's everything going with you, Miguel? Blessings, brother. Blessings. Good to hear. Where are you from, Luca? Luca Carvalho, where are you from, brother? Italy. All right, we've got Italy in the house as well. Germany, Italy in the house.
Germany and Italy.
Oh, that's good, bro. All right, so we're waiting on.
Yeah, so now I just put that to cook right now with the internal stain firing cycle. Again, mine is so high. 1760 is really high for mine. Again, it's firing really low. So just things from 1706 to 1724, and I fire everything Fahrenheit. So I apologize, Celsius. I don't use them much. But I'll post up these charts again. Just follow the book. I think it's like I have like a 10-minute dry time now. Celsius is 600 for the pre-drying. Vacuum is 600 Celsius, and heat rate 45. Vacuum level, then 96%, and then the actual high temp says 930 to 940 Celsius, which that's why I had to look. I'm on Fahrenheit here. I just do everything Fahrenheit. It's a lot easier for me. So Celsius, that's what it is. But we'll leave the charts up here for you guys to look at. Again, mine's firing 70-60. It's way above. It's just a lot lower. It's firing low, so I had to boost up the temp. And then I also wanted a little bit better shine, so I did bump it up another 5 to 10 degrees. So again, every furnace is going to be a little bit different. Just go with the actual suggested baking schedule, and then adjust depending on your furnace and your liking. So I like right before it glazes out is where I like mine to be, and then from there on I'm going lower after that. I'll usually go any higher than my first firing. My first firing is going to be my hottest of actual porcelain, and then from there I go 10 degrees below on my second, and if there's a third, whatever I'm doing, but I'm always lower. I never go higher. And again, that's just bubble wise as well. If you're having a lot of bubbles and you have one of these older furnaces, I try to stop my vacuum 10 degrees before it hits high temp. I stop my vacuum, and then it reaches high temp. So right before I leave it that way, and it's helped with my bubbles as well as dry time. So internal is probably set. Our next step, we'll just layer our final anatomy and our final structure, and then from there on we'll grind it in. Tomorrow we can do the external, and then I'll go through FC paste stain, the low fusing new paste stain kit tomorrow as well. So we'll run we'll run what English you said? You already said the time.
Yeah, from 9 to 12, and then we'll do like From 12 to 1, 12 to 2.
Yeah, 22 in Spanish. So if you want to come back tomorrow as well, we'll do the rest. So we're waiting on that. Again, the opaque is good. Eggshell sheen. It's ready to apply. We can apply something to it, but again, it's the same theory as we did the actual zirconia. So after this, you can actually do modifiers or internal stain here, whatever you need to correct. But I usually will go dentin, enamel, and then do any internal staining to correct it. But it's ready to roll. Again, tomorrow we can also do a molar. So today, again, quickly going through, 'cause some of you have changed. We do have new lusters, and luster is our opalescence and our translucence that came out. Again, we have where's that box? It's right here. So really from Zirconia, Katana, we have every translucent, every strength. Porcelain ones, we have everything you need, internal and external stains. Porcelain new, T clear, LT royal blue, LT coral, and LTX, and then also LT super luster is somewhere around here, but here it is right here. So we have those new for you guys to look at, try those. Want to give something away while we wait for this? We have a couple.
Let's see here. All right, so what we're gonna do is, let's see. But these giveaways are going to be for these particular products. All these giveaways are going to be here within the U.S. So, hey, how you doing, Newton? Juan Carlos Newton from Dominican Republic. Actually, he's from New York, but good to see you. Carlos Ramirez, how are you, brother? Good to see you. Style Dent Lab, good to see you, folks. So if you're in the U.S., send me here. Send me here on Instagram. Send me your name, your email, your address, and send the phrase either puck, or send me a phrase or the phrase with the what are those with blocks.
So pucks, blocks,
blocks, and
Panavia.
And the Panavia. So we want to give a few things out right now. So just send me your name, your email, your address, so we can ship it out here within the United States, and a phrase with the type of product that you'd like to try out. Oh man, estamos fantásticos, Carlos. Fuerte abrazo. En Newton, estamos poderosos. Fuerte abrazo. So send us DM that to us on here. If you're watching on YouTube, you can. I've got some messages there on YouTube. Okay. So if you're on YouTube, you can certainly send that over to our Instagram feed. That way I can DM it to us. So that way we can do the drawing in just a few. Alrighty, we said we were going to do at 5 o'clock. So actually we're at 5 now, so I'm going to check it out. So give me a few moments, folks. We just get excited with all this information, and give me a few minutes. We're going to do a drawing and we're going to get it in. Oh, cat cam to you. My brother, my friend.
Yeah, hello.
Shalom. How are you, Raymond? Good to see you, brother.
Hello, Raymond. How's it going, man?
Raymond Rofi. Yeah, man. He's right. He's there on.
Yeah, I just saw it now.
Big hug, brother. Big love you, man. So good to see you. All right, folks. So so send us your information there. All of you that are watching here on Instagram, I encourage you to watch on YouTube. I'm going to stop it here. I'm going to do the drawing for that name, and then we're going to continue to move forward. I'm actually going to give you another 2-3 minutes. Those that just logged in, Carlos Newton, Uncle Bill, all those, Vega Jesus Style, Dent Lab. Let's see here, all the folks that logged in. I'll give you a few moments. If you're here in the United States, send us once again your name, your email, your address, and the phrase, whether it's a block or Zirconia disc or the Panavia products, and we will do the drawing in a little bit. All right, Sep, how you doing, Sep? Are you here in the U.S.? Sep, are you here in the U.S.?
If you're here in the U.S., okay, great. So send us, you just logged in, send us your name, your email. Oh, Miami, look at that, man. We've got a lot of Florida folk here, man. All right. So, Seth, listen, send us your name, your email, your address, and the phrase Zirconia, a disc, or a block, if you want to try one of the blocks, or send us the phrase Panavia. And we're going to do a drawing in just a minute. Make sure you connect through the YouTube platform, because the audio and the visual experience is a lot better. I'm going to put this phone down for a little bit so that we can do the drawing. So I'll give you another minute. Send all that information, folks, directly to my DM here on Instagram, and we're going to do that, all right, folks? So those of you that are watching here on Instagram, head over to the bio, the Lab Media TV bio. Click on that link on YouTube, and I'm going to be announcing that in about 5 minutes. So at 5:10, I will announce the winner. All right, folks?
Just join on there. And if you heard it, is that was connected to the YouTube?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
They listened as well.
Yep. This guy, I love this guy. Oh man, look at this.
So we're just waiting on this restoration to come out so we can go to the next step on it.
And then while you're doing that here, I'm actually going to get these names, and I'm going to do the drawing in just a minute.
I have a brush here we can probably give out. I don't ever use this. So
Let's get this out. Awesome.
Yeah.
Kolinsky.
Stuff like that. We're giving out stuff we don't ever use. The Kolinsky Renford brush.
I'm going to take a picture of that in just a moment. Wow, where's the camera?
Again, I'll show you a quick way of what I know I've told you how to do these shade tabs, but I basically just got a cheap washer. Just go to Lowe's, get a washer instead, because I have them in my portable case, an actual shade maker, but they're a couple $100, so I'll save you that, and unless you really want one. But again, I just grab an actual, just use a slick bottom, a little washer.
Well, we got to see this here. Hold on. Let me go in.
Okay.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me go in here so that we can see this. So explain one more time what we're gonna do here.
I'm doing just some shade tabs. If you got, a lot of you has asked how am I doing those shade tabs. I'm just using a washer, really cheap 10-cent washer, and I'm stacking the actual porcelain. Just vibrate it, dry it, and then condensate a little bit, compress it, and again it's just gonna pop out on the other side as a circle, and you can just clean it up. Then you get fancy with it, clean it up a little bit easier, but we'll just pop it right now. And that's how easy it is. You just fire that, and it comes out as a shade tab. Again, you want to take as much moisture as you can out of it, condense it as much as you can. Again, just treat it as a regular crown. I throw them up there when I'm firing crowns, so that way you can make just shade tabs and you start learning. I glue them on the top. Now, when I use glue, do use just glue. Do not use accelerator. The accelerator will turn the glue yellow. It'll mess your shade. So just you drop a tiny piece of glue and then right on top the shade tab. Let it dry itself. You got some shade tabs. But we do have shade tabs. We have shade guides that you can buy as well from John. They're shade guides like this, and then we have the wings that come all together. It's somewhere around here, but they come in a wing like that, so like a fan style. So we have all those available as well. So this is coming out now. This was the internal stain with the crack line, and then we're going to do some opalescent powder. This is super opalescent. This is the most opalescent. You can't really tell, but it's depending where the light hits. You get a blue effect or like an orange pink effect. I did make a tooth. I posted it on Facebook on my profile, so you guys can go see the actual effects of it. And even then, it's not a good. It wasn't a good light source for you to see the full effects on it, but it's really, really good porcelain. That, and then my tea clear are probably my two favorite. On the translucent is tea clear, and my favorite opalescent obviously is super luster. And we did that. The scoping is ready to build that non-precious. If you're having issues with non-precious, remember that MP bonder. Let me look and see what else we can get. If we need questions, what we can answer. Because tomorrow we're going to grind in, but it's going to be at the other desk. So again, we're not doing it today because we can't move the whole camera gear. There's a lot of camera and mics. we'll have to move that over there. And tomorrow I'll spend most of my day there. I might even grind it, like pre-record it, and then just, that's what we might do is pre-record it, and then we'll play it to show you, and then I got to come back here to do the external staining glazing here at this desk. So then again tomorrow it will be the base stain kits. We were short it once, but this is what I've been using for. Now you can use this for lithium as well, lithium restorations. It's at 750 Celsius. Again, they're paste stain kit. It will come with its liquid. This is the advanced kit. There's an intro kit as well that's smaller than this if you don't need it all. This is the advanced kit. It comes with everything: fluorescence, shade bases, A+ through D+, circles, really everything again. And so we'll use this tomorrow, just to add some chroma, maybe some characterizations again. Again, I just want to show you, we're overdoing this crown. I just want to show you the different options of what you can do, of what's available with these things now that I have you guys here and I have the chance to. We'll let this cool off a little bit more. Yeah, we'll let that cool off. And then we'll proceed to the next step. Any questions? Let me look. So CAD cam for you. Raymond's out there.
Yep.
Hello Raymond, how's everybody doing? Thank you, thank you. We got a couple of them. It's VA98.
Yeah, that's Al.
Okay, Al. And then we got a couple more on here, so just want to say thank you to everybody that's here. I appreciate it. Again, I know there's something you guys want to know, so just let me know before this thing ends. Again, there'll be limited time tomorrow to do this.
All right, so we have, how many Panavia products do we have available left?
3.
Right.
Again, these Panavia are, the clinical side or lab side. Clinical side, we obviously know cement the crowns, and lab side, I use them for bonding my titanium to my zirconia on screw retain or implant substructures. Again, I use the ceramic primer on the metal. It works really, really good. It's actually probably a better metal primer, so I really use it to bond it. So anybody that's clinical or lab side can get some of these, can win these. Hezekiah is going to give them out here.
Right, you ready? I've got a couple winners here. I've got a couple winners, so I'm gonna go live on Instagram to announce them as well. Hold on, give me a second. All right, here we go. So we've got a couple of winners here. I remember going to the fair and hearing a guy that was behind the teddy bears, right? We've got a winner. You remember that?
Yeah.
We've got a winner. Like, and they all sound the same too. It's like they like go to school and graduate.
The same place, clown school.
Like, oh, we've got a winner. All right, so let's see here. I think it would be better for me to log in here, but here we go. So we have, hello, Mrs. Fantastic. That's my wife, by the way, folks. That's my wife. All right, here we go. So let's see. So we have for a zirconia block, we have Mr. Carlos Ramirez. All right, Carlos Ramirez.
Carlos Ramirez, you got the block, Sarek block?
Zirconia puck.
Okay, pucks.
You got a zirconia puck. And let's see here. And then we have CAD Cam to you that wins Panavia product.
Panavia V5.
Panavia V5, yes.
He also asked, we got a question, are you using any sandblasting before cementing? When I'm done and glazed these, I do send them sandblasted. And again, when doctor tries these in, they are going to get contaminated with saliva again. We do have the Katana cleaner now that will help you with that. But I do sandblast everything underneath, get anything that may be underneath the margins. I double check them and I do sandblast them just to get that good and clean. Okay, so what do you sandblast here? Okay, when I'm cementing those two, I actually sandblast the titanium as well, but I cover it with putty so it doesn't get on the actual engaging and underneath. So I'll cover all that and then I'll sandblast. I'll wax that top piece of the cylinder so nothing gets in it, and then I do sandblast the zirconia as well. I do both of them. Then I add the ceramic primer again on both. Let it dry, and then you're ready for the Panavia. Now I use Panavia opaque on those just because I want to block out all the metal. Is what my favorite Panavia color is. They do come in shades. So there's a clear and A2 I think, and the opaque, and there's more shades. But I mainly just stick with the actual opaque in my side. So I know there's different shades of them. Any other questions? All right.
Sending us a big hug. Absolutely.
Cool.
Raymond, love you, brother. Love you.
Thank you for the questions. So, are you ready to roll on the next? We're good. We're good now. You gave that one.
Yep.
Okay.
So we got another block. Excuse me, the puck, and Panavia V5. So that's for the cat count.
Cool.
To you.
So you can't really see, but you can see the crack lines here a little bit.
Hold on, let me come.
Again, I'm going to take a little macro photo of this so you can see a little bit better. Again, you take your time. You can make it look. I usually go under the microscope. I just don't have them here. Once I'm like half blind in one eye, anyways. I get it with a baseball. So, but I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm happy with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to seal this with the final layer of LTE super luster, and I'm going to use a little bit of creamy enamel on the lingual ridges, and maybe some incisal areola to do probably just a halo on the incisal. And again, this is very intense. I apply this from one side to the other side, making like a C effect, but I'll let you look at it after. So we'll apply this. See. Yeah, for labs all the way.
Opaque all the way, yeah.
Yeah, opaque is the best. Again, you're doing veneers, then they go to clear. Depending again, if they want clear, they're trying to get that prep color to come through. Again, it's different situations, the thickness of these crowns. So, but you got options with these cements as well, different options. Let's see. I know I had some tools here.
Oh, this is the one I was gonna take from you here. I'm gonna give away one of these. Look, for myself.
Yeah. Go ahead. All right. So. Again, I use water. We do have forming liquid, especially on this stage. If you're not comfortable, the forming liquid helps you for the porcelain just to stay in its place. It helps you out a little bit. But I just don't like it. I like just using water. Again, you can also try doing a 50-50 mix of forming moisture liquid or water. Just do 50-50 mix. And it's whatever your style is you're comfortable with. I just would dry time a little bit more if you're seeing. Now if you're seeing only like tears or cracks, I would only boost up. If not, just keep everything the same. Some dust here. There we go. Again, this is LT Super Luster. It's our opalescent powder. Again, this stage, when you go a little bit more advanced, you're starting to do different LTs, different translucencies, different lusters. Today it's simple. Practice these, try these out, mix them 50-50, and just like I said, just try them out, and then that way I don't want to confuse you and give you this very extensive map, and then you get back to your lab and you're just like, what did he do? He's just used a lot. So that's not what I want to do. That's not my goal. But again, I'll show you a map that I have here from one of the courses with Yusa. I call him Yusa. That one up there. Yeah, those four. Thank you. I'll show you and like I said, I don't usually. I'm not more of a layering guy, but so this is from a course that we did in Virginia. Again, we got everything to layer this much. Again, I don't want to share a lot of this stuff, but like for example, this is a shade map right here. I mean, this is like a little bit more advanced. Like I said, you're doing a lot of 1-to-1s, 2-to-3s ratios, and it's gonna confuse you. I mean, but we can get really fancy if y'all want it to. All these charts that I have here for fractures, the same thing, same theories here of just how I'm applying it, and some of you can just screenshot those. But I can't give. This is his course. I'm just showing you that this can get really advanced, and that's not my goal. Is to give you something like this, and then you get back and you're just like, what? But again, this can get really, really intense. I really suggest you go to Yosa's seminars or Yosa's courses. There's other guys as well that's doing more of this stuff, but this guy's great. I mean, I keep just notes and notes of it. Again, it's just in my lab. I haven't used it yet. I don't use it a lot. I get a lot of like bleach shades, B1s, B2s, just simple. Here and there, I'll get a custom. Yeah, I'm not doing a lot of single central. So on this stage here, it's still going to shrink. So remember, you're still going to do a little bit overbuild, but not as much. Still going to shrink even on this last stage here. So just build up a little bit longer, and as you practice, you'll see how much it shrinks, and you'll start learning how much to overbuild this. Like I said, I build it just barely over length, and then I'm able to just get a burr and just grind it down. That way I don't have to refire this anymore. We use even a little bit of creamy, we'll use some creamy enamel on the mesial. And on the lingual side. Yeah, if there's any doctors out here as well, we want to help you as well. So if you have any doctors out there, I see, have any questions, let us know. This all applies into your, if you're milling and you got your own CEREC machine, you may want to do an add-on. We got porcelains that are low fusing. We can show you how to do a quick add-on. Tomorrow we'll do more of the external glaze, so it's the same theory for the lab or the office. What else can I tell doctors as well? Again, we're here to help, and hopefully you technicians are helping these offices out that are going in digitally, because trust me, it's a lot to learn. And just teach your offices how to stay in glaze, do simple things, have better communication, especially right now with this virus. We are hurting as well as they're hurting. Like, we need them as much as they need us when we get back. So just have good communication, text them, see how they're doing, find out what they need when they come back, and just work together with your doctors that you have, and work that way, because we got really no choice but to get through this. Again, all those ones that are CEREC, don't give up on them. Instead, push them more, educate them more, teach them of how to do these things. Because I know a lot of times we give up. We're like, oh, they got digital. They went digital. They have their own CEREC machine, and we just let them go. And I'm telling you, most of my guys are now starting doing a lot of full arches and a lot of bigger cases because and actually they're the ones who have better looking preps, and because they're doing their own crowns, they understand now about the clearance. I've seen probably the best preps coming out of CEREC doctors now, and again, it's because they're understanding.
David.
Yeah,
Saludos, David. Sé que estás en Costa Rica. El día de mañana, al mediodía, a las 12 Eastern Standard, estaremos dando la otra parte del curso, unas 2 horas en español. Listo, un fuerte abrazo, David. David was present during the course with Dane.
Okay.
He's in Costa Rica.
Yeah, muchas gracias para la gente latina de México, de Colombia, de Costa Rica, donde no está en Chile, por Perú. Yo no casi no viajo así a lugares latinos, pero intentamos hacerlo en el futuro y enseñar. Esto es más para enseñar y que salgan adelante ahí en Latinoamérica. Cualquier cosa que necesiten mañana les enseñamos.
Entonces ya sabes, David, nos vemos mañana al mediodía. Puedes hacer preguntas ahora si quieres, más vamos a tener esa ventana el día de mañana dedicada al español entre las 12 y la 1, 2 de la tarde. Pero sí te podría decir que para ese entonces ya solo vamos a estar más en YouTube. Entonces el enlace en YouTube está en mi bio. Entonces solo te vas al bio, oprimes el enlace y vas a estar conectado directamente a el live stream. All right, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Just basically, I was for Latin. I don't know any other language, Russ. I know like how to say hi in Korean and then hi in Japanese, but that's about it. But you can ask us a question. We'll translate it. So
yeah, we will.
We don't.
Google Translate.
Now, Larry Zeno, if you want to learn Japanese, I'd go to Larry Zeno. He has some good vocabulary in Japanese.
Oh.
He's taught me a lot. Yeah, all our guys, we have them all over the world. So wherever you're at, we got somebody there. Everywhere in the world, we got Korean KOLs, Sean Park, Sean Han. I know there's more. We got Gene Chia. He knows French, I'm pretty sure, and he knows other languages. I speak Spanish and English. Again, we got a lot. We got it really everywhere. Mexico. We also got Oriol. We got Julio. We got a bunch of guys that went out to Japan with me too. So feel free to just send us a message and we can hook you to somebody. Again, I'm only talking about Noritake because that's what I use. But again, I got friends that are using other products, so we can help you guys too. Dane Barlow, he knows Spanish, a little Spanish, and then he can help you as well. He's a good guy.
Amigos, en YouTube nos pueden ver. Un fuerte abrazo, un saludo a todos.
I'm learning as well as you guys. I'm way behind some of these guys, so don't feel bad when you're learning and you don't understand something. Ask. Just ask. There's no question that's won't be answered here.
Yes, folks, send your questions via YouTube live chat or Instagram, whatever is necessary. You can do it. If you don't have access to that, send the birds, the smoke signals, whatever it is. Do you know how to read smoke signals, Edgar?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay, well, we're going to have to get an interpreter.
So again, we're doing our final layer. A lot of people, especially like Sean Park, he'll say the skin layer. I just call it just my ceiling. The final layer. It's my final form. I'm trying to get everything, my lobes and everything matching exact. I know it will shrink sometimes, so just learn your shrinkages. So I'm trying to match lobes, my distal and mesial lobes, get everything corrected. My incisal edges, the wear, to try to match that now instead of trying to grind it in. I try to do the least grinding as possible. Again, sometimes you just have to grind it, especially at contacts. You may have a little bit heavy contacts. Incisal edge, I'm going to use this incisal A. And again, I'm going to post the picture of this crown on Facebook. Like I said, it's a basic crown. You guys can look at it, what we did today, and kind of get a better idea at a closer look. We'll keep on doing these. I think Hezekiah has a plan to keep on doing these. Different people, different states, different techs. If you guys want to try this, or you want to do this yourself or teach, or you want different people coming to show you, just let them know so you can work on that too. What technicians, who you guys want to see. Right now, we're slow. Everybody's slow, so everybody got time. And there's a lot of people that are willing to share, so just let us know on the bottom here what technician you guys want to see or want Hezekiah to work with. Again, I don't make those decisions. I'm just today and tomorrow, and that's it. And then he's off.
Well, I have a particular waiver from the President of the United States, so I can travel anywhere, no problem.
Yeah, I'm not traveling right now. I went to Walmart and I was scared. Yesterday I had to go, and it was scary. Alright, so I'll kind of just show you where I'm at right now. So I use these incisal A, and that's going to create my halo. And I actually apply it around, and I wrap that around through the incisal, and I wrap mesial and distal to the bottom of lingual and through the contact. You can't really see it, but it's there. It's the incisal A. LT luster is on from, I'm laying that all the way to the bottom to the margin. So I want my translucency there. Again, when you get a little bit more rounds, you start really getting into it. You start looking at values in the middle of the crown. And so you might do like you might leave your values there a little bit higher. Then, again, it just gets a little complicated. I don't want to confuse you. But right now, today, we're just going to do what usually somebody would ask, like an A2, A1 with high translucency. Nothing fancy, some crack lines. And then tomorrow we'll show all that with a picture. Because that's where we're at right now. If you just came in here and just joined us, because I see some people just joined us, send us your questions. We might have already covered it, so this will be, Hezekiah's going to leave this on for you for future reference or future viewing, so no worries. I'm going to end up firing this. It's about 5:33. Let's get some final questions in. I'm going to fire this, let you look at it. After it fires, I'll take a picture before I grind it and glaze it, and then post that. So Hezekiah I think we may have one or two things to give away left for today. Tomorrow we'll start giving as well. We'll give a couple things tomorrow as well.
For sure.
Let's see here what we got. I don't think I have the, I can't even say, but there's maybe people posting on there. If you want to make a live call into Hezekiah, you can do that as well. Is that through what
Yeah, I'm gonna log back on to Instagram now.
So Instagram, if you guys want to log in there, if you're on Instagram, you can take your questions live, like literally live.
Mm-hmm. It is gonna have a little delay on YouTube, but definitely. Let's see here.
Again, this is something new. We usually don't see these kind of courses or lives or whatever we want to
like a live cast.
Live cast, something that's new, that's going to start happening, and so that's why I'm telling you guys. If you guys want to see anything, let him know. It's going to be a little bit more of a norm, but things are happening and the world is. We can't get everywhere anymore, so we'll do these a lot. Again, we want to share. I mean, I didn't make this up. None of this I'm doing, I made it up. It's all been previously made by some big techs, Oshima. So Oshima is one of the biggest guys that I look up to too. I got to meet him. I got to meet Ms. Bond, which is Noritake ceramic. She's the one who found and created this stuff, this porcelain EX3. And we'll give you some more history tomorrow. But I got to meet Ms. Bond, Oshima. It was just cool for me that I didn't come up for this. It was just like really cool to see it done live. And then obviously his student Yausa. I got to see him in Japan and in Virginia. So
You know what I would like, Edgar?
yes,
For you to even, whenever we're gonna take that picture, for you to share a few settings,
on the camera.
exposure and your frame and aperture, all these different elements that make up a great picture. So I would definitely like for you to share that on tomorrow. I think it would be great. It would be great. A lot of people are a little intimidated by all these DSLR and mirrorless cameras, but I believe it's all a matter of a formula. So
Yeah. Again, and even iPhone photos now, these iPhones have awesome cameras in them. So you can just start with just learning how to do it. But again, I use again, I'm not buying anything expensive anymore. My daughter came in here and knocked mine off. So I'm using like a D3200, 330-100, and mainly the lens. I bought, and I didn't even buy a Nikon lens. I'll show you what I have too. Again, it's not, you don't have to spend a lot of money on these.
So yeah, folks. So what we're gonna definitely do is when Edgar is getting ready to shoot that picture, we're gonna have him share his particular settings for success. So that's pretty awesome. All right, here we go.
So this is just my setup here in the lab, and I have another one at home that I used for travel. It's a little better camera, but I'm using the same Sigma lens 100 macro, and most of the pictures that you'll see, and I have just a Nikon ring, but it's like I said, 3100. Again, it's not a lot of times. Once you get it more advanced, you can buy a little bit more. I just, like I said, I don't use it that much. You can get really fancy with these, but I think the lens, the glass is the most important thing. Just get you a good lens, a good 100 millimeter 105 macro, and maybe a ring flash. I'd rather have the separate flash than this ring, but this is what I have right now. But again, we'll go through it tomorrow, a little bit of it, of using this on, taking some pictures. But don't be, like I said, don't be too hard on yourself. iPhone photos, let's start with something, post it, just post your work on your profile, let people see it, and then you work on getting better, and that's how it is. I mean, that's the only way to do it. Everybody starts from the bottom. So right now, let's post some pictures of what you have, post Lab Media TV or tag them, and we'll see some of your work or something that you learned today. Just even if you have internal stains, never used it, and pull them out and use them once. Put them on some kind of tube, make a little crack line, and tag Lab Media TV, anything that you may have seen today. Even if it's just an opaque crown, just go ahead and post it.
For sure.
You want to see that. And also tag Noritake, hashtag Noritake, hashtag, you can hashtag Lab Media TV, hashtag Elite.
Larry
Zeno. Stephen Klein,
yeah.
Yeah, Manabu, anybody, just post us and let us know. Let's see what you guys are doing out there.
How much time is that? You have that on 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, so we won't see this probably until it comes out right at 6. Let's see here, it's 18 minute. Yeah, 18 minutes and 32. So right on time, you'll be able, if it cools down, we'll be able to just look at it, and then tomorrow we'll grind it in. I'll pre-record this at my desk, so we'll play it on here live, and then we'll go from there to here to do external staining, hand polishing for doctors. If you're here with doctors, let them know to come on, or whoever is polishing your crowns tomorrow, and I can teach you how to just hand polish them, just easy paste. some rubber wheels. We'll do that for the clinical side, and then if you're staining and glazing, we'll do that tomorrow as well for clinical and technicians. It's the same theory, it's the same thing, but I'll kind of let you guys see how to do that. If you want to see them after they're milled, I got some milled crowns somewhere in here. We can polish them before, and then you throw them in the centering. But you got to be careful when you do that, because they will change shade. They will go up a shade, so just watch out when you're using high heat with the green state polishing. Because I know I've seen some questions on that. You guys are asking why they change color after you use rubber wheels in the green or after sintered. It's really the high heat. So keep those RPMs lower. It takes a little longer to polish, but they look a lot better. And it's possible. But again, I usually will stain, glaze, and then I'll actually rubber wheel a little bit with some polish. I don't want that super glazed look. To me, it looks a little fake. I'll kind of run and break it up. I'll show you where I break it up on the lobes and how I do it. Again, we'll keep it simple. We can get really advanced, but if you really want to see advanced, let us know, because right now we're not getting a lot of feedback. This might be good enough for you guys, but if you want to get really more technical, let me know. We'll get it technical tomorrow. Do something a little bit better. I got copings. I got a couple, like 30 copings here, so we can stay here all day till 12 tomorrow.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We are receiving some feedback on certain things and certain questions about oven, about the temperatures of ovens, and what are some of the products within the line that Edgar suggests to start with. For those of you that are possibly in removables and are now looking to make a let's say an attempt to go into ceramics. Al here says he wants to see technicals, so I guess tomorrow morning that's possibly what we're gonna attack.
Okay.
So Al, we're gonna first thing in the morning, we're gonna do a few giveaways, and then we're gonna make sure we attack the technicals. So make sure, remember, it's been this is the second day now that the first person that logs in on YouTube and sends us a message letting us know that they're on and they're sharing it has received a prize. They've been a winner of either she actually won a block, if I'm not mistaken.
You got hats too. Want to give a Lab Out TV hat?
Oh, which by the way, the two winners of the hats, I forgot to I wrote them down. One of them is Justin, and the other one, man, I don't even remember. But one of them is Justin, and the other one I'll announce it a little later. At what time tomorrow? It's at 9 a.m. from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then from 12 to 2 we'll do Spanish. So for those Spanish speakers, para esos hispanohablantes, vamos a estar en línea desde el mediodía, desde las 12 tiempo este hasta la 1 o 2 de la tarde. Y en la mañana de 9 a 12 estaremos más en el ámbito técnico, mucho más técnico en todo lo que ha estado tocando Edgar. Entonces, so yes, Al, so tomorrow 9 a.m. sharp we begin. We are usually already live, or the feed is live about 20 minutes, 15 minutes before. So definitely, if you want to get a jump start on someone there,
yeah,
you definitely can.
And then Raymond wants to know if there's about monolithic. Is there a way to create a very good looking monolithic with CZR? Maybe doing a layering. Yeah, we can do tomorrow. I got a full contract here. We can do I can cut it back and then show you where I cut it back before and after, and then where to lie these translucents. Because we do that, I do that a lot. Just do a facial cut back in the actual before I mill in the CAD cam, and then we just apply translucents to give it more translucent. And usually when I do that, if I'm looking for translucency and I have the space, I'll use STML. It's a medium translucency that's giving me a little head start, and then I start layering, and then I try to keep away from anything that's 1100 if I can on a single molar or a single central. So, but tomorrow we can do that as well. I'll write that in the notes to kind of cover that.
Perfect. You heard that, Raymond. We've got you covered, man. We've got you covered, my friend. Al, we've got you covered. David, si tienes alguna pregunta sobre algo, el día de mañana vamos a estar tocando en algunos puntos, entonces nos puedes dejar saber y con mucho gusto. Hello, this is Maritka. Hello, Maritka, where are you from? Hello, actually it's Maritika. Where are you from, Maritika? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have another, let's see here, we're going to, at 6, we're going to be concluding our stream, our live stream today at 6. So we're going to be able to see this just a little after 6. This one that's going to, this element here that's going to be completing its cycle. So we're going to be able to see that. We definitely look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Make sure that you log in on before everyone else and send a message so that you can participate in the giveaways that have been going on throughout this tour. Last Thursday, out there in Boise. Was it Thursday? No, I arrived Thursday. It was Friday. Excuse me, Friday, and then today Tuesday, tomorrow Wednesday. And yes, we want to make sure that we answer all your questions. If you want to see something, for example, Al here, he wants to see some technicals. We're going to get into that. When contouring ceramics, do you use diamonds or stones?
I use a lot of diamonds, and then I use I'll get actual burr. It's a rubber wheel with diamonds in it. And any brand, they have different brands that have them now. Everybody really has these. They're basically rubber wheels with diamonds. They're different intensities on them. And I'll give him some right now.
So give us a second. He is going to, Edgar's going to get something. So David is asking, so Edgar's going to get to you on his particulars there, Al and David. So you'll explain what to do about temperatures for the ovens, because I have the same oven, the Whitmix one, and an Ivoclear oven, and the differences are huge.
They are, especially with these wet mixes, Pro Press. That's why I didn't want to give you my cycle. And then I haven't memorized really the old cycle because I programmed myself to these, and these are about 30 degrees off. So I'm at 1760 for my first Denton firing. And if you need help, send me a message on Facebook. I'll give you my exact firings for my porcelain oven, and then you can adjust from there. If they're a little bit too high, they'll glaze out and just lower at 10-15 degrees and keep going until you have a set. But I can give you these firing cycles as well. It's not a problem. Just send me a message. Even send Hezekiah, whoever, then we'll get them to you. So I use these. I think they're a best qual before. I don't know where. I just get these from. I don't have any affiliation with these guys. So if you want to know, I can give you a message on them. But this is what they are. They're diamond impregnated green stones. Now these are mainly for my grinding on my mass. And then they have one that's less aggressive. It's this yellow color, and this is a lot smoother. But I do use these for shaping, a lot of barrels, and then I reshape them. They come pretty thick, but I actually cut them down and I reshape them to my liking. They're pretty inexpensive. You can buy them. I think I can give you the information on them. There.
Michael Kang, I think, or USNL Depot.
Yeah, just send me a message. Again, I don't want to make it think that I want you to buy these or I'm not with them. But if you really want the info, send me a message and we'll show you. Then diamonds again. I use just diamonds, barrel diamonds, really thin, fine diamonds, especially my lobes to start smoothing things out. If I need grooves, I need to carve out diamonds. And again, that's what I really keep on, and then just rubber wheels.
Jamie, back on. Good to see you, brother.
See anything here? Oh, and so Raymond asked, do you recommend or prefer fully monolithic? Just depends on my doctor. Some of my doctors want full contour. They'll know, because some of them I sneaked in like a facial cutback with porcelain, and in their X-ray it really shows. So you can't really. They look really nice, but he X-rays and he can tell that I've layered them, cut back, and done layering. So again, it just depends on your doctor what they want. Just kind of communicate what they want. I like doing facial cutbacks. I use the STML, HTML. those both, mainly because they're the molars. Depending also, again, my space. UTML, I don't really use anything on that except inlays, onlays, and veneers. That's it. I don't touch UTML for anything above it. STML, up to 3 bridges. You can do facial cutbacks. I have some examples I'll show you tomorrow of what I'm doing, and they work really good. It's been really good. So this way, I prefer anything. Again, with these products are the FC paste stain is a natural ceramic. It's very thin, and you can use it as a layering as well. You can layer your colors and make those look very nice, and that's what we'll do tomorrow too.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, I will encourage you to go on our page, leave a comment, subscribe to our YouTube channel, to the Instagram, to the Facebook, share it. We have all those posts there. I'm going to ask every one of you, Jamie, David, Al, Maritika, Uncle Bagrat, Uncle Bill, all you folks, I'm going to encourage you to share on your pages so that we can continue to do these moments here. So we have Eric Diaz. How you doing, Eric? Where are you from, brother? So we encourage you to definitely share those posts. Share the posts, comment, subscribe, like the posts so that we can see that you are engaged, and let us know what you want to see. Good. Oh, you're in Florida. Where in Florida are you at, Eric? So we can have an engagement here with our conversation. And like I said, ask your questions when I'm on here live, when we're on here live, and you want to just hop on a call, we'll do that live, like literally live. We will bring you on the call. You can ask Edgar Claremont. Okay, awesome. Claremont, perfect. Okay, so we'll bring you on. You can ask any questions that you'd like within a period of time, and Edgar he's always very, very concise with his answers, and very precise and very generous. So definitely make sure you got that. God bless you too, and yes, the Lord keeps us safe. That's why I can fly anywhere, except New York and in California. I'm not flying out there. All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, remember tomorrow 9 a.m. we will be live again. 9 a.m. till 12 p.m. We're gonna have another part, the next part of this course, and then between 12 and 1, 12 and 2, we will have a dedicated window for the Spanish speakers. All right. So tell your friends. Tell all your friends, and we'll do that. And Uncle Bill just joined in. We were just talking about you, Uncle Bill. Good to see you. He's the Florida dentist right there. You got to meet him, Edgar.
Yeah. We'll meet again tomorrow. We'll be sharing
Uncle Bill.
Anything you guys need on the dental clinical side as well. We help doctors. We said it multiple times. We're all together. So as much as we need doctors, doctors need us. So anything you may need help with, polishing, adjusting, we can help you out with that.
That's right. So we're gonna see this. We're gonna see this here. This cycle is coming to an end here, so we'll be able to see that before.
Yeah. So this will come out. I'll just show you kind of what it looks like, and then tomorrow we'll get on to it again.
Yeah.
It's about 5:53, so we scheduled till 5, so we went an hour over, and then I gotta go get the. I got $2, so I gotta go pick them up and. Spend a little time with them, and then we'll be back tomorrow from 9 to 12 English, finishing this up. We'll do as much as we can because I know time flies, and then we'll do a little Spanish, a couple hours of Spanish. Again, I'll go through a little exocad or whatever you guys want me, a little bit of the porcelain system. And again, we got people that are in Mexico and in Latin America, but again, I want to help as much as possible, so we'll just do a little bit about on that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right.
So we'll let that cool.
Oh,
and
yes.
Anything else? We'll see what else we got.
That's red hot. If you have any questions, folks, you want to jump on right now and ask Edgar any questions, you can certainly do so. We have Mr. Brighton Beats that wants to offer us some free beats.
Free beats.
You'll provide us with beats for free.
So Raymond also wants to see a little bit more of UTML for veneers. I'll do something because I don't have anything prepped for UTML. It's a little material. I just don't have anything right now to show you, and it's too late to center and mill right now. But I will get. How about this? I'll keep this stuff going as long as we have to, especially with this virus. I don't got nothing to do. I got a couple cases I got to get out, but otherwise I'm pretty not busy. So I'm gonna learn a little bit more of doing some of these quick vlogs, and I'll teach some stuff of UTML, mainly what I look for.
Awesome. That's for CAD Cam to you. There's another question that just came in right there. You see that?
Oh yeah, this one. Just thank you so much for the program, and it's from Manabu again. Manabu is an awesome guy. Anybody on our team is really cool. They've been really helpful. So if I may not know it, just shoot any question out, and we can get them to help you transition from your system to Noritake, from your pucks to Noritake. We're here to help, and I've seen it. Like, I really know. I'm telling you, I'm not selling any of this. I'm just telling you what I've gone through when I transitioned, and they're willing to help with anything. Larry Zeno, Stephen Klein, Manabu, any of those. On clinical side, if you want contacts, clinical side, let me know as well. We got guys all over the place. There's Sage, Martina. There's a bunch of guys. So just let us know. We'll connect you with them.
Sounds fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, once again, let me come over here to this side here, as we're coming to an end here, and we're getting ready for that to cool down. Let's see here. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we want to shout out to Kuraray Noritake again for being instrumental in this coming all together. Mr. Larry Zeno for all his support and his vision and all of the Give Back project that we're bringing to you. We're making sure that we have great people that are on with us. Not only great people, but they're very knowledgeable, very professional individuals here. So again, I encourage you to go out to their pages, their handles at Kuraray Noritake USA, Kuraray Dental, Kuraray Elite Dental Studios, and Elite Munoz. That's Edgar's page. Make sure you like and subscribe here. Let's see here. Centering Zirconia practical for dentists doing same-day crowns, or just stick with EMAX? That's a great question, and I'm going to have Edgar answer that in just a moment. So, Uncle Bill, are you available to go live so that he can give you a few minutes there? Let me know if you're available for a moment there, Uncle Bill. That way I can bring you on the conversation. You can have this answer live from Edgar. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, yes, once again, go out to their page, Kuraray Noritake, Elite Munoz, Elite Dental Studios. Like, subscribe. Most importantly, share with your friends and let them know that, okay, you're driving, Uncle Bill. Yeah, we definitely don't want you to. I'm going to have him answer that for you. Give me a second. But yes, make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment, and let us know what was the most interesting part of this all, what you would like to see, who you would like to hear from, and if it's in one of the states that we are looking to be, we will definitely make that happen. Oh, Mrs. Fantastic just logged on. My goodness. That's my wife, by the way, folks. No worries, huh? You know, we're locked and we're loaded, right? All right, so a question from Mr. Edgar Munoz from Uncle Bill.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Bill asks, and then we have Brent from Frontier Dental. So Uncle Bill is asking, is sintering zirconia practical for dentists doing same-day crowns, or just stick with EMAX?
No. These these sintering ovens on the lab side, on the clinical side, are very, very, very good. They're very short sintering times, and they come exactly what your lab is getting. You'll get those results with that oven. But I've seen them. You don't lose translucency or strength. I've actually seen some strength increase. But again, I can get you some graphs. I'll get you some information tomorrow. So I actually use the studies that Noritake has on them, but I really like them. Again, lithium has its place. You know, we don't bash anybody, but I'm telling you, this STML, it looks awesome. Actually, I got some here. So here, let me show you some. I could show you STML, in Chorus and Emacs together. And if I was to show you this, and this was done on a Speedfire program. So this is the STML.
Let me try to do this here.
If I was to just show you this, you wouldn't tell. You can tell which one was which. Again, we're comparing STML. This is not even our ultra translucent material. Our UTML is the most. We're comparing our second translucent in the Speedfire, which is STML, and then the Chorus from Dentsply and Emacs. So these are it here. They're pretty close in translucency if you were to see them a little closer. And I don't think you know, if you were to tell me which one was Emacs.
Hola, Miguel.
But again, they're very translucent. You get very nice. That's again, that's the block that's in a Speedfire.
Hola, Miguel. Me estoy haciendo una acá para que sepas que el día de mañana entre las 12.
So very good results. I really like what we're doing, Speedfire wise. And then again, very good results. So try it out and see what it does. But it's really good. Doctors are getting good results with these. They have the, you know, you could do it 3 in a bridge, and again, it's good material. And these were all A2 on the lithium block. It was a LT A2. Same thing. STML was an A2 STML, and it was an A2 on the Chorus Dentsply. They were all Speedfired, the Chorus and the STML. And if you were to guess, I'll turn them over. The purple dot is going to be STML. The blue dot is going to be the lithium E block, and then the Chorus Dentsply. So I'll turn them over, and you kind of can see. This is here your Chorus, your STML, and this is your E block. So again, there's a little bit. They're very good results, very smooth results. For a clinical side, so I suggest you would try this. You're going to get some good results on them. This is nothing, no layered. These are all monolithic.
Awesome.
So this is where we're at with this crown here. You can see a fracture line a little bit, but I'll lay it there. Maybe you can get a better close. Again, I'll take a macro picture. It's a lot better with it where we're at right now. But you can see translucency. You can see the opalescence, the blues that we layered underneath, the fracture crack line. Again, these are all basic builds. They're really fast. We didn't take our time. I can take, you know, I usually sell as an aesthetic crown. I'm going to take a couple days on it. Today we're doing it all in a couple hours. But again, even that, I can do it faster. But it's a teaching. We want you guys to learn. And again, you can just do it a lot better, mixing different colors. Again, there's different 1-to-1 ratios, different ratios you can use for these crack lines depending on what your patient has in its mouth. Some orange, some brown, whatever you're looking for.
Can you hold that for me there?
Yes.
I'm going to do a close up here
Okay.
for the YouTube.
Yeah. So again, really good results. Again, this is we used just LT, basically LT. You can see some of the translucency already and some of the crack line. But again, I'm going to take a macro photo for you guys to look at. And I think that's 6 o'clock. So we're gonna kind of
Wrap it up
anything
here.
to wrap it up. Anything you need to say, give away, or anything. We'll see you guys tomorrow from my part.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a pleasure having you on today. What a pleasure having Mr. Edgar Munoz share his knowledge, his experiences, what he has been able to pick up from these years of a lot of intense education and hearing from so many other great technicians. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back tomorrow. Let's turn this little light on here so it won't be that dark. Okay, maybe that's a little better there. We will be back tomorrow at 9. From 9 to 12, we will be English. We'll be focusing on a few things. We're going to be going over technicals, a few other little tips and tricks there. And from 12 to 1 or 2 o'clock, we will dedicate that window for Spanish speakers. So if you have any Spanish-speaking friends, just let them know, hey, listen, Edgar is going to be speaking Spanish, and he's going to be answering any questions. We're going to be live. And we're going to have to cut it short tomorrow to 2 o'clock, the latest, because I will be catching a flight tomorrow. But we definitely have made the effort, whatever it has taken for us to be here and to present this to you. We want to thank once again Kuraray Noritake for partnering up with Lab Media TV to bring this to you. So I encourage you to go to their page, go to their handle, and send them a message, a like, let them know that this has helped you, that you're going to continue to follow these programs here. Again, follow Mr. Edgar Munoz. His handle is Elite Munoz, and also Elite Dental Studios. Kuraray Noritake USA, Kuraray Noritake Dental, Kuraray Dental. Those are their. It's our pleasure, Uncle Bill. Those are their handles, and always remember, Lab Media TV is an umbrella, right? We have the Dental Today podcast, and we also have this lab tour going on. So every Monday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have a new episode, whether you like to listen on Spreaker, Stitcher, Spotify, whatever it is, you can listen on there. If you like to listen on the podcast app from Apple, you can do so there as well. But if you like to have a visual experience, you can definitely go to our channel on YouTube, and you can watch all the episodes in a video format. That's very exciting for you to join us. It would be very exciting for you to follow and subscribe and leave a comment. Let us know what you want to hear more of. We're here to make sure that you are taken care of when it comes to this media. Ladies and gentlemen, again, God bless you. We are praying for you and your family. Stay safe. Keep us in your prayers. We are traveling. We are being very obsessive and very careful on the way we lead our transactions to keep everybody safe. But we definitely need to make sure that you have these types of experiences in the midst of all this. In the book of John chapter 15, Jesus shared something very important with his disciples, and he said that separated from Jesus, from the power that comes from above, there is nothing that they could accomplish. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, let's keep our minds on Jesus. We can feed our fear, or we can feed our faith. And ladies and gentlemen, let's feed our faith. Once again, God bless you. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you soon. Take care.